will do something. Will sink because it is of a higher density. Whoop-de fucking do. Let's put that bromine or that sulfur hexafluoride adjacent to a vacuum without a physical barrier and see what happens. Oh, it will disperse into that available space until it.
Because before you were
Do you know what it is? I don't like the behaviours of
that's the limitation of experiment. Gonna have the same result.
I also think they're the three weakest players.
I know, mate.
And I think them three,
this is actually really annoying
three in the team, I just feel that.
This is what?
I said it's really annoying.
They're letting everybody else down.
Why is it annoying?
Of everybody else.
I can feel it. I haven't ever thought about it. Hats off to you, mate. Usually at this time we're having massive arguments with
what
people.
They don't understand is we've only got a good 5.
You got to beat on this because, I mean, if you're in physics, then you...
It is very stressful.
These elements.
Swapping keeper at half time.
Yep.
While trying to speak to
Fluid
the kids.
dynamics.
While trying to.
Well, that's the thing, though. Nothing that we're saying is it's something that you could say.
It doesn't seem sensible.
Are going against like the laws of nature.
Like
you're just that's not. What
and
happens.
Also, it doesn't seem sensible.
So basically, we're just keeping in line with what everything can be discovered, like what we already know. But it's weird that we're saying things against. It's contradictory to what they're saying about the globe. Because in this open system,
the problem was the reason why I had to put both of them on.
There is a vacuum.
Yeah, it was because I'd ignored Alexa.
And so the vacuum, adjacent to this pressure air is pressure. And there has to, in order for the gas to have pressure, it needs to be contained.
The shoe would come off.
But you don't have containment in this open system.
So when it comes to put heat
because matter and energy can transfer in this open system of the globe Earth. And that just can't happen when you have
you've got to understand
the
that
dynamic system that we do have here.
Chris and
with low and high pressures.
Managers,
you can't get these pressures if there isn't any containment. So it doesn't matter. Like you can have a gradient pressure and it shifts. The dynamic system that we live in, these pressures are always interchanging, low pressure to high pressure, and weather systems happen and so on. But like these are always
taking
mixing
full responsibility of all this.
Mixing.
Because I think these parents,
it's in constant motion. It's never
Jerome and
static.
Particularly Jermaine.
The globe Earth has tried to give you explanations as to how things are, but when you start to like say, okay, that's an explanation. Now let's go into the field and test to see if you're saying that what you're saying is correct. Nobody's actually put them to the test. Which is what we're doing here.
It isn't.
We're saying, has anybody ever done that? Like, it's nice to say one thing about the Earth being a globe, and it's got a vacuum of space out there, and you got pressure air here, and it's an open system. But
Chris wasn't doing anything, so said that we need to get rid of Chris.
Did they?
They said you were doing fantastic, improved things, absolutely. And he said, well, what you might say in the second thing.
I think the convenient excuse is gravity, the bending and warping of the fabric of space and time. That's it's saying that's what's holding the gas here, right? Gravity. But then again, it's like, well,
but you know
you're going to have to say, when does gravity hold any of the pressure of gases? Which every instance, even the one you described with bromine,
I'm sure Chiron
will seem to like have a heavier than air kind of dynamic within the air that it's in. But at some point, it will disperse. It doesn't stay. I mean, you can even see that with liquid water. So water itself will be sitting in a cup for a while, and then
that's very true. That's very true. It does actually.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is kind of like what we're trying to tell you here too. This like, yes, they do have their physical properties, but they interact within the dynamic system that you're in. To always be in motion. There's not a constant where it's like always a downward vector. Because if the downward vector were true, nothing would move into any and all directions, which is the nature of like gases dispersing into the available space. They would immediately, if you let go of the nozzle of a balloon, like when you blow up a balloon, If you let go of the nozzle, the air would just go straight down. If gravity was holding everything down to itself.
He'll be like, oh, just for this match.
But you know that in every instance of containment with gas pressure, you open up a nozzle, the gas disperses into the available space into any and all directions, all vectors. So there's no vector of down. It does go down, but it goes up and sideways in every which way.
I didn't know what he had to.
And so,
to be honest, I'm not
this is just the practical means of looking at the applications that you use in your line of work or whatever you're going to be using for your studies. It's like, we're not saying anything outside of real science. So if we are, then there's an issue with what we're saying, but there isn't. We're in line with everything.
And Kobe, just beyond, maybe Leo's up there as well, Kyron and Jacob.
So hopefully that, like what Chris was saying, Jedi is kind of helping you along. But it's not that you didn't know, it's just
you got to understand.
It's the indoctrination. It's what it is. You have this like educated idea of what people have been saying all along about the globe Earth. We all have, and it seems kind of like very strange that somebody would go against that narrative. And the reason why we stand against it is because it's not what reality dictates. Reality is that it's a flat, stationary Earth that presents itself to you, me, and everybody else.
Yeah.
And to say otherwise would be a grand claim that is unsubstantiated. And well, we're always asking, okay, if you have the evidence that the Earth is physically a globe, by way of demonstration, go ahead and provide the evidence to us. I mean, if you're standing on a geometric shape, then that needs to be proven. If gas pressure is held down by gravity without containment, that needs to be proven. If the Earth is in motion some way and we can detect it, that needs to be proven.
Yeah.
We can go a little bit deeper, but like these are the grand claims that the Earth are the people that
put some of this two stuff on. Yeah,
it doesn't matter who's saying it. Whether it be a professor, your next door neighbor, your parents. Like nobody's rivaled it. Everybody gets scared when we start talking about it. They get angry. Let's not talk about that. We already knew a long time ago the Earth's a globe, 2,000 years ago. Even.
Oh, that's a stupid argument. You can never use.
I don't think there's that many, but.
No, that's what what everybody's claiming right now. Foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can look into that, Bush, if you don't believe us. If somebody proved that any time in human history, and you can look into that, and you will find out that nobody proved that anytime.
Yeah.
But it's hard because if you're in academia right now, you're going to find out really quickly, Bush baby, that you can't stray away from the paradigm that's already created. If you want to play ball with them, if you want to have a career, if you want to continue to work within the scope of the realm of like where they want you to be in, like if that's what you're choosing is your passion.
I'm asking him to do something. He's arguing with me. I want to do this.
And you say anything outside of that,
I'll pull you off. Then he's having
the thing that maybe you don't know at the moment, but
when we're trying to manage a team,
I don't know. If you start to think critically, then you're going to be outside of the curriculum.
I don't want a parent coming and complaining to me about the way I am.
And they're not going to like it very much. So this is why we're saying it's just something you should weigh considerably if you're going to be staying in the field that you are. Because, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of good scientists might lose their jobs if they would say the truth. They would speak truth, which is like what it should be, right? Like you guys should stand up for truth, working in the fields that you do. But I mean, if you want a livelihood, count the cost. I guess I don't know. Like it's a tough deal, man. I guess if you. Because it's like, well, stay in a really great career or speak the truth.
She's always going to be a liability.
I mean, I wish it could be both, but I don't know if that's the world we live in.
It's completely different levels.
Pretty hard to get that research grant renewed if you're going against the status quo.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you raised some good points. Definitely.
Either that or just stay a closet flat earther for the rest of your life.
Don't be flat earther ever.
Let's see if we.
One thing is that you can be very respectful. That's for sure. I was actually surprised.
Try our best.
No, I was surprised that you, because the representation that you guys get online is that you're angry, delusional.
We can be, but not delusional.
Gotcha.
Well, we can be angry. It's more of a zeal, a passion for what we're talking about. Because imagine speaking to somebody about, your field, physics, right? Something that can be demonstrably true. That there is no, like, if you say that you're wrong by proving something that you're actually doing, then people are just batshit crazy because you're demonstrating to them in reality what's going on with physics, right? Like you're not just, there's not a theory, that you're working with tangible things. So if you're speaking about something that you've done with demonstration of, and you've maybe written a paper on it or something, you can demonstrate to someone how something works. That's the lunacy of somebody denying that is probably the same as what is happening in here, which is probably why we get the rep we do, because the delusion is actually on their side. They want to stay to the delusion of the globe. It's like it's a lot more fantasy than it is reality. So, and that's kind of the zeal that we have. But go ahead, Sasha.
We are grow up like that. I grow up like that. I grow up like this. It's obvious. It's a fact that Earth is sphere. That's my position. Without any knowledge about that, that was my position.
I'll tell you what, guys. Let's try and move this on a little bit further.
I mean, I don't have much time here. I've got to go in 5 minutes, in 5 minutes. But I mean, yeah,
not a problem. I was just going to ask you a couple of questions, mate, and hopefully it won't take too long. I just want you to be honest with your answer, okay? If you know, then please, I'm going to ask you for verification of how you know it. If you don't know it, then just let me know.
Yeah, sure.
Obviously, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, my friend. So, just going to ask you: do you know at any point in history how the measurement of the curvature of the Earth was done and proven to be so?
Not the measurement itself. No. Sorry, I don't.
No, okay. But would you say it might be a belief that somebody has done this, you just don't know how?
I mean, I guess so, yeah.
Cool. Awesome stuff. Second question. Kind of the same thing, but with regards to the motion of the Earth, the actual spin and its orbit around the Sun. Do you know in any point in history how the motion of the Earth was measured and detected?
I think its spin can be picked up with a gyroscope.
You think? Is it like first-hand knowledge you can give me all the ins and outs, or you just got a vague recollection of it?
Vague recollection, I guess, yeah.
Okay, cool. But would you say it's probably a belief that you've got it might have been done somehow with a gyroscope, but you're not sure how?
Yeah.
Okay. The third question I'm not necessarily going to go into because we've kind of covered it for the last 10 minutes, but I'll ask you anyway. Do you know any way that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a physical barrier for the gas to press upon?
Nope.
No. See, those are the three main claims that they make about the Earth. They say that the Earth is a ball of a known radius, diameter, and circumference, and this ball, Earth, spins upon its axis and travels around the Sun, and it does this within the vacuum of space.
Right.
Now, all you've done really to me, mate, is kind of, you've been honest, and you kind of just elucidated that it's more of a belief that you've got. It's most definitely not first-hand knowledge, is it? You don't know this first-hand. You just believe it, don't you?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, that's the honest answer, mate. And to be honest with you, it's the only answer anybody can give us. We only believe that we're on a spinning ball in space because somebody's told us possibly somehow that it's been done. We don't know it firsthand. For example, we don't feel any motion of the Earth now, do we?
No, but that can be explained.
Yeah, but that can be explained. But first-hand knowledge, we don't feel any motion of the Earth.
No, we don't. But that's because the Earth is moving at a constant velocity. I mean, I can explain that actually.
It's not.
I mean, well, if you're talking, well, it's also change in velocity over time. If the time is very small and the change in velocity is tiny, the force you're going to experience is so small that you're not going to be able to, you will not be able to feel it.
Awesome. So what you're doing is you're giving me an explanation as to why we don't feel the motion of the Earth. Well, you're not telling me how it's actually measured or that you actually feel it, right? You just give me an explanation, ad hoc one.
Well, so you can measure the force that an object experiences based on its change in momentum, and that's something that you can definitely measure for objects on the Earth, a car or whatever, plane or whatever. And if you apply that to the Earth, then if you apply that to the size of the Earth, then and you apply the same principle, then you would be able to explain why the Earth isn't.
Remember the second question that he asked you, Bush Baby?
Sorry, what? Repeat.
The second question that he asked you was about the Earth's motion.
Yeah.
And what was your answer?
I can't even remember what the question is. Sorry, I'm really tired. Carry on. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah. He was asking you the question about the Earth's motion. So axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis, and its motion around the sun. Like there's different motions that he was referring to. So
yeah, I mean, in terms of is the Earth actually spinning? Then because you don't experience a force, that doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning. So I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, you can't know that the Earth is physically spinning. But the fact that if the Earth was spinning, you'd also not feel a force. I mean, it's.
But that you're telling me what it's not doing. I want to know.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Well, so the second question was actually geared towards what your knowledge base is on its actual motion. Like, how do we know that it has been detected that it's in motion, and what I don't know, apparatus or device has been used to measure this, or can we know? And so the answer there was that you don't know.
No.
Right, and so that's the issue. The issue is that people that want to look at this logically and be able to detect physically if there's any motion, it's not able to be detected in any way, shape, or form by a device or an apparatus that can do this. Okay. But as far as ideas go, theories, I mean, that's anybody can come up with those things.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a banknote. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's up for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like pump it when a cracker. Put you through education for domestication. Control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up and rode off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed. We're living in the They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
number games are fun, but we're going to move on. Because I just wanted to ask quickly, Matthew.
I wanted to point out the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because.
Well, I was going to take it back to the Earth, but yeah.
Well, let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is a globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right. So is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the difference between belief and knowing?
He believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right. What does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one sentence.
Just like colloquially, if I'm asking you, sure. what does knowing mean?
Yeah, having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
no.
Give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
Mm-hmm.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know
that? Based
well, no, you don't.
A whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there. Okay. I believe him. Like a bunch of.
I liked it better with the Canada example.
So you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say that you believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge
of? What it's like to be a woman. I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
right,
the flat
you don't
horizon?
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
I'm talking
what you
about
experience, right?
Oh my gosh.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also, it has nothing to do with the actual Earth, right?
But we're talking about the Earth.
No, talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're talking about what you stand on.
Huh?
What you stand on.
You
know, what's
the
below
ground.
your feet.
Like I go to the ocean.
Yeah. We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One second. Right. I just want to say. So you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yeah, you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
That's
a good point, right?
Let me respond to what he said.
Exactly. You're just saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're misquoting
this is kind of what we're seeing.
Know that the sun is I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. Just said that I can't.
You just said you don't know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
you said the sun in your experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so, how would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on in relation when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear
It's
what
flawed.
you're saying. I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is saltwater. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're back to this. We said we can't prove the globe, and then now you say you can prove the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again. So
I think that's the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
Well, like anything in the physical world.
Not
Sorry, that was the best one, man.
This is the logic we're talking about, right?
There's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive dog. That was funny. Just to lighten the mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, but you kind of said it was like their best guess.
What do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what NASA.
I don't think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? That my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of 1s into a hash of 5.
Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say 1 and when you say 1, we mean the same thing, and we're using it the same.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're not saying you're saying that NASA haven't proven.
Can we do the same thing for like with 1 now? We did the same thing with the word proof. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number 1. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word.
Okay. Because I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
is that the proof? Is that the proof that water is boiling?
If you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. It was kind of wishy-washy.
Again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number one and number one. You know, we are speaking now about number one. That means that proof in this moment means number one for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number one?
He wants to be specific, not colloquial.
One apple. Okay, so we put one apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is one apple in front of us?
No, I want to no. I want from him that prove is the same like a number one. You know that I thinking what he is thinking, what proof it is. You know, but I want
let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof. The word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you one specific question: Is it a proof? If we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not.
That's what he's saying. Wait, Sasha. He's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but here's 3 proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school. Okay, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. But what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof. Right, Matthew?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
right, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So how many senses do we have to use before we start to... How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of your face, you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that...
Would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the, with our physical senses, I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof, the same way that mathematics...
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time? How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think, no matter how many physical senses, you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's not provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then,
no, I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical.
Listen, no. Wait, Matthew. You just said you're skeptical of reality.
No,
because reality is
Let me explain the
experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early,
right, so what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof. Evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example, you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that
mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh,
right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one match.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait. So what does true mean then? If it's not reality, because reality is.
True is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
the
true.
Real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it then. So you definitely don't know it then.
You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it.
How would you know it?
You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot, all the while.
You can't know salt water. You can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoronic statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality?
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See, like, listen, let me just address says who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple. But he knows that he
I said I could know all of those things. It's just I didn't like the word
proof.
proof.
Because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things, because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say I know it. It's not proven.
No, there's a difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed. Crack,
your example of the boiling pot is a perfect. I know the pot is boiling, I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
Like you know
hell
that
yeah,
Canada exists.
Canada.
You know for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak almost.
Yeah. So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada.
No, I'm sure about saltwater.
Okay, does Canada exist?
Canada exists, and saltwater is in the ocean.
Hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm going to mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that
now show the strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No.
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No, I would say that I don't use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because there's no curvature to prove that it's a globe.
Exactly.
To begin with. So then you can't know that it's a globe since you've just
knowledge
said
is a separate
the globe
question
can't be proven. So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
no,
you
I
don't
said
know
I
that
can't
there's
prove
curvature. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you asked me about proof, and I said,
okay. Let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then? Since you can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that.
Maybe I can try and bridge the gap here a little bit.
Crypto.
He was talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to get into the weeds. Sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Question, please.
Are you saying? Yes. No. Hello.
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go for it.
Quick question. One question for Matthew.
Go.
One question. So you're saying you can prove the curvature mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying
you're just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like 2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got 3 elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you can speak of epistemology, but there are even problems in epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes.
So, yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are, right? Yeah. So again, as what you spoke, there are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs as well will also lie in between the middle of those two also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be, right, so if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? And you can type this in, anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle. Right. Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily. Right. Okay. So truth would be the right leg. Okay. It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg. Okay. In the middle, where the vagina is, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole. Okay. Fully justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is. Okay. But the issue is that you say you can know things. First, you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things in fact are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary, and I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if any arguments. Students, Matthew.
Am I gonna what?
Are you going to use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
Good one.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
It's a justified true belief. He's got a porn subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
Right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know what?
No, you're
I
right,
know
Matthew,
that there are problems with this justified true belief. I know that it's a whole thing, and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
Yeah, but I'm not even going to apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can you one question? One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixed.
Can you explain?
No. Were you expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah.
Like, yes.
Credit.
After everything you just said, you expect them to say yeah?
I don't. He said math is reality. That means yes.
Well, science doesn't no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should ask there, man.
I think the main point that we need to point out here, I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold, and this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel.
1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians, 4 little, 5 little, 6 little Indians. So which Indian am I going to unmute first? What's up, Bob?
Wow.
Wow.
What's up?
What's up, man?
I'm doing good. Being a flat earther.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Why?
Why? Because you're not. Because you just came in with 3 people, then y'all just instantly joined the VC. Think I'm like dumb or something?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think so. So,
all right,
what's the curve calculation then? If you're a flat earther?
Curve calculation.
Yeah, bye. Banned. Aw, you left. Harry, you gonna make it, or are you gonna fucking run away too? What's up, Harry?
Hello.
Those your buddies?
Nope, I don't know them.
Well, you're probably better off for it.
I know what the curve calculation is. I'll DM it you.
Yeah, you don't need to DM it to me.
I've got a speech impediment.
I don't care.
I don't really like talking.
Then why are you in a voice chat?
I want to get my view across. I want to get it out here.
By not talking? So you joined a VC to not talk so you can get your view across. How does that work exactly?
It just
You're gonna send it to me through ESP? You're gonna like telekinesis?
No, I messaged you. Don't you worry.
I'm not even gonna look at your DM, dude, because I don't want to see your furry scat porn.
What?
Yeah, what? You guys aren't good at this, man. Find a new hobby. Don't quit your day job. What's up, Jedi?
Yeah, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Who's this guy? What's going on?
I don't know. 3 people joined all at once, right? And they all joined the VC all at the same time. And I look into arrivals. They all joined the Discord at the same time. And the first guy, I'm a flat earther. First thing he says, I'm a flat earther.
What bollocks.
Yeah, like, oh man, I think he really is. No. Yeah, it didn't go well. Well, we got number 3, Clown 3, Macca. Let's see how he does. What's up, Macca?
Hello.
Are you more mature than your friends?
I'd say
you don't know them, right? Oh, okay.
Oh no, I know them.
Yeah. What's their problem?
I don't know.
Are you the same one out of the group then?
Lack of father figure.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
Sorry, and yeah, he's from the north.
Oh.
What's up, Macca? How you doing, buddy? What brings you into the server, you and your friends?
Well, I joined because I was wondering why people think it's a flat. So I'm just trying to see what people think and see if I agree.
Well, let me ask you a question. Hold on, I want to ask you a question. Why do people think it's a globe?
Good question.
Is it because when they go outside they see a big ball?
It makes more sense for it to be flat.
Well,
why does it make more sense for it to be flat? Why do you say that?
Then some countries, like travelling, if it was flat, it'd take longer. And round. Globe.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it makes more sense, the Earth being flat, because that's what we see. When we look at the Earth, the surface of the Earth, so the seas and the oceans, the water bit, when we look at the water on the Earth, it looks flat, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite simple, right? The water on the Earth looks flat. They tell us that I think it's about 75% of the Earth's surface is water. So, being as we observe all water to be level upon the surface, then how can the Earth be a ball?
Good. No.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, motion as well, right? They tell us that the Earth, that's a ball that we don't see. The Earth, that's a ball, moves. It spins on its axis and rotates around the sun. But we don't feel anything, and the Earth itself doesn't act like it's moving, right? Do you agree with that,
feel
Michael?
anything because it's a constant motion.
Look, at the end of the day, whatever the excuse, we don't feel or observe, as in the Earth doesn't look like it's moving, right?
Well, we don't because it's a constant motion, as I said, and
do you understand? Do you understand what you're doing? All right, you're telling me a reason why we don't, but I'm telling you that we just don't anyway. Whether you're going to give me an excuse or a reason as to why we don't, even though we are moving, or the Earth is stationary, what we observe is the Earth not moving, right?
well, yes, we observe it, but from our point of view. But it's like not the reality, for example, to say that.
So where do we have to go to see the Earth?
Funny, man. So our experience is not the reality. There's some other reality. How did we figure out this other reality? This metaphysical reality that we don't experience, that's the actual reality. How did we figure that out?
Because of observations.
Of?
Well, hold on. Well, you told us it's not our reality when we don't observe the motion of the Earth, but we have to go somewhere else. What? Observations from where?
Well, from space.
Observations from where? Ah, so not here, not in our reality, somewhere that may or may not exist. Can you verify pictures from space yourself?
Why will they be fake, though? The pictures from space, I mean.
Hold up. Let me get you there. Right, can you verify images from space? Can you go to space and turn around and take a picture of the Earth? Just answer yes or no. Just don't. Hold on. Don't give me some kind of excuse or beyond the point. Skip around it. Just say yes or no.
Say no.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. Right? Can images be manipulated?
Of course it can.
Awesome stuff. So
why would they do that?
Hold on.
Why?
Hold on. Without the but.
Good. How long of a list would that be?
They can.
Jesus Christ! Why would somebody make a fake image? Right. I don't know. Why do people fake photos of Bigfoot and UFOs and all sorts of stuff?
No, I don't think that that thing of UFOs.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Ultimately, images can be manipulated, and you, me, or anybody else can't go to space and turn around and verify these images to be true. Right? We all understand that, so it's not really good falsifiable evidence, the stuff that we get from the vacuum of space. The vacuum of space, though, that's the reason why they lie, because the vacuum of space doesn't exist in the way that they tell us, so they can go there, turn around and take a picture of the Earth that's a ball. The vacuum of space violates natural law. We've got gas pressure that's uncontained from the vacuum of space. So the gas pressure that you and I are breathing is devoid of the necessary antecedent for the consequence of gas pressure, and is without a physical barrier to stop the gas that we're breathing that's under pressure from dispersing into that vacuum. That's the reason why space doesn't exist, and one of the reasons why they lie about it, because it doesn't exist. The images can't be verified because you can't go there. The images have to be fake.
Well, there are some high altitude balloons where
Which is in the atmosphere. That's not space.
No, it's not space, but yeah, we could say that because I remember there was a video of a rocket that reached space. It was 100 kilometers. It reached that altitude, and it showed curvature.
Oh, really?
So you saw an image on the television screen. This is how you came in with this conversation, right?
I don't ever see TV. I don't believe that the Earth is a globe just because the TV said so.
You'll be surprised how much you actually fucking do. But you saw an image that wasn't your own because you didn't go up into the sky in a hot air balloon and see the curvature of the Earth. You can go up into a hot air balloon and watch images on the TV and not see the curvature of the Earth.
No,
it's interesting to point out that people like Neil deGrasse Tyson say that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from anywhere below the International Space Station.
I mean, there are many videos on YouTube which shows.
And there's many videos on YouTube that show no curvature.
They do. I guarantee you.
Yeah. So when I show you the Chinese space station that shows no curvature, what are you going to say then?
The Chinese space station shows no curvature, and what's its altitude?
23 kilometers lower than the International Space Station.
So, like 400.
It's like 383 kilometers or something.
It should show curvatures.
Oh, you're just convinced. Like, you got a religious belief, dude.
He does. You
don't even realize it. That's the funny thing.
What are the images for that?
I'm going to post it and look in the live stream voice text. So who's lying? Tell us who's lying and why? What
fish islands or some shit?
So a fisheye lens makes it flat?
Yes, it can at a certain point where the camera is pointing at. It can make the horizon look flat.
That's nonsense. You're obviously you obviously just run around watching anti-flat earther videos because you're saying nonsense.
You know, it's easier to make a flat horizon look concave and convex. Why?
So distortion? Yeah. Well, let me explain to you. Distortion of a camera lens is radial. It's not up or above the center line. That is dumbass anti-flat earther nonsense. It's radial from the center. Yeah, that's where the distortion is. Radial from the center. Okay. So here's some fun facts. The International Space Station is not even high enough to see curvature. Did you know that?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Okay.
What do you mean?
The radius of the Earth is supposed to be 8,000 miles. Or the diameter, 8,000 miles.
Yes.
And the International Space Station is supposed to be 250 miles above it.
Yes.
Or 12,000 something kilometers and 400 kilometers above it. It's the equivalent of being 2.5 inches above a ball that's 6 feet in diameter. 2.5 inches above a ball that's 6 feet in diameter. So the height of a man, 2.5 inches, I don't know what, 15 millimeters or something.
Yeah.
And it's not just me that says it. We have a quote from a planetarium director that gave a presentation on flat Earth, right? He gave a presentation on flat Earth and said, listen, I'll post the exact quote. Okay, I'll read it to you. Because you have to be a sufficient... I'll read it to you. Let's say we are at the elevation of the ISS. They're about 250 miles above the Earth. So if we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at that point, looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. right? And I'm gonna send you I'm gonna also post in the live stream voice text. So this is a diagram, right? This is a 2-scale diagram of the elevation of the ISS would be above the surface of the Earth. He also there's also a scale model, which is even better.
Can you zoom in that model? Because I actually see curvature there.
Oh, really? So you live on a tiny Earth?
What?
So you live on a tiny Earth?
Don't you understand what Injo's pointing out? From the height of the International Space Station, you can't see curvature of the Earth. The guy who he just quoted from gave you the math. I gave you Neil deGrasse Tyson earlier. So when you give us high altitude balloon seeing curvature of the Earth, that's not the curvature of the Earth. It would be mathematically impossible to see the curvature of the Earth from that height, or any height that you can achieve up to and including the International Space Station. So stop saying that you saw the curvature of the Earth.
So Luxito. So what you do is the globe Earth model makes a prediction, and you test the prediction. If you can so-called see curvature from the International Space Station, then it doesn't match the prediction, because the prediction of the geometry is that you can't.
There are many images from the ISS that shows curvature.
Yeah.
Listen to me.
And that's a problem.
I am. That's a problem for you.
Yeah, don't you get it?
That's what you're not understanding. That's a problem for you, because the Earth would have to be a lot smaller than they say.
Exactly.
But why? Because the model there, the GeoGebra model. Look at the GeoGebra model. It shows curvature. It shows.
I don't understand why you don't.
What don't you understand? Can I use a lens and show curvature at 10 feet elevation?
Well, you can't see the curvature at 10 feet.
And then I can. No, using a lens, right? Using a particular type of lens.
Oh, well, yeah.
I can curve the horizon at 10 feet.
Yeah, you can.
And I can curve the horizon at any elevation I want.
Yes. But these images are distorted. That's why.
So these ones are distorted. But every one that you show us with curvature isn't distorted. So we have to trust you.
Look, there's this.
So we're getting to the crux of the matter, and this is what Jedi was talking about. The crux of the matter is none of these images are verifiable. You have to either just believe they're accurately represent the figure of whatever you're looking at, or don't. That's it.
Can I attach images?
Yeah. Hold on, I'll give you the roll for a second.
Alright.
Yeah.
So when you
say
go ahead.
From high altitude balloons.
Yeah. So when you say
the high altitude balloon is nowhere near high enough. Wait, what are you talking about?
The curvature is still visible from that altitude. Trust me. Wait.
But it shouldn't be.
Wait a second. Wait,
are you functionally like illiterate?
Hell, trust you. You said trust me. Injo's just pointed out the math. We've given you some quotes for some people who do this for a living, astrophysicists and shit. So
let me ask you a question, Luxito. I stood on the roof of my house and I took a picture of the horizon and you saw curvature of the Earth and I said, look, the Earth is curved. Would that be proof of the globe? So look at the top image that was posted. So it was posted in live stream voice text. See this top image? Is that proof of the globe? Look, it's curved, man. Plainly, that's curved.
Wait a second. I'm opening this.
Can you look in the live stream voice text?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Do you see those two images?
Yes, I see.
Clearly, both of those images are curved.
Yes, they are curved because, okay, look.
How do you know?
Do you know?
No, that's the Earth, dude. No, that's the Earth. That's the Earth. That's the actual form of the Earth.
I know that's the Earth. I know that's
How do you know? Is that the actual form of the Earth? Is the Earth that curved?
Look, you can do.
Yes or no? Is the Earth that curved?
No, in the first image.
How do you know that, Luxito? How do you know that?
It is obviously.
Because why? Because why do you know that?
Because it looks flat from at that altitude.
No, not with this camera. No, he took a picture, dude. He took a picture. That's proof right there. That's proof the Earth is curved. That picture. This is your argument.
It isn't because. Oh my. Okay.
This is your argument that they take a picture, you see it's curved, therefore the Earth's a ball. That's your argument. Is that not your argument?
No, it isn't.
And what is your argument? Tell us.
Since that images are using a fisheye lens, barrel distortion,
how do you know
it can be defished? Because oh my fuck!
How do you know it's a fisheye lens?
Because the Earth doesn't curve that much at that altitude.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
Oh my god! Because with the rectilinear lens, you can just see the Earth flat at that altitude.
But I'm asking you how you know that this isn't a rectilinear lens.
That is a rectilinear lens.
How do you know that?
Bro,
how do you know that this isn't Just tell me the reason. You're just claiming, nuh-uh, they're not. How do you know that? How do you know that this isn't the Earth curve? How do you know this isn't it?
Because the Earth is big enough to not see the curvature at that altitude.
Oh, really? So it has a radius value that makes a prediction. Okay, it has a radius value that makes a prediction. Well, the ISS is not high enough. You get it? Does it sink in now? That's how we know the image is bullshit, because if you do the geometry and the math, it says no curvature from this elevation. It's really simple.
Do you get it? Yeah. Do you understand?
Can I?
Here, listen, I'm going to show you a two-scale. Now, here's a two-scale model. This would be, see where the white circle, this white circle on this globe? This is a to-scale model. This is the same guy, the planetarium.
Yes, I know. Just
that's the horizon. That white circle is the horizon from the ISS. How is he going to possibly see curvature? What's curving?
Wait.
You don't have to fight it. You literally don't have to fight it.
You're too busy thinking of what to say instead of thinking about what's said to you.
Do you know Space Engine? Just asking.
I didn't hear you. What?
What's the question?
Space Engine. It's a simulator.
Space in China?
Space. I sent it on the live stream voice text. It's a simulator.
Yeah. What is this? What does it simulate? Oh, Space Engine? Doesn't simulate anything. It's not even in spherical geometry, dude.
Why? Why not?
Because it's not, because they didn't code it in spherical geometry. Do you even know how a computer program even works? A 3D graphics engine works?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Okay, what's a frustum?
A what?
Exactly. A frustum, a view frustum. So there's something called a view frustum, where when there's a so-called camera, imaginary camera, in a 3D engine, right? It has two clipping planes, so it has a back plane and a front plane, and it projects the image on this thing called the front plane. It's like a pyramid of view with the top of the pyramid cut off. The top of the pyramid is your viewport. Nothing about that simulates vision. There's a reason we play video games and we go, yeah, this is fake and not real, because we have real vision and we walk around in the world and we can see this does not look like reality.
All right, look, I found this. Let me just send this.
Well, let me ask you a question. If I use Space Engine, right, and I said we used the Space Engine video game and to do a simulation, and then I sent it into the journal Nature, do you think that they'd accept that for publication? And when I said that was a simulation, a vision simulation? No, of course not. It's a toy. It doesn't simulate anything. It simulates what you want to believe. Other than that, not much else.
Okay, I'm sending you a message. Wait.
Awesome. Is it about curvature of the Earth? Are you going to send us another picture? Awesome. Do you understand what we said regarding to the model or the math and where we should or shouldn't see the curvature from? And how these images of the curvature is not images of curvature because of camera distortion or optical distortion. One or the two would have to be verified, which no one is. You're just giving us images that you found.
Yeah, and the rectilinear lens and fisheye lens thing is actually technically wrong. Even rectilinear lenses have barrel distortion. And when you put them a regular camera that was designed at regular sea level pressure and temperature, right? So they have an operating temperature and pressure. When you take them out of that environment, they don't preserve angles anymore. This isn't my opinion. This is the opinion that people that design lenses for high altitude aerial photography, they have to design the camera different because when it's at low temperature and low pressure, you get something called Petzval curvature. Yeah, what are you showing us?
Well, the curvature.
Yeah, it's not.
Of the fish.
Okay, so we live on it. So you're a tiny earther. Fine. I don't care.
Bro,
you see,
you can literally.
No, you're a tiny earther. There's no way.
You can compare it to a 3D simulation. I don't know, some shit. And you can put these images as an overlay.
Yeah. Cool.
And it would just match if you put the radius as.
Oh, it just matches. How did you match that? Oh, it looked like it.
This one matches. This one don't. He's just going to give us the ones that do. This one doesn't match for a reason. It's a little bit off. What the fuck? How are we going to verify it? These are just images that you've found. They're not yours.
Cherry picked at that.
Yeah.
Because your frame's out of a video.
2 seconds, guys. All right, so 2 seconds, yeah. We spoke about this earlier because he wanted to know about pictures from space, and here we are almost bloody looking at it. You see where the gas is on the Earth and the Earth bit underneath the black bit, that's the vacuum bit. How do we have gas pressure on the Earth bit where all the gas is without a barrier separating the two and the gas on the Earth bit having something to press upon? If it hasn't got something to press upon, doesn't gas disperse into vacuous spaces? Loxito.
Bro, I'm trying to load this model of the Earth on.
I don't care.
I use fucking Gantt.
I want you to look at the images. I want you to look at the images that you posted us. Do you see the images that you posted us of your supposed curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
Right. Can you tell me how you have gas pressure without a container being in these images of the Earth? There is no container for the gas that we're breathing to press upon. And then tell me why that the gas that we're breathing without a barrier to separating the two isn't dispersing into the vacuum. You know, the black bit in your photo. How's that happening?
Well, the container, there should be gravity. If you were talking about that. But if you ask me and you will deny gravity, it's an useless argument. It's obvious.
Okay, but would you understand why? And then you would understand why it would be a useless argument, and then you would understand why it is not an answer or a demonstration to the claim. It's not just we deny gravity, even though there isn't a scientific experiment to deny. Even if I was to give you gravity, like, here you go, sunshine, you can have it. When we look at gas, it observably isn't affecting the gas, is it? What direction's gravity, Loxito? If I pick something up and let it go, what direction's gravity, Loxito?
To the center of the Earth.
So down relative to us, right? I'm on the floor, I pick something up, I drop it down, yeah? When I pop a balloon or uncontained gas from a container, undo a lid, what direction's the gas go?
What?
When gas is released from a container, or all the gas that surrounds you at the moment, which direction is it going?
The gas?
Yeah, gas. Oxygen, nitrogen, shit.
It's going down.
Down? What, the wind and shit? When I explode a balloon, the gas just goes down and doesn't disperse in all direction. And gas
it does, but it at the same time it goes down.
at the same time goes down. What do you mean going up and the same time going down? What do you mean left and right and outwards and still going down? What do you mean down and still going down?
It explodes, it goes everywhere, and then it just falls.
No, gas doesn't do that. Gas disperses equally and randomly in all directions, my friend. So if I was to give you gravity, it doesn't affect gas, even though you say it comes down, it doesn't. The gas doesn't get produced on the surface or within the earth, dissipate upwards and away from it, and then get homesick and come back because the thing it left behind is big. Gas goes in all directions. Gravity is just the direction down. And what is gravity? You're saying it's a force, right?
No, gravity is not a force.
What is it then?
It's a curvature of space-time.
Would you have a scientific experiment for this reification?
It's a theory.
No, it's not a scientific theory. Scientific theories come after the experiment. I'm asking you for the hypothesis. So have you got a scientific experiment that proves this theory?
What the hell?
No. Yeah, so you don't know what you're talking about, even though you think you know what you're talking about. You just said it's a scientific theory. Scientific theories come after scientific experiments are done. Then when you've gained knowledge, you can go on a base your theory about something you know.
Yeah, he's punching out of his weight class with the general relativity thing. Dude, you didn't even understand that the geometry doesn't match your imagery. What chance do you have of proving space-time like Nero?
Here in GeoGebra.
Yeah, cool. It's not a simulation of anything because it doesn't simulate the geometry. And I was trying to explain that to you when I brought up the
you literally sent a GeoGebra simulation. And now you're saying that
no, and that's not a simulation. That's a diagram in a graphics program.
Yeah.
To show you the scale, the relative scale. That's the point of it. And I'll post it again because this is a program called GeoGebra. It's a geometry program. It's not a simulation. The point of this is to show the relative scale. And then I showed you a 2-scale physical model. So you're trying to simulate vision using a computer program, but you don't know how the computer program works, right? That computer program, I can tell you right now, does not simulate vision, doesn't simulate the Earth, okay? And I'll tell you why. This thing called the view frustum, right? So you have a camera. So say I have a camera and I'm taking a picture of the Earth, right? So we have the lens, and it has some size, right? Let's say it's 8 inches in diameter. I have a giant frickin' camera. And I'm taking a picture of the Earth. When you use the computer simulation, that camera, quote unquote camera that you're using, is not the size of that camera. It's the equivalent size of, say, a camera that's maybe 400 miles to 800 miles in diameter. Now, if you had an 800-mile diameter camera and took a picture of the Earth, it would look like that. See, but you don't understand how computer programs render images. Most people don't. How the 3D engine actually works, right? It draws pixels onto a frame that they show on your screen. But those pixels represent some freaking area out there in the image. It has a resolution well beyond, a theoretical resolution that's well beyond what you can take with a camera. Meaning, the scale, relative scale of the camera versus the Earth that you're taking a picture of is not equivalent.
Bro, who's saying
like
you
taking
can
a picture of the Earth with a gigantic camera.
Hey, Locke, mute your mic when you're not talking. We're getting background noise from you, man.
What?
So the point of all this, anyway, is that it's not just us. Neil deGrasse Tyson says it. Paul Larson, another planetarium director, says it. The geometry says it. Physical scale models say it. That the international China apparently says it too. International Space Station, nor a hot air balloon, nor a weather balloon, nor an airplane, nor the top of your house, nor the top of a hill, nor the top of a tree are high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, according to the globe geometry. It's not just we're saying, oh, you don't see curvature. Listen, we're not saying, oh, you won't see curvature if you go up there with some camera. Yeah, you will, but you're not supposed to. That curve you're seeing is not Earth curve. Because if that was Earth curve, you'd have to conclude that the Earth is smaller than what they say it is. And then if the Earth is smaller, then the orbits are wrong, and the distances are wrong, and the distance of stars and tides and planets are wrong.
Did you even see the image I sent right now?
Yeah, he did. We all did. I even pointed it out for you to have a slightly different discussion about.
Yeah, why don't you...
What the fuck?
What's your point?
That you can see the curvature from the ISS altitude.
Oh my God. We're trying to tell you the globe model, the math dictates where you should and shouldn't see the curve. The areas and altitude that you keep giving us from, you should not see the curve from there. That's what the math says. Prostrate yourself in the front of math for this one. Right? The math
Dude,
isn't
you're not
going
seeing it from outside. Listen, do you think because you took this orthographic view, that's what you'd see? No, you're at that point. That intersection point. That's where the camera is.
Don't you get?
It's nowhere near high enough. It's only like 3% of the surface of the Earth.
That's right, he's muted himself now, so he's not going to interrupt. Obviously, he's going to be thinking about what we've just said and come back with something coherent and on point and not besides the point. And yeah. How long? 15 minutes? This is what the math says.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Mayhem? How you doing, buddy?
Not the much. You guys got a couple of Glovers in here?
Got a few. We're speaking to Loxito. He's now muted himself. There was someone called Makaru was around, but they've disappeared. That's about it for now, mate. I think. Loxito gave us images from a hot air balloon and said, ta-da, curvature of the Earth. India has been going on for the last 15 minutes, basically saying that no, that's not what the math dictates. You shouldn't see it from anywhere lower than the International Space Station, blah, 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 a few quotes, this, that, and the other. Still is kind of denying the point, and then has just referenced the images that he thinks in some way that we haven't looked at because we're just going to hand wave dismiss the evidence that he's going to give us, even though we're talking about it. Usual shit. See, Creation's jumped in as well. What's up, Creation?
Hey, what's up?
What's up? What's up?
Just in the chat in the lobby, trying to teach people how high you need to go to see curve. The usual.
That's literally what we're talking about with Loxito at the moment. How high you actually have to go before you see the curvature of the Earth. He thinks hot air balloon. Or high altitude helium or hydrogen balloon, to be more precise.
Wow. They need to make up their mind.
Would be helpful. It's interesting though, right? They come in here, say they, do apologise. People come in here and they say, make their claim. Here's the curvature of the Earth. We explain to them, no it isn't. We point out that it isn't just our thoughts and feelings, this is what the math says, and then they still say, this is the curvature of the Earth. They still deny it. They still they still argue the point that evidence is valid, even though we've told them it's not valid, it can't be valid, here's the reason why it can't be valid. Still going to give it. See, Donkey's in the chat as well. Hello, Donkey, if you're out there, buddy. Good to see you. Or hear you.
What's up?
What's up? What's up? How you doing, man? You good?
I'm good. Just chilling.
Did you hear the conversation that we just had with Loxito? Did you hear that?
Yeah, so Alha's made it clear for me. He made it like more clear. Like he's seeing like that small aspect. It makes it look like it's a curve, but you zoom it out. You can scroll up to what Alha said. So give me a minute.
It's interesting. It's interesting when you observe the conversation that's going on, right? Sorry, it's interesting when you observe the conversation that's going on. Man doesn't get it for some reason.
Okay, so Alha said the curve he claimed he's seeing when you complete the circle sphere creates a tiny Earth.
Mm-hmm. Imagine if you were to turn around and see that curve again. Like 180 degrees.
There was a guy named...
Oh, hello.
There was a guy named Hinberg last night that I unbanned so that he can come in here. Donkey was telling us that there... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
He's still banned.
He's still banned?
Yeah.
No, he's not. I unbanned him last night. He's not banned. He's just telling you that so he doesn't have to be responsible for coming in here. He had a video last night that he put on TikTok explaining how you can have gas pressure without a container. Donkey, can you put that video in the live stream voice text for everyone?
You mean the one with the bottle and the sink, or which one is it?
The one last night that you posted to us that he made.
Okay, yeah.
Remember the thing that you gave us?
I actually was waiting for him to come in. We had the live stream queued up and everything. We were all good to go, but he never did. He never showed up, and he made excuses last night. He said, "You guys
really?
don't unban me. You guys will just mute me." And all that. I was like, "Dude, we want to hear what you have to say about the gas pressure without a container argument." And he made a video on it. So if Donkey can post it,
that's a video.
They've been whining about
check that video out.
How they quit, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
Hey, by the way, we're also going to be doing a little bit of like video chats next week. I was talking to Helio last night. He wants to do something, get on cam. So we're going to get some more. If you guys are interested to get on cam, we're going to try to do it on the live stream too. We're going to see if we can turn on the cam perms so people can jump on the camera, and I'm going to put those camera images on my background of my stream. So you're welcome to get on there if you want to jump on there. I'll put your name to it and everything, so it looks legit.
Awesome, Miggy. What the fuck have I just watched? It's basically some bloke with a bottle. He undoes the bottle and whatever's inside the bottle explodes. Why is that gas pressure without a container? Does anyone want to explain to me?
I you know what? I haven't even watched the video, but he was Donkey was here saying that the guy was banned from this chat because we would just mute and ban him, or what they always cry. And he said that his explanation of gas pressure without a container, I guess.
Oh, hold on. Oh, sorry, Miggy, to interrupt.
Fuck?
Yeah, 2 seconds. So Donkey's just written. The question was, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container in a physical container? Why have you added 3 words onto the question? In physical container. Should be 4. In a.
No, my bad. I wrote it wrong. I meant physical and physical reality. My bad.
In physical reality. Yeah, that makes much more sense.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, you did post that as well.
So what did bro think he was proving here?
He doesn't understand.
Just imagine without the bottle.
Man shakes up bottle. Releases bottle. It explodes everywhere. Gas pressure without a container. How did the pressure build up in the first place? Oh, for fuck's sake! Bloody
Yeah,
hell.
you didn't even know how badly I wanted that guy to come in last night.
Oh god, yeah. Me as well now.
This is what you really want to do, but bro, you blew it. You blew it.
He had the opportunity last night, and he still does. But he's still telling Donkey that he's banned from here, and I literally unbanned him. Like, I saw his name, I hit revoke ban, and his name was cleared off.
Oh my God! Stop fucking lying.
Exactly.
Oh, he showed me a screenshot that he's still banned. I don't know what language is it, but it shows that it doesn't show the invite. It shows like in red words, and then there's like a little background of gray.
Maybe that's something the admin has to do. The admin has to probably do something. I don't know. Like, because I've done it on my end. I've unbanned him. I revoked his ban, and like, he should be able to come in here. He has a little cat avatar, I think, like a cartoon cat avatar.
The Pikachu.
I don't know if Indio's still around and has got the time or can be even bothered to look into it.
Yeah, but his name is like Hindenburg or something.
I might stay hidden if that was my demonstration of gas pressure without a container. It's fucking stupid. So there you go, Donkey. More examples of people who think the Earth is a ball and can demonstrate any one of the three physical claims: ball, spin, the gas pressure bit, and don't. Clearly misunderstand what the hell we're even asking or what they're trying to demonstrate.
Yeah, Ziggy Spaz came in the chat last night also and was asking him about surface curvature, or any evidence that the globe exists, and he denied to even respond. There was really nothing he has to, because I was talking about the last time he was saying that all we got to do is look at the shadows of the moon, and the curved shadow on the moon just immediately tells you that that you're dealing with a globe. Because how else can you have that curved shadow on the moon? That's his question.
How else? Probably a few ways. You might have to let go of the ideas of what those things actually are, and definitely what you thought was causing the shadow in the first place. But other things, yeah, but definitely not the first thing. Is that Ziggy Spaz? Did you say? Yeah, it's a great name.
Yeah, Ziggy Spaz. Yeah, I know. I told him it fits. That Loxy character just muted himself, didn't he? He hasn't come back.
Yeah, No. I was just about to ask where Loxito had gone to. Definitely shut up. Loxito, are you still with us? Are you still there? Can you reach the unmute yourself button?
He probably can't be bothered. He's playing Minecraft or Fortnite.
Probably can't reach up underneath all of that weight of globe evidence. Right?
Alright, I'm alive.
Oh, you're back. So that isn't the curvature of the Earth that we even should be looking for, right? Hot air balloons and shit. Do you get that now?
I just made the model here in GeoGebra. Yeah, shows curvature, so yeah, it should be a curvature.
What model? What are you talking about? What, are you modeling the Earth in a program?
Yes.
What's the name of the program again?
It's a 2D model. It's called GeoGebra. You can make geometrical shapes there and stuff.
But you conceptualize them, right? Like, you're the one that actually puts the math or whatever to these.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, but like how? Okay, fine. But how is that a representation of the Earth? Like, because you don't know what the Earth looks like. You're just you're imagining.
Well, they say that the horizon shouldn't be that curved at a certain altitude, and showed a GeoGebra model, but yeah, it basically just shows curvature as it should be.
Well, I know, but I'm saying, like you're saying, it shows curvature as it should be. From what altitude? Like, what's the height that you're starting to see curvature?
For example, I think you can start seeing curvature at like 20 kilometers. I think it starts being noticeable.
20 kilometers up, you can start seeing curvature.
Yeah, but little, not too much.
Okay. So who on Earth can see curvature like that? You can safely say these people can. Like, if you climb a mountain, can you see curvature?
No.
Like any mountain. How about an airplane?
You're not high enough. An airplane, it can. Yeah, I think you can.
You can.
You can use an infrared camera. I've seen people use infrared cameras, and it shows a good amount of curvature from up there.
Stop the cap.
Not too much, but
Yeah, stop lying, man. Stop lying.
Bro, I'm not lying.
Well, you're saying that people have seen curvature. Like, what people are these? Like, are you gonna point them out to us? Is there videos that?
No, you see, have you seen images of that?
You got any of infrared cameras that are showing curvature?
All right, let me search.
Yeah, go ahead, search. Please, yeah, put that information in the live sticks.
Specifically and only from an airplane.
And infrared.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we'll see your infrared images from a airplane.
I think that's difficult. What he's talking about. Isn't that the opposite of presenting?
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
What I mean by see, poker term, right? I match that. I've got something up my sleeve. Aeroplane, infrared camera. You want to see curvature of the Earth or not see curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, but obviously
Sorry, Mix. I don't understand why he's saying, from 20 miles up, and now he's saying, but in an aeroplane as well, which isn't 20 miles up.
Well, that's interesting. That's kind of why I wanted to talk about like his infrared images. And now I'm thinking, well, infrared, you can't see the light that you could see, so it changes the way people can actually view. It reduces the amount of refraction through the air, the distortion. So taking that off, it's making it worse. So how can an infrared camera capture curvature? I don't know. Like, he's brought it up, so I'm just wanting him to present it. Because I think that's like, I don't know. It's a bit more difficult to do if you know what I mean? It's probably easier if you're trying to say you saw it just straight out. But if you're using infrared, you just added more difficulty to your task.
I still don't even know why we're looking for horizontal curve, to be honest with you.
If the man has the information, I think you should just come forth with it. Because
just don't give me horizontal curve outside of an airplane window. Just don't even bother. What's the point, right? Just go over to the other side of the airplane and see the curves of the Earth. Go and join the pilot up in the cockpit and go and see the curve of the Earth. But if you join them all up, you've got a wavy line. You don't have a ball.
these guys don't really think it through. They just come in here half-cocked and start saying things. It's fine. I'm just a little pro tip
find the infrared. Can't find the infrared one, but yeah, I got this.
I know that you're not going to find the infrared one, Loxy. So when you said that, I already knew you were dead in the water. But you go ahead. That means that you don't have any ability to produce such information. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist anywhere. But like, there's other images that are using the camera with barrel distortion that will show you a little bit of curvature on their images. We all know this, but like, I don't know. Do you have an image to post?
I post one on the live stream by text right now.
All right. Yeah,
this looks really flat to me. I don't know what you're supposed to do.
There's a line there.
Did he draw a line? Is that what happened?
I don't know, but he's just showing a little bit of curvature. Because the only reason why you can have curvature on a straight line is because that straight line isn't actually straight, it's curved. There's no other reason. There's no other reason when. Hold on. The only reason, according to you, that we can have a straight line, the horizon curved, is if it is actually physically curved. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the atmosphere that we're looking at through whatever distance, and most definitely hasn't got anything to do with the optic that we're using, and then hasn't got anything to do with the angle we are towards that horizon, up, down, or horizontal to it. So the only reason that you're saying that the horizon can be curved because it's now physical, according to you, is because it's actually physically curved. Do you understand that you're just going to dismiss all of the other reasons in favour of that horizon is physical and curved? It's two claims you're making: physical horizon, actual Earth curve, and that it is a horizon that isn't horizontal, it's curved.
Yeah. It shows.
What's the horizon, mate? What is the horizon? Is it Earth curvature, physical Earth curvature?
The horizon is just basically the line where the farthest you can see, basically.
Oh, it's now as far as we can see. I thought it was as far as we can see across the curvature of the Earth, because the horizon's actually curved, because the Earth underneath the sky is actually curved. I thought that was the claim.
Yeah,
what you saying? It's physical, isn't it?
Isn't that not the claim? Isn't that not the claim?
I'm trying to figure out if he's still saying that the horizon we see is physical, Miggy.
Yeah, is it physical, Loxy, like the way Jedi was telling you right now? Like it is. Yeah, so it is the curvature of the Earth, and then you can't see beyond that because the Earth is in the way now. That's why you can only see that far. So you agree? That's what it is. It's physical.
Yes.
Okay. So have you seen the image he must have done, right, of what we call the Black Swan? It's an image of two oil rigs and the horizon beyond the two oil rigs, demonstrating that the horizon's not where geometrically where the math dictates it should be if it was physical. It's optical, as far as you can see.
Can you send the image?
I'll tell you what, we can post it. Somebody post it in the live stream voice text for me, please. Really
somebody posted for Jedi, but also when you guys post it, and Jedi is gonna go through it with you, Loxy, so you can see why that can't be what you just posted. He'll go over it with a little bit of math so you can understand. Okay, it's pretty simple. It's not complicated at all. So just give him a little bit, okay?
Are you in live stream voice text? Loxito.
Yes.
Do you see the image of the two oil rigs that I just posted, or that Creation Bears just posted?
Yes, I've seen that image.
You know that we agree that the Earth has got a definite size, right? They tell us how big it is, yeah?
You need to take into account refraction too.
Ah, so you have seen this image, so you do know what we're just about to talk about, right? And then you must understand that if you say refraction, then we've never seen the curvature of the Earth, and it was never physical in the first place for anything to hide behind. You haven't got any measurement of the radius of the Earth. It completely removes all of your math as soon as you say refraction.
Gotcha, bitch!
I mean, we can start there if you already know.
Yeah, do you already know, Loxy? Be honest. If you know this image, he won't go over it with you because you already know what it's about.
I know it.
Okay.
Cool. So then you will understand that removes the physical horizon that you've been trying to give us. A horizon's not physical then. So whatever it is, it's optical, right? The horizon not being physical, an optical phenomenon that you see through what? Your eyes and optics. And it is as far away as you can see, on depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day then. So why give us images from hot air? But it depends on what?
On the atmosphere, as you say. As the weather.
Well, being as all of the images that you've given us have been from hot air balloons, they're definitely in the atmosphere. So you're still going to be looking through the atmosphere then? At a greater distance, at a different angle.
Well, you can get an approximate curvature there.
So it is now. You're just going to throw away the atmosphere and the optics and the angle you're looking at with the optic. Right? You're going to throw all that away and say now it's the physical curvature of the Earth, and make a declaration about it. Wasn't down there, but it is up here, even though nothing's changed apart from my belief about it.
In the platform Habitat and the platform Hill House, the restriction it should be quite severe. I mean,
you understand that this is a still shot. Hold on. You understand that this is a still shot taken from a video, and when you watch the video, you'll see the common thing that we call atmospheric distortion, because the atmosphere is obviously in the way, and you can see these oil rigs being distorted by the atmosphere because the atmosphere is in the way. The oil rigs are there, and it's just being distorted through the atmosphere. But the argument's not about the oil rigs, it's about where the horizon appears to be, and understanding it's obviously optical and not physical. Because if it was physical, 1.2 miles away.
Yeah, we could say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Physical should be like 1.22 miles, and the optical, it's because of refraction, basically.
Yeah, but you're talking about something that is not happening. So did you understand what Jedi said? Because your claim was in the very beginning, if you're agreeing with him now, that debunks your first premise, that the Earth is curving away from you at the horizon. And we asked you to verify that if the Earth is curving away from you at the horizon, that means the horizon is a limitation of your view because the Earth is curving. But now with the Black Swan, you're agreeing that you should only see at 1.22 miles away at a 1 foot observer height, but that's not where the horizon is. It's not at 1.22 miles away. Do you understand?
That's
where you're going wrong. You're agreeing with him at the same time you're debunking yourself, because it can't be the physical curve.
I mean, your horizon there should be where the platform habitat is. I'll leave you thought on that.
No.
Yes,
according to the globe Earth model, the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, being as the observer at this instance is 1 foot, the square root of 1 is 1 because we've kept the math simple for you. So 1 times 1.225 is what? So question, what is it? 1 times 1.225. What's that then?
That should be... Bro, who the fuck's putting that music?
Sorry, Nicky. Don't get distracted by the pretty music. Answer the question. What's 1 times 1.225?
The geometric horizon. Oh, okay. This is getting really confusing, really.
How's this getting confusing? 1 times 1.225. I'll tell you what, I'll take the 0.225 out of it for you. We'll add it in a little bit later. What's 1 times 1?
Well, 1.
Good! And we'll add the 0.225 in later because 1 times...
Why are you asking this?
Because that's where the physical geometric horizon should be. According to the math of the ball. Right? I thought we agreed upon that. Even though you don't quite understand it. But that's okay, we'll tell you what it is. According to the math of the ball that they give us, that's where the physical horizon should be, but it's not, it's beyond the oil rigs. Don't say, it should be there. Without understanding what the math dictates. Wig, please.
Hello.
Yeah, you guys are scalping him at this point, man. You're taking his scalp. All right, somebody saying hello. Just hang on a second. Whoever said hello, if you want to come in, I would definitely want to talk to you. Sure. Or is it one of our team members? I don't know. Can't see.
Yeah, it's Sunny.
Oh, Sunny. Okay. Yeah, we're working with Loxy right now in the Black Swan image. So, Jedi's got point.
Nice.
So, do you understand then that You can't give us pictures from hot air balloons and say that's the Earth curve when the first thing you do when you see the Black Swan is maybe not understand it as much as you thought you did, but say refraction. Understanding that it's not physical, then it has to be optical. You can't then just declare the images that you give us are then physical.
Well, refraction lowers with altitude, so yeah.
Oh, does it now? We're still going to be using cameras. I said, all does it now, and then I'm still going to be pointing out that we're going to be using optics, and we're going to be pointing them at angles towards the optical phenomena of the horizon, which you're going to now say is physical. Because it has to be, because you can only be on the ball, because straight lines can only be bent if they're actually bent in the first place.
And you need something to refract. The thing that you're saying is refracted isn't there to begin with. So you need to prove that it's actually there before claiming that that thing is refracted.
Loxy, waiting on your response. Come on, man. You had it before. The Earth curvature is visible. So now we're trying for you to demonstrate that it actually is there. Measured. It has to be measured.
At that altitude, the horizon should be at 15 kilometers in the platform habitat image and the platform hill house.
15 kilometers?
Yeah, 15 kilometers, because that's where
how do you figure your math? How did you figure that math out if he gave you the math to figure it out? The Earth curvature should be figured out with 8 inches per mile squared. So, and if you're working the math out from 1 foot observer height, right? The math then would dictate that it would have to be at 1.22 miles away.
Yes, that's
the physical Earth curvature.
Horizon. That's a geometric horizon. At that altitude.
But what else do you have? The geometric horizon is physical, man. According to you, it's something that can be seen. So it's physical, right? Hello?
Yeah.
Loxy. Okay, so if it's physical, then what we're doing is we're measuring to where the physical Earth curve is from a 1 foot observer height. And if you're saying that it's true that there is physical Earth curvature, then it should be demonstrated right at 1.22 miles away, not 50 kilometers, bro. Where are you coming up with this math?
Bro,
are you trying to figure it out and you're getting 50 kilometers?
No, it's just where the horizon is. If the platform habitat it's 15.1 kilometers away from you, and the horizon is a little farther, then you should speculate that it's like at that distance.
Oh yeah, of course. But do you understand what that means for the globe? If that's the case.
But I mean
what does that mean?
Refraction lowers with altitude. So
no, we're not worried about that. We're talking about the actual physical. So, bro, you're not getting this.
Okay. I'm getting that the physical horizon it's at basically 1 kilometer. No, I mean 1 mile. 1.22 miles. That's
where
horizon.
It should be.
Yeah.
No.
Miggy, your robot.
And we lost him.
So, Luxado, what are you saying, that the lower you go, the more refraction there is? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically. But
so that means the lower you go, the farther you can see?
No.
Yeah, exactly, no.
It's literally other ways.
Yeah, I know it's the other ways. But if there's more refraction when you go down and then the horizon appears farther if you're lower, then that means you can see farther when you're lower.
Well, it isn't that drastically changed, but no, you literally are looking. I mean, you are seeing more of the horizon when going up, regardless of the refraction level.
You still think the horizon's physical Earth curvature, though, don't you? We just can't see it because the gas is in the way, the air that we're breathing is in the way, right? We're just going to completely forget about optics that are used, and you'll declare that, that's not the curvature of the Earth in the obvious GoPro lens. But it's still physical Earth curvature in your mind, isn't it? Even though that's not what we observe the water of the Earth to do. We don't observe the water. And I say water specifically because that doesn't curve on the surface, right? That's stupid to assume that it does. We don't observe that water to be curving. That horizon's not curving.
I want him to explain how he's figuring those maths out. Like in his horizon, he's saying. I think it's almost like we're talking past what he's saying, because he's saying, yeah, the geometric horizon should be there. He's agreeing on that point, but he doesn't understand that is the physical limitation of what your view can see on a curving Earth.
Yeah,
it's not is that a different horizon than the one you're thinking of?
Okay, wait. Let me start to see horizon meaning, because this is getting confused.
Well, it's a horizon meaning. It's a derivation of horizontal. Horizontal is like a straight line, like even from end to end, not either end
The
higher.
horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Yeah, but the word horizon comes from the word horizontal, which is a straight line, not a curved one. However it appears, that's how it appears. That's why we call it in association with how it appears.
Right, so
and that would be considered.
Well, let me ask you a question real quick.
Yeah.
The horizon, where the sky appears to meet the ground in the Black Swan, is that in front of or behind those oil rigs?
It's basically where the image that created on Beer said it's the horizon should be A.
Yeah, where does it appear in the oil rigs? Behind the oil rig or in front of the oil rig?
Behind.
Okay, so the oil rig is 9 miles away.
Yes.
Okay, so horizon's at least 10. So that's 10 times farther than what it's supposed to be, at least.
Yes. But
yeah, you said it a little. Due to refraction. Okay.
Due to refraction,
why do you say that?
It's what we're seeing. That's it.
Why do you say that?
The geometry horizons, it's not taking the atmosphere into account. It's just the geometric horizon.
So it isn't.
Is that the geometric horizon that we're looking at? In the image?
No, that's not.
See, told you. It's a different horizon. He's talking like he's. I knew it.
So how do we know from this image where the
Basically, that's
geometric horizon is?
Well, when it's cold, basically there's less mirage, so you can see.
Well, I don't see any mirroring in this image, but whatever. No mirroring in it.
When it's cold, you can basically see what's the geometrical.
Oh, we can see the geometrical horizon when it's cold.
Yeah, when it's cold, we can see less. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's
hold on.
We see less because it's getting.
I get you. So, for example, if the atmosphere was not full of moisture and it was cold, yeah. So somewhere like Antarctica, that's like a desert. There's not a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and it's fucking cold. Are you saying that that's the place where we can see the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, when it's cold, you should basically see the geometric horizon. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Do
you want to tell him, or should I?
I mean, you can if you want to, India. I know. I think it's a good time for you.
So they have it's called the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide, and it says in it that you can see mountains 300 miles away. It's a publication by the U.S. Geospatial Agency. So it's a guide on how to sail in the Southern Ocean, right? And it's a warning, basically. Hey, something that's very far away may seem a lot closer because people aren't used to seeing that far. So you can actually see farther in the cold.
which is a huge
Yeah,
problem.
it's the opposite. Yeah, it's the opposite of what you're saying. You're saying you can see less in the cold, and it's the opposite. You could see more when it's cold. Do you understand that? You did it opposite. When it's hot outside, you can barely see, miles away. Versus when it's cold outside, you can see a lot farther. So it was opposite of what you just said.
Yeah. As soon as you start taking moisture out of the atmosphere, you're fucked, because that's the thing that you need to start bending the light so you can see further. As soon as you start saying it's cold, right? As soon as you start talking about these environments, yeah, problem.
Listen, man, you're young and you probably don't know that. So, that's why we're telling you. You can look it up too. It's not that we're just telling you something just to say it. Go look it up.
You do understand, Loxito, right? To have the type of refraction you would need to see further, like India was pointing out earlier, you need stuff in the atmosphere to do that, right? You need something to bend that light. I like it when he just disappears.
Yeah, when he doesn't answer,
he's got to read his DMs.
Yeah, he's reading DMs or he's Googling, one of the two. Yeah.
I will search you for that image.
So I'm going to read this to you. It's from the Southern Ocean Publication 200, Planning Guide, Sailing Directions en Route, Antarctica, Southern Ocean, 2005, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Says there's almost no dust or solid particles in the Antarctic air, and the prevailing winds blowing up the continent have little moisture. Consequently, the visibility is usually very good and often exceptional. A fact, if not appreciated, may lead the observer into serious error when judging distances. An object which may be thought to be 5 miles distant could well be 30 miles, and mountains have been sighted at 300 miles. Now, the significance of this is, obviously you can see farther, but to see a mountain from a boat 300 miles away, that mountain would have to be over 9 miles tall. And Mount Everest is 5.25 miles tall. So how is that possible?
Whoopsie. Also, Indio, do you have like a source that can be like cited on that, like what you just read, so that he can read it?
Yeah, I posted it in live stream.
Oh, yeah. So there you go, Loxy. You can look it up for yourself. It's not just us saying this. It's the people who think the Earth is a ball. They're saying this too.
Yeah, because they don't realize what they're saying.
Roxito, why have you posted the image of the Black Swan on different days where the horizon appears to be in different locations? Why have you done that? Have you just then further demonstrated the claim that the horizon is optical and moves around depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day? Is that what you're doing?
So you have chosen death.
It just depends on the conditions.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It just depends on the atmospheric conditions of the day, so therefore the horizon is and never has been physical. For boats to hide behind?
Earth, the sun that's that over?
It's an optical location, and things appear to descend beyond it, so we can't see it anymore. It's the limitation of our view. Optical. You see it with your eyes. I can't actually go there. Yeah? No? Maybe so? Questions, comments, concerns? You understand that when we presented this to you, you understood it anyway. You said refraction. Then you must understand that we've never seen the physical horizon, and therefore, according to anecdotal stories from history where they measured it because they said it was physical, they couldn't have done so because it's not physical. So there's never been any measurement of the radius of the Earth. How could there be? We don't see the curve.
Do you know that second image you posted is still a black swan, Luxy? Because you still need the Earth curvature at 1.22 miles away, and it's still showing one of those platforms at 6 miles away, even though you can see half of the other one.
He gets it. I want him to understand this as well. So I'm not being rude, mate, but I want him to get him to understand what he said, because he gave us images earlier of Earth curve. I want him to understand that when he says refraction, that removes everything that they say about their model, because it's not been physically measured to be true. How could it be? Because that's not physical. That horizon he's been talking about. Do you get this? Because we've been talking about things and kind of talking about them for a while and maybe not getting to any conclusions, but this one I want to reach a conclusion with so you understand it. Are you going to fight it, or are you going to understand it?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but yeah.
But yeah, what? But yeah, I can see that that's the death of anecdotal stories from history regarding the measurement of the ball. There is no physical measurement of the curvature of the Earth. All images that I would give you come from a place that I can't verify, can't exist because of gas pressure without a container, and people's misunderstanding of where they should or shouldn't see the physical curvature of the Earth, even though it's not physical, i.e. balloons and aeroplanes. No ball then.
So you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Still want to fight
So you see the oil rig image I just posted in there? Do you think there's refraction in this image?
Yes.
Where? Can you point to me where in the image the refraction is?
Bro, are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. If it's so obvious, you should just be able to say it.
Bro, I can literally point at the refraction, but yeah.
Yeah, where? What feature? What feature in the image? What part of the image? Is it the crane? Is it the tower? Is it the feet? Is it the lights? Like, what part of it?
Is it the entire image?
The image I just posted.
Yes.
All right.
The 10.10 mile image.
See, this is where we have to again remind you that when you point at things like this oil rig that's in front of the person with the camera, that's not an oil rig then. Everything's an illusion to you, because everything beyond a certain distance, the physical Earth curve, is an illusion because refraction's happening. This is obviously right in front of you.
Yeah, you see how the lights are reflecting off the water? That water is supposed to be on the other side of the curve. How is it reflecting off the water and hitting the camera?
Because you can literally see the oil rigs, both of them.
Yeah, I know.
And the horizon is behind.
Let me walk you through this, right? The oil rigs are supposed to be on the other side of a hump of water. You said refraction picks them up. So now we can see the rigs, the horizon's extended, all that shit.
Yeah.
But now you're seeing reflections of light off the oil rigs hit the surface of the water that's supposed to be tilted away from you, and then reflecting over the curve into your eye.
Again, what's with it?
So
yeah, it makes perfect sense.
So why do we see the oil rigs? So it's kind of really easy for us to sit here or imagine ourselves at the beach or whatever, taking this image and pointing at the oil rigs and saying, look, everybody, there are some oil rigs. When you go down to the beach or you were with us, you wouldn't believe that those were actual oil rigs that we were pointing at. Because the curve of the Earth, even though you can't see it, will be in the way. And refraction, according to you, is making everything look flat. And making holograms and projecting images up of physical things, the oil rigs in this case. So those aren't actually oil rigs that we're pointing at, according to you, right? Are those oil rigs or not?
Yeah.
You realize that light's on the surface. It's on the surface. That's what it's reflecting off the surface. that surface is supposed to be tilted away, right? So
But
think about you have a hill.
Why should it be tilted? Why?
Because the Earth curve.
Yeah, but it's not like 5 degrees. No.
Doesn't
The
matter
Earth literally
because the angle.
curves
Listen,
1 degree every 100 kilometers.
that's fine, but the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection, and that angle of incidence, that angle of reflection, can't possibly be the camera. If you have a hill, right? Say I have a hill, and on the other side of the hill, I shine a laser. Like it's a hill made of mirror. It's a mirrored hill. And on the other side of the hill, that you're from where you are, I shine a laser. The light is going to reflect off that into some direction. Nowhere can that direction be to your eye. It's impossible. We know because there's the law of reflection.
Bro, I'm asking why should the reflections not be seen?
Because the angle is.
What did I just explain to you?
Yeah, I get it should be tilted and some shit. Yeah, I get it, but yeah.
No, you don't. You don't. If you said some shit, or you would turn around and say the light is not being reflected off of an angle that's coming directly towards my eye. Right?
Bro, because
if you had a mirror that's
why should
if you had a mirror that's well, let me ask you, Axel. If you had a mirror that's tilted away from you, so that you cannot see the surface at all, no matter how small that tilt was, can that mirror reflect light to your eye?
But in first place, is a mirror visible?
What?
Is it or not?
You're shining the laser at it, so you're seeing the mirror, but
because
you can't see yourself.
if you see the mirror, it's because it can reflect light. It can.
Yeah, no, the mirror is not visible. You can't see the surface of the mirror.
Then you can. If you can't see the mirror, then it can reflect light. That's it.
So if you can't see the mirror,
it's a matter of reflecting light back into your eyes.
Yeah, I get it.
You can reflect light, no shit. That's not the question here.
Yeah, we're talking about angles. So if you have a curved surface and it's like a mirror, that angle that curved mirror is making is not gonna, the light when it hits that curved mirror, it's not gonna hit your eye.
Because
Think about
it's
it. It's a curved
physically angled away from you.
Yes.
Never mind what you see. It's physically tilted away from you. And we know that whatever angle the light hits it, it bounces off at the same angle. It's the only way it can be a reflection.
You getting it now? Loxy?
Bro.
No.
Yeah, because you're trying to preserve the globe in your head and come up with some concocted idea, but it's impossible. Because once you bring reflection into it, it's a wrap, dude. We also have a laser that's 20 miles away, and you can say refraction bent the laser over the curve, but guess what? You can also see the reflection of the laser. And the only way that could happen is if the light hit the other side of the water, right, on the other side of the curve from where the laser was, bounced off the water, and then hit your eye. Because it can't bounce off the water on the other side of the curve, on the laser side. You got the observer side of the hill of water and the laser side of the hill of water. It can't bounce off the laser side of the hill and reflect to your eye. It has to bounce off your side of the hill to reflect to your eye. Well, how would it do that? It's not possible.
Problems.
Loxy, you getting this? We need confirmation.
I think reflections prove more than anything else. I mean, look at the Bolivian salt flats. There's a perfectly symmetrical reflection that's supposed to be a big curved freaking mirror ball.
Wait for it. It's not big enough. Ooh.
You think the penny's gonna drop, Jedi? I doubt it, bro. Like that on this guy.
Drop an anvil on this motherfucker's head and it's not going to do any damage, is it?
You got, like, on just what Indio posted, you have to understand a curved mirror will not be able to see the light reflected the way it does at that angle. The light won't reach your eye. You could actually test this out. Get something that's really shiny, like a chrome ball, shine a light onto it from an angle and see if it actually hits your eyeball. It will not. It's the same idea. You're looking over something, you're standing on a curved surface. The angle that light's taking will not hit your eyeball.
Oh, and here's where it gets even funnier. Did you know that if you have a convex mirror, depending on the distance you are from it, the image will invert or appear right side up, depending on how close you are. So if you're like within the focal length, it'll I think it'll be upright, but if you go too far away, it'll flip in reverse.
Oh, sorry. Obviously, it's Loxito's kind of time to mute himself.
He's probably trying to get coached by his DMs, but there ain't nothing that's gonna save you, honestly.
Show me the curve.
Going into a soft reset.
Crit thinks he's gonna respawn.
Yeah, a soft respawn. He'll come back like, but space, but photos and stuff.
He was respawning. He was respawning earlier. As soon as we were taking pictures of the curvature of the Earth away, he kept giving us pictures of the Earth curve.
Look, Loxy, we don't want to see no more images that you're gonna post because they're only gonna be defeating your point. So don't be looking on the internet for another image to show us, because we already got you lock, stock, and barrel on these points.
He can try to show us an image, like the planet, but like we can just refute it.
Well, he's already been refuted, like with all these images he's been posting, and he doesn't know how to back them up. So obviously, the man started. What would he call that? What was that program that he was using, guys?
Oh, I think Space Engine, or no, I don't know. GeoGebra he was using.
GeoGebra, yeah. So, yeah, he's really thinking.
He was just misinterpreting his own diagram. Like he was like, "Oh yeah, there's an arc between where the ISS horizon would be, so they'd see a curve." No, you're not looking at it externally. You are at the ISS, right? That's where your viewpoint is, and you don't see enough of the ball to see a curve. Got to be farther away. I mean, you could like test all this stuff. Just go get a ball, dude. Put your face right up to it.
Oh my!
But Bearded Dora, the main thing about these space images, right, reporting me from space, they debunk the globe. That's the problem, is that they debunk the globe. That their model of Earth radius 3,959 miles. They debunk that.
So what is he, returning to base?
Yeah, this level was too hard for him, so he ran out of lives here, so he's going to respawn at his last safe checkpoint. I'll be back later.
Yeah, he's punching above his weight class for sure.
Okay, so I'm going to post an image. This is supposed to be the International Space Station. Now, the International Space Station scales to 2.5 inches above a ball that's 6 feet in diameter. Now think about what that would look like if you took your eye and stuck it 2.5 inches above a ball that's 6 feet in diameter, and compare it to this image. Would not look like anything like this. Like I said, images from space debunk the globe, man.
What are those dots in the background? Is it stars?
No, it's probably something on your screen. You can't see stars from space, man, only from Earth.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Why would you go to space to see stars? What's wrong with you, man?
I don't know. What's
Yeah, dude. That's the funniest thing. Like they talk about space and they're like, "Yeah, I can't see the stars. I never took a picture of the stars. What stars? Like, isn't that the point of going to space to see the stars?"
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
And pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Little polka dots.
Hey, man said polka dots. What an idiot. Get that guy in here. Is he an astronaut? Yeah, we'll debunk him too. We'll debunk the astronaut. But I went to space. Really? Bullshit.
You can see planets.
Freaking liar.
You can see moons.
Well, we have a VC verified that's muted.
Oh, Loxy ran.
Yeah, he was waiting for the distraction.
Another wig snatched in between the wig snatchings. So I finally reconnected. Hello, far and wide across the plains, comrades, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, how's everybody's day going?
Good, Sonny. How are you?
Yeah, I'm right at the ocean side. I've been here since night before last. So I'm up in the morning making a fire, having my coffee, and about to go get some water from a stream. And I tested it. As long as I just boil it, it's the best tasting water ever. It tastes just as good as my water I distill from home. So I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah, don't drink the salt water.
No, you can cook with it to some extent. But anyway,
hey,
so,
I was going to unmute this guy.
Anyway, okay, go ahead. I'll show.
Yeah, because he's. I don't. Does anybody know why this Greg dude's muted?
Oh, that's Gregory's like backup or computer or something like that.
Okay.
But listen, if anybody wants to hear more of my trip, I'll take a couple of snapshots of where I'm at, the ocean, and I'll send it on the live stream.
Yeah, show us the beautiful plane, the horizon.
Yeah, try and take a picture of Earth curve, buddy.
Let me see if I can find some Earth curve, because I have at least 160-degree angle of range of view of all water. Almost 180-degree view of water. Not quite. Maybe like 150.
Now, are you on the top of that big ball, or are you on the bottom or the side? Like, which part of the ball are you on?
To whom are you speaking?
You're always on the top.
I don't see any curvature. I slept last night.
Oh, it's because you're like an ant on an orange, man. It's because that's why.
Yeah. It's too big.
Well, listen, I'll tell you, it's surprising that I'm able to connect at all, and now my battery's at 66%. No shit. Anyway, where the high tide comes up, I'm about linearly across the beach about 50 feet up, and probably no more than, at the highest tide, I would say no more than 4 feet above sea level. And right now the tide's out, and I'm about 10 feet, about 8 to 10 feet above sea level.
Hey, you make me want to go to the beach.
I'll take a couple of pictures, man. It is so beautiful here. You would not believe it. So,
what's the temperature?
Of this. The temperature's been cool. Last night, I think it was like 48 degrees or 50.
Yeah, a little chilly.
It's fucking cold, man. When you're on the beach and it's wet, like enough fog comes in that my tent is actually dripping from the rain fly moisture on the outside. My tent is perfectly dry though inside. It's the way it's designed. But I had a fire to myself last night, and it heated the fire's about 6 feet away from my tent. It heated the whole front of my tent up all night long. I was warm with the fire out front 6 feet away. It was just great. And so I get back to my fire making skills and washing pots and pans. I'm about to go to the stream where there's fresh water coming down. So I catch it off of running off of a rock where it's dripping off. There's a lot of algae in that. But I think the path this water takes cleanses it. So I've tested it. I've never gotten sick from this water. So I'm about to go. I'll send the pictures. I'll shut up now.
All right. So dude ran away. I knew he was gonna. He ran out of steam.
Poor guy. Just two.
And then they quit. It makes me sick.
He didn't have anywhere to go, man. He didn't understand even what he was fucking talking about. Really? He didn't understand.
I'm telling you, he was reading DMs, man.
Oh, yeah.
I know it, man.
For sure.
Because he didn't understand what he was saying. And then, like, he was, like, transposing some of it. Like, putting, like... He was, like, he, like, made the claim in reverse. You can see farther when it's colder, or see less when it's colder. Like...
Yeah, and he posted this side by side.
Have we spoken to Alaric 87 yet?
Get him.
I know the name.
Hey guys.
What's up, man?
A new car.
I kind of had something to share if anybody's interested.
Sorry, well, that was funny.
Alaric, do you want to talk about the Earth?
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
he wanted to share something.
Yeah, kind of. Just real quick, if you guys want to hear a little testimony that I got from, you guys were talking about the ISS and whatnot. I work with a guy, he's a veteran, and I pulled him aside, and we're just chit-chatting, and I said to him, hey, do you ever like have to go into airplanes for anything like that? And he goes, well, not for any missions, but there was a couple times where he had to go into a plane, and he said he was in lower orbit. So right away, my senses went off. I said, lower orbit? He goes, yeah. I said, where it all starts to look. And he goes, yeah. I said, okay. And I pulled him aside. I said, can I ask you a question off the record? And he kind of looked at me and I go, off the record, just between us. He goes, okay. I said, you were in lower orbit. I said, okay. Could you see the Earth from where you were? And he said, yeah. I said, what did it look like? I said, did it look like a sphere kind of spinning? I said, or did it more look like and I kind of took my finger and I drew like a circle that would be on a flat plane. And he kind of looked at me, and then I said, just off the record, just between us. He goes, well, I'll tell you what I did see. And he goes, I did see the ISS. I said, okay. So he goes, well, the Earth looked flat, round. And I said, oh, that's interesting. And then I said, what about the ISS? He goes, you could see it. I said, well, how high was it from where you were? He goes, about 50,000, but you could make it out. I said, okay. I said, you sure it wasn't like a big satellite or a satelloon or something like that? And he goes, no, it looked like the ISS. And he said, you could see the rings. And then I go, what do you mean the rings on it? He goes, there's these giant rings that spin. I go, I don't know 100%. And I go, rings kind of like in the movie Contact or that big machine they built. He goes, yeah, kind of like that. I go, they were spinning? He goes, yeah. I said, okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. And then I said, but you saw the Earth and it looked round and flat, not like a globe spinning. He goes, yeah. I said, okay.
I go, "Were you the only one in the plane?" He goes, "No." He goes, "Probably no one else is paying attention, but I just happened to see that." I said, "Okay, well, that's interesting. Thanks." He goes, and then I think he was kind of like leaning towards like, "What do you think the Earth is flat?" And we kind of left it at that because we were in a meeting. But something I wanted to share, maybe get everybody's
I mean, my
thoughts or 2 cents.
I take everything like that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you said vet, I was thinking homeless vet after you told the story. Like, did you give him $2 afterwards and say have a nice day? Come on, man. No one claims they're spinning rings on the ISS, man. They're like, that's like out there.
That's what he said. No, he's actually the employee advocate for the company I work at.
Well, I mean, that's like, there's like I said, that's some new shit to me, man. It's probably some new shit to NASA.
Yeah, same with me. Like I didn't know what to make of it. That's when he said that. As far as the Earth looking flat, I said, okay, that makes sense. But when I asked about the ISS, that's what he told me, and it took me back. And I go, what do you mean by rings? And and I give him that example. And he goes, yeah, kind of like that. I said, there's rings on it. And he said, yeah. I said, oh, okay. I mean, I took that with a grain of salt because I wasn't there. I didn't see what he saw. I mean, 50,000 feet's kind of high. I mean, that was his guesstimate about how high up he said the ISS was from where he was in lower orbit. So, and as far as looking down at the Earth being flat and round, I said, okay, well, that kind of makes sense. Because at that point, everything's black. You don't see any stars. You might see the sun and the moon wherever they are at that moment. But as far as the ISS, that was a little, I don't know. I was kind of, oh, okay. I'm not going to call him a liar, but I don't know. It did make, because we see pictures of what it's supposed to look like, and it sure as hell don't look like that. But
you think the guy was just pulling your leg, having a little fun with you?
I mean, it's possible, but I mean, I'd like to think I trust the guy, but my thing is like, okay, maybe he thought he saw the ISS. Maybe he was told that's the ISS. Maybe. I didn't take it any further. I didn't ask any more details. Like I said, when we were in a meeting, we had a break. So I asked him those, because right away when he said he's a veteran, he showed us like a picture. I was just talking to him, and that came up, and I go, oh, okay. And then I just asked him about that. As far as the ISS, as far as what Earth looked like, I go, that sounds about right to me, what it should look like. Flat, round in a sense.
Well, I mean, first of all, here's my problem. The U.S. military, well, let's put it this way. In the United States, as far as the government's concerned, only NASA employees have been to space. No one from the military has. Now, granted, the people that work for NASA were in military at the time, but they're not, quote-unquote, military missions. Mm-hmm. They're civilian missions with military personnel. As far as I know, or as far as publicly known, there are no military space missions other than launching space satellites. Yeah. They're not putting like military people in orbit. That's what they're trying to do, I guess, with Space Force, right? That's that story. But this guy couldn't have been in Space Force, so
right.
Him just telling you that, he'd have to be telling you classified information. And just you saying off the record don't mean anything, right?
That's true.
The government isn't going to go, well, he said off the record. Well, okay, then you can tell him top secret information because you said off the record. Like, they're not going to care about that.
I mean, you're right. I agree with that. I figured asking him that, whether he was going to tell me the truth or not. I mean, what's telling me going to do if he's telling me the truth, regardless of what it looks like? What's that going to do? It's not going to get him in trouble, I don't think. I mean, maybe he's thinking, what am I going to do? Run off and make a big fuss about it? But of course, I took it in.
Well, I mean, that would be super classified. I mean.
Right, but he didn't say he went into space and he did all these things. He just said he was.
That's what low Earth orbit is. Space. Low Earth orbit is outer space.
Yeah, true.
Low Earth orbit is above, what is it?
It's just above
100 kilometers. But what space start? Like the Kármán line?
That's
I think it's like
62?
They changed it from 62 to 50. They say
it's
it got
50
12
now?
miles. Yeah, they say it got closer recently. I'll post it.
I thought it was about 60,000, but I might remembering.
What is the speed of the ISS?
Do I?
Isn't the whole...
What is the speed of ISS?
The speed.
Yep.
See if I can remember it.
7,000 miles per hour. 17.
Isn't it faster than that? Isn't it close to like 17?
Yeah. What is the speed of the orbital?
So I was going to say like 14,000.
Yeah. What is the Earth speed, orbital speed of the
Of
Earth?
what?
Of
the Earth?
Yeah.
1,000 miles at the equator.
No, that's the actual rotation. What is the orbital speed?
Orbiting what? The sun?
Yeah.
66,600 miles an hour.
How ISS catching the sun, the Earth with that speed of 14 or 17,000 miles per hour, but when Earth is going 66,000 miles per hour?
Well, I don't think they are.
Well, I'm telling you, only in 1 hour, Earth is like a left from ISS thousands of miles of hours, miles.
Mm-hmm.
That's the story about ISS.
It wouldn't be able to.
Well, how?
How?
Yeah.
If you're asking me, I don't know personally. If you want,
if you ask me, if you have car going 300 miles per hour and then you have car is going 50 miles per hour, I don't see any point that car 50 miles per hour will catch that 300 miles per hour car. Not even that will catch it, will be far away every moment, every hour.
He said it wouldn't be able to. He agreed.
I think Sasha's trying to say if the Earth is orbiting at 66,600 miles per hour, how can the ISS keep up with it?
Oh, I understand. Okay, I understand, and I agree with that. As far as NASA or maybe somebody who believes the Earth is a globe, they might say, well, it stays within the Earth's orbit.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that. But I mean, I was just sharing my little story with somebody
what that means stays in the orbit.
What does that mean?
Yeah, because Earth is moving. Does that mean that orbit is pulling the ISS together with the Earth?
As far as Globers would say, I think so.
Well, okay. Then okay.
I mean, I would assume that's what they would say. I don't believe that the Earth. I don't believe all the things that I'm told as far as the Earth and outer space, as far as NASA and all the Globers thing. I just thought it was interesting that he shared that information. Or like one of the guys said, he's pulling my leg. One of the two.
I have an interesting speculation Sunday thought experiment or whatever. If anyone wants to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay, so before I get into it, I just want to state that this isn't something I would like to see unfold. So this is just a thought, idea, or experiment and or question as to what people would think if this scenario played out. So nuclear war happens, nuclear Armageddon, whatever, nuclear winter, however you want to put it. All the countries launch and everybody, boom, boom, boom. And between all the dumbs, the military dumbs and the personal bunkers and whatnot, after however many years, the survivors, whoever makes it, better people, worse people, still the same type of world that we're living in now?
Oh, the same one. You will have the same scenario. You will have the Antarctica Treaty immediately and all other shits.
Do you think the survivors would build nuclear weapons again for the future, or would that be the last time nuclear weapons were ever used?
Well, in a sense, what will be left, somebody will use the power, always. Whatever that power is.
So you're saying, for example, with the domes that go very deep underground, all the military domes, those survivors would start appropriating another nuclear program.
Maybe not nuclear program, because they will not have anything, for example, because everything is destroyed. But that
no, I know, but let's say it's 20 years later and there's now things that are coming back, right? So they're coming out of their bunkers. Are they going to immediately start a new nuclear program, or will nuclear weapons never be built and used again?
It will be like 10 years of the peace, and everything will be like nice, and everybody will think that everything is changed, so everything is good. And then somebody will take a power with the swords or whatever, and then we will be in the same scenario like we are today.
Interesting.
Sounds like you're trying to get help with the end of your screenplay.
Because after 10 years of the living good, somebody will say, I want that. And he will take that if he can do that.
Oh boy. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah, yes, like I stated at the beginning, it's not a scenario I'd like to see played out. It was just a speculation Sunday thought experiment.
Right, of course.
You don't need war, you have flat earth. There's enough that people wake up and say, what the fuck is going on? They was lying to me about this shit. And
you're the best.
Yeah, man. I was 2001 because of 9/11. I thought it's fucking finished for politics and democracy and everything. It's done. They can do whatever they want. But about that, I never thought that that's so perfect. And it's working. You can see that in last 6-7 years. 6-7 years ago, I thought, fuck, this will be, my God, this cannot pass like 2011, because this is not two buildings. This is like, my God, this is not some things in America. This is all Earth, entire Earth itself. But still nothing, you are stupid.
No matter what you show to people they got that mindset, that whatever proofs or whatever you want to throw at them, they will never, no, it's not what I'm told.
Or they will wait for some kind of authority to change something, because even if you know the true fact, leave it that alone, because who knows, I don't want to be part of it. But where there are that alternative journalists, like, my God, this here is the news. This is fucking news. There is no curvature in reality, my God. And nobody wants to say it. Like, it's stupid.
Forgive me if I'm in and out. My kids are being loud.
I feel like it's the conservatives call it popularly, like, or the movie Matrix call it the red pill moment. I feel like it's a dangerous thought because I feel like I'm taking a step out of a society. Like, there's a nice narrative that we've all constructed.
You are,
and I'm taking a step out, and it feels there's this feeling like you're basically drowning. I mean, it's not a good feeling.
It is not. But this gets back to the Heidegger Kierkegaard school of anxiety. You are stepping out.
Yeah.
And you are momentarily shrugging off the culturally constructed psychological accoutrements that allow you to stand up in the morning. And
but so I mean, in that sense, it feels like, I mean, what do you? How do you have that conversation? Because I guess I'm dancing around a set of questions, which is like, I guess I'm disappointed that people are not as willing to step outside, like even any kind of thought experiment.
Yeah.
Let's forget denial of death. Like there's now a community of people. Let's take an easy one that I think is scientifically ridiculous, which is there's a community of people that believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Or actually, even better, that space is fake.
Yeah.
Like, what I find surprising is that a lot of people I talk to are not willing to be like, imagine if it is. Like, imagine the Earth is flat. Like, think about it.
Right.
Like, a lot of people just like, no, the Earth is round. They're like scientists too. They're like, yeah, it's well, actually, wait, have you actually like thought about it? Like, imagine like a thought experiment that like basically step outside the little narrative that we are comfortable with. Now, that one in particular has really strong evidence and scientific validation, so on. It's a pretty simple thing to show that it at least is not flat. But just the willingness to take a step outside of the stories that bring us comfort has been disappointing, that people are not willing to do that.
They always say that, not flat.
Oh, they have to throw it in because they're like, even though he's like railing against it, he's still trying to protect his reputation. Like he can't not do it. He has to insert that. Instead of making no comment on what his opinion is, he has to still insert, oh, by the way, I'm still in the club. I'm just saying you can question being in the club sometimes. It's okay. But I'm still in the club. Don't worry, I haven't left the club yet.
Yeah,
it's like virtue signaling.
That had me. There's some Reddit communities that are called like yes, 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 no, or maybe, 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 maybe. For me, that video was. Well, as I was listening, I was like, okay, all right, maybe, and then no. So he finished with he tried to finish there by okay, but I'm still in the club. He had a point there to some degree, but yeah.
Oh, but at least it's at least not flat. That's what he said. It's at least not anything but flat, man. Just not flat. It only looks flat, but it's everything but that. Just remember, it's pretty crazy.
Could it also be some folks are just set in their ways and afraid?
Well, no, it's not like set in their ways. That's one thing, but there's a social stigma with like being a flat earther. That's obvious that there's a social stigma, and that was Lex Friedman. He has a giant podcast, and like that's pretty much his career at this point. Comes out as a flat earther, man, all hell's gonna break loose. He won't be able to get interviews. There won't be people going on his show, like people making fun of him. There'll be memes about him all over the internet.
Okay, I see.
I mean, think about it. If you went to like city council meeting, or I don't know, man, somewhere publicly and started saying the Earth is flat, you don't think you'd have any sort of public or social ridicule?
Oh, I'm sure it would. You're right.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Now, yeah, but like, listen, how do you know that? Have you ever done it?
Done what?
Have you ever run around telling people the Earth is flat?
Yeah, kind of. When at the last factory I worked at, it got brought up, and I would tell them, well, I believe the Earth is flat, and they would say, well, they would ask me why, so I would go and I would explain to them why I thought it was, and they would kind of come back with why they say the Earth is a globe, and some people said, well, NASA said it is, so I just believe that. And the one guy who sat with me and was really talking with me about it, he was real nice about it, but he was still saying, no, the Earth is a globe, and this is why he's throwing all these numbers. And I just kind of said, okay, well, if the Earth is, this is kind of where I kind of stumped him, but I don't know if I won the conversation, if you will. I said, well, then how do you get an elevation angle on a curved surface? And as he started to go show me, he kind of stopped and he goes, wait a minute. And then he did it again. He goes, I'll have to get back to you on that one. I said, all right. And then he left it at that. So, and then a couple other people, it would get in the subject, get brought up, and I would just tell them, well, this is why. And they would just say, well, one person said, that's stupid. NASA says it's a globe in outer space and floating around. I said, oh, okay. Because some people, it seemed like at that point, they weren't going to even, like you said, just ridicule me and call me an idiot and things like that. And
yeah.
They would ask me, why do you think it's flat? And I said, well, I was thinking for myself and doing some math and and putting things together, and some stuff just doesn't match.
Public shaming is a real thing. They will shame you for asking the question.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's one of them. One of the ladies I worked with there, she actually, you're right. She shamed me for it just because I asked about it. And she goes, who really cares anyway? I guess. So I said, I guess you're right. It doesn't matter. And left it at that because there was nothing I was going to say, whether I could prove to her or not. There was nothing I was going to say that was going to validate anything to her. I even told them the one little thing I did with the telescope, and they didn't really have an answer for it, but they said, well, that doesn't prove the Earth is flat. And I said, okay. because again, I knew at that point, no matter what I did or said or showed them anything, that would even get their mind rolling to think about it for themselves instead of just like repeat and regurgitate and repeat. It wasn't. They weren't gonna have it.
Well, you heard just what Lex was saying, right? It's uncomfortable for people to like think about things that are, even though they're not immoral, right? So thinking about like, you know, some sexual deviant behavior or something, right? That's one thing. Versus you're just thinking about a concept which has no, I mean, you could argue there's moral implications, but just directly the straight question of whether flat or globe, that doesn't have any moral implications. But why is there a social stigma attached to it? Right, as if it did have moral implications.
Yes.
Right. Typically, we shame people in society for doing immoral things or unsocial things, not for like I like red, you like blue, or like, you know, Tang is the best drink, right? That we don't go, oh, or any number of things, right? So if I think, you know,
yeah,
as long as it doesn't have like any social or moral implications, we don't usually care what other people think about it. Right, so the globe versus flat Earth doesn't have any social or moral implications. So why are you upset? Why are you trying to socially shame me? Why do you feel this way? Right, and it is feelings, because it isn't rational. It's feelings.
Correct.
Why is this making you feel a certain way? That should tell you something. That should be a big, like an alarm going off in their head. Why do I feel anything about this?
Right,
because there should be no feelings involved, right? It's just a scientific question, objectively determined by observation and scientific experiment, right? So why do you have feelings about it?
Right.
No, I would add in addition to that, because the question itself, of course, I agree that the question itself, the geometric property of the surface of the Earth, is it convex or concave or not, and flat? Of course, that itself is not a moral question. But as we have observed, as we look at the controversy unfold, especially after all these years, is that it has become evident that we internally intuit, as it were, that the truth about the cosmos has profound implications about its origin, about its purpose, and about its destiny, and how we ought to live in it. You see?
Yeah, I 100% agree with all that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You got to say it like this: Tang, fueling tomorrow's astronauts today.
Especially given that it's within a world where there are so many competing worldviews, so many competing doctrines, belief systems. And with this question, if the answer is contrary to what has been taught for the past century or so, for the past several centuries or so, for the past several millennia or so, that is such an extremely excoriating indictment against the whole of the human race, not just the institutions historically and at present, but the whole of the human race. The fact that not only is there a minority fraction of the human race that will deliberately or indeliberately, self-consciously or not self-consciously participate in executing and promulgating this deception, and that the majority of the human race is capable of being so gullible and so susceptible to deception so as to succumb to such a deception. These are not compliments. This does not stroke human pride.
Which, you know, I think that it, you know, I know that it's been said that it doesn't have social or moral implications, but I believe by what you just said that, you know, it does have social implications that are huge. You know, that if people understood first that you lied to, you know, that in itself is a social implication, you know, because now you have to go and question people who told you this information, and how far back do you have to go to question, and, you know, so that in itself, and then the fact that now you want to find out for yourself. So to me, it has major social implications, maybe not moral, And I think we don't just shame people for moral implications or things that we find morally corrupt. We create laws for those things. You know, there's other things like, you know, an 80-year-old marrying an 18-year-old. People don't really get shamed for that. This is why that doesn't stop. You know, so, you know, it depends. You know, I just, you know, I know that I'm always like a different opinion sometimes, but I think, you know, I'm still walking up the same tree.
Yeah. What do you think also status, or maybe status would be related to the previous comment? Maybe even in my situation, at least. For example, I'm not a scientist. What do I know? And if I'm not a scientist, regardless of what I say, true or not, I'm wrong.
Whenever you bring your different opinion against a group, you're wrong. Period. Whether you're right or wrong on facts or anything else, if you're going against the group, they're going to laugh about you behind your back, right or wrong. That's just the way it generally works.
Okay.
I'd have to agree with your statement as well. A lot of people put a lot of value in that piece of paper on the wall. Oh, there's a piece of paper on the wall. What they're saying must be correct. So, you know, nobody needs that piece of paper on the wall to be intelligent and to have, you know, good thoughts and ideas and whatnot.
Along that point,
shaming, if I may quickly just put this point forward, Gregory, please. From a standpoint of when you start to attack your fellow brother for them just asking a simple question, that is definitely an attack and has social implications. Please, Gregory, go ahead. Thank you.
Along those lines, the gentleman that just spoke before Kiwi, I was contemplating a question. If I was to ever talk to, especially the highest graduates in university, I would simply ask them, is it one or two questions? Probably a compound question. I would ask them, was there knowledge before academia? You know, academia as old as the human race itself. The same moment humans began to exist is the same moment academia began to exist. Or do humans predate academia? And does knowledge predate academia? Because if they say it doesn't, of course, they're in a very big conundrum. So then a bunch of people without knowledge founded academia. How did they do that? How did they know how to do that? Well, of course, when there wasn't knowledge. So this is absurd. This line of thinking, this fallacious line of thinking that anyone before academia or outside of academia cannot know better than those who are in academia. Now, it isn't being a member of academia that makes the case. That makes the difference. Of course, what makes the difference is all the factors that go into the situation, so that someone can be in the situation where they can get the knowledge and memorize it and live according to it.
Well, I'm sorry, just real quick, if you don't mind. What's academia? Is that what you're saying?
Academia. Am I not coming through clear? I mean, might need to put my microphone closer to my mouth.
It's private. What is that exactly?
Scholar.
You know, the university system, tertiary higher education.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Being scholarly. Oh, they have the credentials. They must be smart.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
He's
so those folks.
Where did academia come into play? Wasn't intelligence not there before academia became a thing? Of course it was.
Right.
But the successful regurgitation of what they've been told to retell. Please, Gregory, go ahead.
So, you know, we've all repeated this fact over and over again, that when we talk to folks, be it folks who are graduate professionals in academia or those who are somewhat educated enthusiasts outside of academia, or just a commoner that just slavishly capitulates to what they think academia is saying, because they're not even all the time, or most of the time, actually aware of what academia teaches, as we know in here. And so when you talk to these persons, it is as though, especially when you contradict the most precious doctrines, that academia teaches, then what is the reply that is so frequently flown to, that people immediately fly to, is, well, are you a member? Are you a doctor of such and such? And therefore, if you're not, then you don't know or even can't know, but you claim to know. And of course, it just doesn't follow. It doesn't make any sense. Because by that line of reasoning, before academia ever existed, no one had knowledge. That's of course asinine, because if no one had knowledge, then we wouldn't have gotten here this far in human civilization. So it's just a ridiculous line of thinking. When you really follow it through by its logical implications, it really exposes more thoroughly, as I open my mouth and explain it, it exposes how fallacious and absurd that kind of line of thinking is, and really exposes the depth, the severity of being bigoted and not being critically considerate of the critiques to academia from folks within or without academia.
So I guess the question being, the authority being academia, was there an appeal to an authority that existed prior?
That would be another good question. You know, what reliable authority, knowledgeable figures did folks appeal to before academia as we know it? The oldest so-called university being, how do I say this? Bologna, which was founded in the 8th or 9th century. So more than 1,000 years old. And of course, the oldest university in the English-speaking world is Oxford, with Cambridge being, a decade or so younger. So great. Thanks. Interesting. But are these folks above scrutiny? Does anyone who disagrees with the majority who are members within, and especially those who are not members in academia at all, is their arguments effectively worthless and null ipso facto by them not being in academia, or ipso facto by them not agreeing with the majority consensus? You see, the irony is that people who think like that, who say yes to that question, they are also persons who despise the quote-unquote Roman Catholic Church. In the Roman Catholic Church, for instance, I'm making this comparison deliberately just to show how inconsistent, hypocritical people are who think this way. In the Roman Catholic Church, there's something called the magisterium. You see, it is a college, as it were, of the highest clerics within the Romanist ecclesiology, and they come together and they discuss and they debate and they come to a consensus, and then they write a dogmatic decree, and there you go. And anyone who denies these dogmatic decrees is therefore anathema, which is Greek for meaning accursed. And the same thing is done with those in academia and against those who dissent, who are in academia, who dissent against the majority consensus, and enthusiasts who just presuppose without question the sheer say-so of the consensus of academia. They do the same thing that they do the Christian for. Blatant hypocrisy. It's not okay for the Christian to do it, but it's okay for the humanist atheist to do it in Oxford, in Cambridge, in Bologna, in the Royal Society. It's disgusting.
Since it's Speculation Sunday, I would speculate before they had academia that an appeal to authority would be an appeal to the elders, considering that it was probably more than likely that someone who had outlived others at this time would be considered someone you want to get guidance from, someone that knew things because they were still alive. And, if we're just speculating, I would assume that this is why elders now are looked to as wise people in a general sort of sense, when we know that's not necessarily the case. So that's how an appeal to authority would work before there was academia. Just, speculatively speaking.
Yeah, I mean, appeals to authority are not absolutely invalid. No one alive, none of us are self-sufficient, and none of us have knowledge that we have not received from other persons, including persons who predate us. So appeals to authority are absolutely invalid. The problem is that when an authority is utilized as though their sheer say-so is self-sufficient and self-authorizing and incorrigible, meaning beyond scrutiny, or unscrutinizable. You see, who is not the God? If the God is truly God, then his word is self-sufficient and self-authorizing and incorrigible. But appealing to anyone else's word who is not the God, then that, of course, cannot stand. It cannot logically be defended. Because sooner or later, that person who said Proposition A will eventually expose themselves as being fallible.
Wait, I'm not debating the fallacy. I'm just speculating how that would be an appeal to authority before.
I didn't counter you. I was adding to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what you said was rational. Those who are older, let's go ask them.
Right.
Just makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah,
that's valid.
Speculative. That's it.
At the same time,
it became corrupt. Of course, as it continues to grow and people realize the power and influence they have over other people with this sort of information, they begin to become corrupt and use it for their advantages, and then everything falls apart. That's how I imagine that it works.
Well, I wouldn't argue that way. Just the sheer realization that people trust you doesn't necessarily corrupt someone to then behave in a wicked manner.
If I may put forward, when I took in scripture, Enoch at one point had apparently 800,000 men who were following his teachings. That is something that I think holds, at least in my world, a lot of credence for the magnitude of, when one man is taken and shown the truth, if we do go with the belief in the Creator. With 800,000 people under his, listening to his guidance and leadership, you wonder what was the undoing of his teaching. Does it go back to the Cabal or the Kabbalah? Or does it go further back than that? Because there had to be something that came about that attacked that foundation.
Yes. I mean, notice once again, is yet another day where the sun is wherever it is relative to your location on the surface of this earth. Here we are yet again talking about anthropology, human nature, because we evidently cannot live as though we don't detect these, what word do I use? That we don't detect these bad qualities about human nature. Some have more than others, some less. Some have it worse than others, some not as bad. But sooner or later, we see that humans are in the habit of fallacious thought and a deliberate self-conscious refusal at worst to self-scrutinize, to be critically considerate of the alternative, and to accept the truth and acknowledge the truth and adhere to the truth once the truth is very optimally manifest. We have to make sense of this. Which is why the psychologist does what he does. She does. So-called psychologist. Everyone has a doctrine of man. Some more sophisticated than others, some less. Some qualitatively better and insightful than others, some less. Some true. One of them is one truth, the other is false. Said they're wrong. If it is A, then it isn't non-A. If the truth is A, then it isn't non-A.
Anthropology of man, sociology, and those sorts of things are sort of intertwined to a degree. Man is complex, and we all have these characteristics that can be the worst or the best. We can all be the white knight, we can all be the boogeyman. In my opinion, it depends on your situation. If you are in a position where you believe that you are comfortable in your life, then you will probably be a better person. Do things that are right, help others out. If you are in a situation of desperation, or where you have desires, or you covet other things, then you'll probably be more inclined to do things outside of a good character, or what's deemed to be a good character, to achieve those things and those wants and those desires. You'll probably be less giving, more narcissistic, or I don't want to say narcissistic, but more inclined to do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. And if that means putting others in harm's way, well, that's just a cost of getting what I want. So it all depends on where we are in our lives, I believe, because I think we all have the worst and the best attributes. How those things play out in life are largely circumstantial and situational, in my estimations.
Well, in general, we who are alive today after the past 100 years, per se, let's say that, let's go with 100 years, all of us who are alive now. History didn't begin with the oldest person. The creation, the existence of the whole universe didn't begin with the oldest person alive today when they began existing. So there's history and a world which long predates them, which they involuntarily find themselves spawned into, as all of us are. What caused that situation to manifest in order for any person to begin existing in it? Because your answer is just kicking the can down the road as to what caused that situation to then influence them to exist in the first place.
When you say history, what do you mean? I mean, if you're saying that the world existed before man did, I wouldn't dispute that. But history begins with man, in my estimation, because that's what we're recording. We're recording the history of our existence, not the existence before us. Not to say that it didn't exist before us, because that would be a foolish statement. But I don't think that that would encompass necessarily history. All of that would be totally speculative from any point of man at all. Rationalization, logic, which you can apply as best as possible, but there would be no way that you could verify any of these things that you claim to happen that predates you.
Well, of course, I'm talking about the events themselves, not the records thereof.
Right. So am I. And there's no way to even understand that. I mean, I understand that there's a book and a manual. I think that you might be making reference to, but outside of that, I don't think that there would be a way for anybody to know.
Well, have you contemplated how there could be a way?
Not really, to be totally honest, because it doesn't seem reasonable in my estimation, but I'm open to, listening and learning.
It doesn't seem reasonable to ask yourself the question, how would someone know?
Right. How would you know what happened before you? Right. You could only ask a person who was here before you, or read some information that was here before you. You can try to do science as much as possible. And that's it, in my estimation, like I said. And again, I haven't given it a whole lot of thought, like I said. But if you have, like I said, I'm open to listening and learning.
So what you just said is rather sufficient in the effort to say that while minimizing words. And so, since those are ways that we could know logically, then why wouldn't we ask ourselves, well, how about we consider the supposed recorded testimonies of these persons that predate us, especially these non-human persons? If we're such critically considered, open-minded people, of course, after all.
Right, within reason, right? And I would, of course, I haven't, me personally, how would you recognize a prophet today?
Well, you have to know what a prophet is in order to recognize a prophet. And what better definition to appeal to than a omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, eternal, invincible, incorrigible, immutable, supreme person. Sounds like a pretty good citation, as it were.
Was that verifiable? Yeah, it does.
What was that last part?
I said, were it verifiable? Yes, it does.
What do you mean by verifiable?
That all of those characteristics that were mentioned could somehow be verified, then yes, that would be great, I said. But I can't. I know that there's a creator. I mean, I can get to that point. That's the only point I can get to. Other people make other leaps, and that's not what I do, generally speaking, though.
What do you mean by verify? Like, are you going to consider the situation like trying to see if there's crackers in the pantry?
I'm sorry, I missed that one.
You said if it's verifiable, all those supreme qualities I just listed about a person. Right. Are you saying you are going to try to verify whether or not they do or do not have such qualities the same way you would verify whether there are crackers in the pantry or not?
No, I wouldn't verify it that way. I'm sure I don't think it could be. I mean, I don't think I could open it up and see, omnipotent, omnipresent, omni-everything, great, incorrigible, and all of the other qualities that you said. I'm sure I can't repeat them verbatim, but, something to that effect.
So how would we then know such a person is real?
Exactly.
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you because I don't. I don't know.
Perhaps this person has revealed himself, him, her, itself. This person has revealed their person to us. And revealed this person not only in speech, but in action also. And a vast variety of actions also. Giving a whole world for us to inhabit that is indicative of this person possessing these properties. How about that?
I don't necessarily know that that's indicative of them having those properties. Again, I think that would just be you assigning those things or others assigning those things. It's outside of my knowledge, but maybe it's within your purview. I'm not as studied in this particular field, as others may be, because I don't subscribe to this particular field as others do. So I understand why I may have areas of ignorance with certain things, but I'm comfortable in my position. I've done enough studying of certain things to be sure, to be confident, to be 100% certain that my position works for me. Now, everybody has to get there the way they best find. And I'm not to say which road is right or wrong for anybody. Okay?
Why are people in the habit of saying this about these metaphysical topics? Why, concerning the earth, is it objective and it's independent from your subjective opinion? But then when we move to metaphysics, when we move to ontology, we move to theology, when we move to...
Because you can't measure that. You can't measure it. That's why.
Okay, well, isn't that a category error?
No, I don't think so. But, I'm sure you'll explain.
Why would you insist that we stretch a ruler to measure these subjects and these categories that we're discussing when there's no such kind of thing.
You asked about the relationship between one understanding the earth and one understanding these other metaphysical things that you're talking about. And I'm saying you can measure the earth to a degree.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily indicate that these other subjects and these other areas of knowledge do not contain objective knowledge. If they are areas of knowledge, then of course it is objective, and anything that contradicts that truth is therefore false.
Present me with the objectivity. That's all I'm asking. I'm not debating anything here, right? I'm telling you my position, and like I said, I'm comfortable in it, right? And I hope people are comfortable in their position. If they think that they have, what's going to fulfill their spirit and what's going to, create their morality and things of that, by all means, have at it. Have at it.
So when discussing these matters, this is an a priori issue. Two basic categories of knowledge.
I'm not familiar with that term, a priori. I mean, I would have to look that up.
So two basic categories of knowledge. A priori, this is Latin. It's a priori or a posteriori. A priori knowledge that is attained before empirical knowledge, empirical experience. A posteriori knowledge is attained by means of empirical experience. And so the only way to attain, little do people appreciate, the only way to attain a posteriori knowledge, empirical knowledge, is through an a priori framework. There are no empirical facts that are not interpreted. Every fact that you identify to be a fact is an instance of interpretation, inevitably. I'll explain. All y'all have to do is just ask me questions about the words. Don't let the words intimidate you.
No, I'm quite. I follow. But such as what? What fact did I mention that is not objective? I mean, I don't believe I mentioned any, but maybe I did.
No, that's not the point. I'm just stating a general fact.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, just as objective as empirical facts are, there are objective a priori facts. Especially when you can't detect a posteriori empirical facts without an a priori framework through which to interpret them and identify them. You see, if you don't think anything, then you're not going to identify anything. You're not going to believe anything. You're not going to know anything. Thought is necessary. The abstract, the a priori is necessary. It's a necessary precondition to have empirical fact. For instance, how about this? When we identify the earth to be flat, when we do that, what made it the case that we can identify flatness of any object? Or how about this question? What is flatness? What is its nature?
Being level on plane?
Being level on a plane.
Yeah.
Well, you just told me synonyms.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No. I'm not. Yeah. So you told me synonyms, right?
And I'm guessing using the word to lie would also be synonymous. Like as in lay down something.
Okay.
Well,
let me be more specific. When I say what is flatness or levelness, that which is lie down, right? These synonyms that you said. I'm asking, what is its nature? Is flatness itself a physical substance like the table in your room?
I would say it's a profile. Profile, maybe?
Yeah, Satoshi, no, and Kiwi. Along those lines, close. So, given that Satoshi said no, and given what Kiwi said, what we are getting to is that flatness itself, you see, is abstract. Flatness is not a physical thing, right? It is a property that we can identify of a physical thing. You can't get the table in your room and take off the flatness. It's not like you could reach out, touch the table, grasp the flatness, and pull it away from the table, can you?
Okay, so you're just saying it's a property.
Do you see my point?
Describing characteristic.
Do you see my point?
Yeah.
User.
So flatness itself is a property of a physical entity which we are able to somehow identify to be quote unquote flatness. We can comprehend, we can apprehend that it is flat. But it's not as though we see flatness itself. We can only see things that have flatness.
Possess a quality, that profile. Yep.
So what makes that possible? Since flatness itself is not what we're seeing, we're not seeing flatness itself. We're seeing a particular object with a flat surface that we identify to have the geometric property of flatness.
It's a concept that we have in our minds.
Right.
What made it possible for us to identify that?
We decided to call things that were in that position flat, level, and things of that nature. I mean, I'm not understanding the question.
So we just arbitrarily decided to call it flat. We could have just called it curve.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Do you recognize the term nominalism?
Show me how you're going to use it.
Well, I mean, are you familiar with that term?
To a degree. It's dependent on how you're using it.
So humans just contrive utterances and then somehow rationally, logically ascribe it to whatever we're trying to identify.
Yes.
Okay. So how did we name the names? We're naming the physical objects that we see.
I can name it.
By what line of process, by what line of thinking did we name the names?
We agreed. That's it.
Was there a point that we disagreed?
No, we agreed so that we can have conversation and definitions, and so that we understood a rock was a rock.
So we all voluntarily, throughout the whole human history, throughout entire human history, we all just agreed to call this entity this name?
I'm sure that things have changed over time. We don't use Latin any longer, so yeah, things have changed, and we don't always call the same things. But I'm not understanding again the question.
Follow the line of reasoning. So we didn't always.
I'm telling you, I don't understand.
I'm continuing. That's why I'm asking. So there is a point, and there still is a present situation where not everyone agrees to call this entity A name A.
Well,
so it isn't the case that we all
being challenged. No, it's being challenged, and so they're changing the meaning of words incrementally as we go along to combat what's being exposed through channels like this and discussions that we generally have. But generally speaking, it's a naming consensus sort of situation where we just agree to call the new thing, whether it's a GIF or a GIF, right? I guess that was a debate for a while, but everybody knew it was GIF, right? That was a new, so I'm not really sure why we called it flat or why we called it level or horizon or any of the other words that we generally use to describe this existence.
So given what we just said, my point is that it isn't true that we just always agreed to call this or that entity this name.
Depending on your region or where you are, people agreed in their general areas to have a definition to a word and to agree that it means the same thing when they're using it.
Okay, but it isn't the case that everyone agreed. It isn't as though at the beginning of human existence that everyone called object A name A and never anything else. You just conceded to that.
I guess when, we go back to, again, it's Speculation Sunday. So when we go back to my initial speculation that the elders was the persons that you appealed to, and, since they were the ones who were able to survive, and if they called this Ugg, then you called it Ugg, and you told everybody else that you came into that was Ugg, and this is what you did with it. I'm not really sure,
Okay, so you're not sure. You said that repeatedly, and so you've already stated and conceded the fact that we did not always, with unanimous agreement, call object A name A. So, with that being said, that isn't what makes that possible.
I don't think I said that. I mean, because if we're just talking about the first two, then yes, I would say that it's 100% unanimous. But when we start spreading out and things change, depending how your viewpoint is, then yeah, it may be different. You know, and I don't think that there's proof. I don't think that there's any certainty. I think if anybody's speaking from certainty, then that's a level that I don't understand that they have.
But what gave humans the ability to do that? That's what the 17th time I've asked that.
Are you talking about the creator? Are you trying to get at the creator? I'm not.
Whatever
really sure.
You may anticipate me getting toward, I'm asking you.
What gave the humans the ability to do what? To name something?
What gave humans the ability to name things, to identify things, to correlate abstract concepts to any physical entity, to have any relation, to detect the relationship between any concepts? All of it.
I would imagine the creator.
What is the properties of this creator?
I don't know.
Okay, so this vague creator question mark.
They have the ability to create is what they have. They have the ability to create.
Okay, the ability to create. What properties do they have? What is the properties of this creator?
I don't know. I'm not claiming I know. I'm not claiming I believe anybody who says that they know. Period.
Okay, so then this answer does not make it intelligible.
What do you mean? It was clear on my side.
You just said you don't know. Now it's clear?
Right. I do not know the properties of who created man.
What is this creator? Question mark. What is it?
Creator. I don't know. What is the
Do you see how vague this is?
What is the stars? Right, I'm just telling you.
Do you see how vague this is?
Yes, I do. Do you understand that there are things you may not know? Do you accept these things?
So do you understand that the vagueness it demonstrates that it's inadequate?
Gregory, I just asked you a question. Do you agree
No, you're
that
replying to my question with a question.
No, I answered your question and then I asked you one.
Which is about the stars, which is non sequitur to the point.
I told you I do not know, and I don't claim to know.
So
and I don't
with that being said,
hold on, and I don't believe anyone who claims that they know.
So with that being said, that answer is inadequate. It's insufficient to make the answer intelligible.
How so?
So it's just like when we ask them, the globalist, how do you know? And they just invoke the word science. The same thing.
I'm not invoking
the same
anything.
error is being committed by you.
No, I just said I do not know. I'm not really sure which part of that is unclear.
No, you said creator.
I'm not describing. Right. That's what I said.
That's all you said. You just invoked the word. You just invoked the word English word creator and think that's a sufficient answer.
It's a sufficient answer for that who created man. That's the answer that's for. The answer that I gave the creator for. Hold on. The answer that I said the creator was who gave man the ability to ascribe names to anything. That's what I was answering when I said the creator. And then you asked me to describe this creator, and I told you I could not.
So this big question mark. So this big question mark as to the creator. You see how you're interrupting me? You say you won't let me respond?
I was not finished. That's why. So
no, you did finish.
No, I did not.
So please finish and stop pausing for a year.
I didn't pause for a year. Don't get frustrated, please. That's not like you. What I was getting at what makes that unintelligible?
So if I could finally answer. When the entirety of your answer to the question is creator and anything else that relates to the supposed creator is big question mark, then you haven't made intelligible the supposed vague creator. It's the fallacy of ambiguity.
Okay, so, you could take that. That's fine with me. I'm confident in that and I'm comfortable with that. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to claim to know something that I'm telling you I do not know.
Okay, so
and if that makes anybody uncomfortable, then they'll have to be uncomfortable with themselves because I'm very comfortable with myself in my position.
Okay, that isn't the point.
There are things I'm not going to know.
Okay, that isn't the point. The point isn't what you're comfortable with. The point isn't the fallacies that you're comfortable with. That's not the point.
What's the point? What is the point?
So, of course, the point is, if you've been in here long enough, is that the point of this whole discussion is to get to the whole truth of the matter, not a fallacy of ambiguity that we're comfortable with. That's the point.
Yeah, we get to the whole point until we can't get any further. And we continue to ask reasonable, rational questions, but I'm not going to sit here and make shit up.
Sure. Period. But you repeatedly stating the fact that you're comfortable with your fallacy of ambiguity answer is no defense to your answer.
I can accept that it's something that I'm not going to know. Now, other people may not accept that they are not going to know certain things. I'm fine with it.
Great. So when I say the critique to your answer, you repeatedly blurting back to me, you're comfortable with it, is no protection of you against the critique. The critique still stands, whether you're comfortable with the fallacy or not.
Everyone. It stands with everyone. If you accept that there are things you don't know or you're never going to know, then that critique applies to you as well. It applies to everyone. Okay, it's not a singularity. It's not something that I'm just, I don't know this and there's no way for me to. If there was a way for me to find out, if there's a way for me to know, then I would do so. But I don't believe that there is. And just ascribing to somebody's doctrines or their beliefs, I'm not doing that.
Okay, so repeatedly blurting your incredulity is no answer. And it's certainly not going to get you to the answers.
How do you know? Let me ask you, Gregory, how do you know what the Creator is? How do you know?
God has revealed himself.
How do you know? Revealed himself how? How do you know?
Remember when I asked you the question, how would someone know that God has revealed himself? Contemplate the possibilities.
I believe I asked you that, but go on.
I know. Remember when I asked you earlier, how would someone know that God has revealed himself?
No, I don't remember that. I do remember.
Now, notice how people very rarely ever honestly and genuinely try to contemplate and seek the answers to such a question. They just insist that they don't know, and even that people can't know, and they don't want to seek it. How is that not bigotry?
What my path was? How would you know that I didn't try to seek it? That's an assumption.
I didn't say you in general. I didn't say you in particular.
Discussion, so I just assumed it was me because we're having the discussion.
Okay, but you have repeatedly said that in this dialogue. Repeatedly reiterating over and over again that you don't know and that you don't think anyone does know and that you think people can't even know.
Doesn't mean I didn't look. Doesn't mean that I didn't speak.
Okay, so when you did look.
That I'm still not speaking.
Okay, so when you did look, I'm trying to move forward. Now repeatedly going on the same point.
What I'm asking. I'm asking you how you know. I told you I don't. But,
I'm going to the line of reasoning. You won't let me.
I am.
You see? It's really not this difficult. You can hear me getting to a point. You can hear me asking questions and a line of reasoning trying to move forward to a conclusion. You can hear that. So, remember when earlier I asked you, how would someone know? Because we need to ask that question, to answer that question first, before people just repeatedly, with invincible ignorance, just slap down any answer that someone gives as to how they do know that God has revealed themselves.
So I ask you, how do you know? Let's go.
So can we genuinely and honestly consider some supposed possibilities? So someone supposes that God has revealed himself. How would someone know? In your investigation, which you said you did, what did you come up with?
I'm asking you. This is a question for you. I gave you my answer.
I just told you. But then you slapped it down immediately with invincible ignorance.
What was the answer? I missed
So the answer I gave is that the God has revealed himself. The God has endowed humans with knowledge of himself from the beginning. He has demonstrated his eternal and divine power in all creation, the entire universe, from the most biggest detail to the smallest detail, from the most macroscopic scale to the most macroscopic scale. He has spoken. He has had a person speak on his behalf, explicitly in special revelation. He's written down his own revelation with his own hand. He sent others to write down his revelation, which is called the Bible.
Okay, I agree to the micro and macro part of it. I do not agree to the doctrine and the diet and,
Is God a he? Is it a man?
I don't know.
According to his revelation, he identifies himself in the masculine singular.
What do horses' gods look like?
He also...
Or their god?
Don't make fun. Don't make fun. Do not make fun. Let's not make fun.
No. Let me address. I'm not scared of any of this. So you want to talk about horses gods, right?
This
Well,
their
but the
God.
God
Would
I'm
it be
telling
the
you
same as
about.
ours?
But listen,
Wow.
you asked me a question. Do you want to hear the answer?
Yes.
Okay, so your answer to your question you just asked, the God I'm talking about created the horses and us and the earth and everything. So it's the same God.
Yeah, that's why I figured. So is it? But you're saying like he is it? Is that how it's referred in like the text in the Bible? Is it a man? Is it like? Is it just everything?
If I
what is your question? You have like a multitude of
I'm just wondering,
compound
like,
layers.
you make it sound like God is a he, or like, and it's like man. It's like a guy with a beard.
Okay, he isn't necessarily having the same properties as you and I with our bodies, but he identifies when speaking himself in the masculine singular. That's what I told you in the first place the first time you asked the question.
But isn't God? Then if something was feminine, would that not be like not him? He didn't make that, or
So if that was the case, then that would be the case. But what is the case is that he has identified himself in the masculine singular. In English, articulated as he, him, himself.
And however the God or the creator created this, or whatever form that they appeared to be in, or form that they took when they had their prophets write for them, that's really inconsequential on every level. I mean, to be totally honest, the fact that there's a creator is the question, and what characteristics are of our creator, I believe, is the question on the floor right now.
Why do you say it's inconsequential how the God reveals himself? How the God reveals himself to appear? Why is it inconsequential?
Do you think it's consequential how he appears?
You said it's not consequential. Why?
Right. So I'm thinking, do you think that it has some sort of...
I'm asking you, why did you say that?
Because I don't.
Why are you flying to a question asking
I don't
to me?
think it matters if it's a man or a woman, or not a man or a woman, or I don't know if it would even be in the form that you could recognize or understand.
Okay, why do you say that? You just repeated your conclusion. Why do you say that?
I said it because it really wouldn't matter who created us.
Okay, you're begging the question.
What
you say it's
question
not
am I
consequential.
begging?
Why is it not consequential? Because it's not consequential. Why is it not consequential? Because it's not consequential. That's begging the question.
Right. It's not consequential because it has no impact on our design.
Wow.
Okay, so it doesn't have impact on our design. That doesn't mean it's not inconsequential. That doesn't mean it's inconsequential. Just because his appearance doesn't change our appearance or concretely contact us does not mean it's inconsequential.
So
knowing what the God appears as, but knowing I wasn't done, Max.
Okay.
Knowing how the God has made himself appear, knowing how the God has manifested the visual representation of himself is not at all inconsequential. That is very profound. And to really sit here and think that knowing how the God has made himself appear is inconsequential is asinine. As though it would not have any effect on our mind, on our heart, and the way we live when we know how the God has made himself appear to us.
I love your passion, and this is why I rarely get into discussions about people's religions and things like that, because they take them to heart. I disagree with everything you said, right? Period. I don't think that it matters, and I don't think that we would recognize his appearance the same way that I started off with, how would you know a prophet today, right? And I did not get a cogent answer. I got some words, but I didn't get anything that began to answer how would you recognize a prophet
Okay,
today,
I can answer. I
right?
can address all that.
I'm still speaking like you just said, so give me a moment. Cool your heels there, buddy. So, again, I don't pretend to know stuff that I don't know. I don't pretend to necessarily have to take somebody else's words in the way that they're represented without any verification or proof. This is how I operate. If you want to call that a bunch of names or label it this or sociologist that or author, whatever, it doesn't really matter to me. Because, again, I understand things, okay? Period. I understand and I'm comfortable. Right? You may not be. You may want to know the answers to those questions. You may, or others, and a bunch of people. Most people, like I said, are not comfortable not knowing, which is why they need a story, a replacement story for the globe. Even when you show them all of the information that's presented fails, they still want a replacement story, or they're sticking to the one they got. And that's how most people operate. They want to know. They have to know. If they don't know, something's wrong. I'm okay with not knowing certain things. I accept certain limitations. Now, if some divine intervention comes, I'm willing
you're
to
monologuing
accept
now.
that. I'm willing to accept divine intervention when I recognize it, not when someone else tells me that's what it is.
Okay, are you done with the monologue? So what you've done yet again is repeat once again that you believe what you believe, and you have this method of inquiry, and that you're comfortable with where you are. That's no defense. That's just begging the question. You have repeatedly begged the question when I asked you, why do you say what you say? You just repeat the answer that you said instead of saying a different, specific, objective premise so as to justify that conclusion. You beg the question again. So this begging the question fallacy over and over again is not going to refute or defend anything. So I am not comfortable with fallacies of ambiguity. I am not comfortable with begging the question fallacies. I am not comfortable with just being arbitrary and not giving an objective, sound argument to justify my position. Beyond me not being comfortable with that, that is not justifiable, because the same arbitrarity you want to have, the globalist and any other person of any other belief system contrary to yours can be just as arbitrary, and their position is just as valid as yours. So you can't argue in defense or refute anything with that approach. Thus undermining the entire endeavor of this whole server.
Opinion of God. I do not try to change anybody's opinion of God.
I wasn't done talking.
I'm just saying, if we're talking about
I waited
God
to the end of your monologue.
Two different things.
So, regardless of you stepping on my toes to finish what I'm saying, that approach undermines the entire purpose of this server. You want to be objective and all this other stuff here about the shape of the earth and the surface of the earth, but not with these other issues. You just want to say what you want to say, believe what you want to believe, and that's it.
The objectivity. I asked you for the objectivity. I think you're totally mischaracterizing what I said.
And I gave it to you.
Fine. There's nobody begging any questions here. I'm asking you a question.
When you asked for the objectivity, I gave it to you.
It don't seem like you can answer a direct question, because I asked you, how would you recognize a prophet? You told me we'll circle back to it. And here we are 20, 30 minutes later, and I still don't have an answer for how would you recognize a prophet today.
Let's address that. Let's address it, because I'm not running away from any of these questions. So, how do you recognize a prophet? Well, I did answer it with specific objective premises in the first place. If you remember, I told you, how would you know? How perhaps there is a supreme being that has defined a prophet and told us the method by which we detect the prophet. Specifically, if the prophet teaches doctrine contrary to the previous revelation from the God that is objectively recorded and publicly available and scrutinizable, and if they give a prophecy that does not come to pass, therefore that necessarily indicates they're not a true prophet. How about that for an objective method of scrutiny?
Sound like a begging a question to me.
Why is it begging the question, all that what I just said? Please explain.
That's how. I think you started off with perhaps.
Yeah, that's rhetorically beginning with that word. That's not begging the question to use the word perhaps.
Went on to some other questionable sorts of methods of discussion. I asked you again, how would you recognize a prophet today? And I still don't know.
What you said so far is I used the word perhaps doesn't indicate that I begged the question, and then I use quote unquote vague methods.
Maybe if you could just boil it down to a sentence or two.
Maybe if I could just concede and acquiesce to what you want me to say, right?
Oh no, not at all. I'm just asking. I'm just telling you.
Okay, so how about instead of you use the word perhaps, therefore it's begging the question, or how about instead of vague critique that I use questionable methods which you have yet to objectively justify with specific objective premises, how about instead of that, how about you give an objectively substantiated critique? Because those don't work.
My answer to the question from when we began is that I do not know the characteristics of the Creator. This is the starting point, and this is where I was.
Why are you flying to that? I thought we were talking about prophethood.
Because I'm going to where we started from. And yes, that was before, that preceded this line of questioning when I asked you, how would you know a prophet?
So just fly from your question about prophethood to some other question.
No, I'm just going back to the base because we're getting really wrapped up in a whole bunch of stuff here.
You got us over here to the prophethood. You mentioned prophethood.
I mentioned it in the beginning. I said, how would you recognize a prophet?
Okay, so let's fly to another question.
Aren't prophets... They just predict, right? They predict.
But hang on. I'll answer that question. So let's fly from this question that you raised about prophethood.
All
let's
I'm
fly to
asking
another
you
question.
is, how would you know a prophet? And I asked
and I gave you a very detailed and specific.
I told you I didn't understand your answer. I'm not saying
you won't let me answer it. You keep pretending like I gave such an insufficient answer. I gave you a very specific, objective answer.
I didn't understand. Maybe I blanked out for a moment. I didn't understand your answer.
So then rather than multiplying words and talking through me, maybe you would stop talking and listen.
Words? No, I am explaining to you that I didn't understand when you said you gave me a cogent answer. I'm not saying
you want to understand.
I didn't understand.
Do you want to understand?
I'm asking you, yes.
So will you stop talking? Will you stop making sound out of your throat?
Yes.
Right. So once again, like I told you in the first place, perhaps I'm speaking very deliberately. I'm using words very deliberately. Make an interpretation. Attempt to interpret and be charitable. Can you do that? What I said to you already, I'm saying to you again.
Now you're going through the woods again, and you're talking long and not answering the question.
Well, I'm answering the question right now. I'm going to say it again. Perhaps the God has spoken and had people speak on his behalf and has written his revelation and has had other persons write it on his behalf. And then stop right there. No, not stop right there.
Okay.
So concerning prophethood.
Okay.
Right? The text, and before the text was written, he spoke and has told us, begging the question, I didn't finish the answer.
Perhaps God has spoken and given, so you're saying that may be that, if that.
So you're not going to make a charitable interpretation. When I say perhaps, I'm really saying that this is the case. You're not going to detect my answer as being a predication. Is that what we're going to do?
Because I wouldn't know. That would not give me an answer to how would you know a prophet.
Okay, so since the word perhaps bothers you so much, it is the case that the God has spoken and sent people to speak on his behalf and has written his revelation as person write his revelation on behalf. And within that context, the text says that any prophet, supposed prophet, who steps up to the people and says doctrine contrary to the previous revelation, false prophet. Any prophet that speaks a prophecy and it doesn't come to pass, false prophet. Any questions?
So you're saying that the prophets who wrote the book said that there will be no other prophets?
Not at all. How did you get that from my answer?
Because that's how it sounded. I'm telling you, that's how I'm giving it back to you.
Okay, so that's very poor exegesis or very poor interpretation skills.
So what were you saying then?
So if the text teaches a supposed prophet teaches doctrine contrary to the previous revelation, therefore they're a false prophet. And if they give prophecy that does not come to pass, therefore they're a false prophet. Any questions?
I just want to say
that method of inquiry, that method of scrutiny, says the prophet that steps up must be logically consistent with the same God who has given previous revelation that predates him, and must speak prophecy that actually comes to pass, just like the God who speaks and actually is effectual in what he speaks, not speaks and nothing empirically verifies what he says. Sounds pretty objective to me.
I would say that people that speak truth and spread light, their truth and light is God.
I'm sorry, Dora. I want to hear you clearly say that again.
So, people that speak truth and shed light onto people, I would say God is speaking through them. So that your so-called prophets, they're speaking truth. It rings bell.
That's God's work, though, is it not?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Well, let's not conflate categories.
We're all part of it. No one person is God per se. The whole collective.
Well, if you're a pantheist, then oh, okay, well, we can talk about that, but in this worldview, right, not everyone is speaking distinctively God-breathed revelation. Just because I say 1 + 1 = 2 does not mean that I just gave God-breathed distinct revelation.
My question for Max is, when you create something, are you proud of what you create?
Usually, yeah. I mean, in a general sort of sense.
Okay, cool. So, do you think that if we live in a creation and you were created on the 6th day, as credence is taken in Scripture in Genesis, stating as such, what walks upon the earth was created on the 6th day, do you not think for development of a continual relationship that you would not like to give credence to the Creator because you understand His creation and you know how it feels to give credit to what you create? Like when your family thanks you for a meal that you created and they understand that you added certain spices to help elevate certain things. It's a back and forth. It's like a game of tennis.
Okay, to me, that's a little bit different than your analogy about are you proud of your creation, which is where you started, which, yes, you would be proud of your creation. Would I expect my creation to give me some sort of accolades or credit for creating them? No, not at all. But when you add in, would I be proud of a dinner that I made for my family and hope that they would recognize that I did some things differently? Well, that's a little bit different because I'm not creating my family, I'm creating the meal. I don't expect the meal to, have any particular response. I expect the people that I made it for to notice the work that I put in for them. So in those regards, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, for sure. And that's all I'm referring to is that I think in this place that when we can understand His creation, the firmament that was put in place on the 2nd day, and we understand that that is the enclosure in order for us to have the second law of thermodynamics being entropy. Got to enclose the medium or else you have chaos in your hands. This is where I believe as you understand things and you engage with them, you realize what's happening, and the Creator gives you credit accordingly, i.e., again, like a game of tennis back and forth. Thank you for your answers, my friend. I withdraw.
A small addition to Kiwi's answer. The reason that point is good is because it isn't just you yourself that is the creation that is being proud of by the Creator who made you. And in addition with that, all the other things, all the other creations which have been given to you by the Creator, given His law, which is immutable according to His immutable, supremely good character, therefore necessitates and obligates the creatures to be utterly thankful and give all the accolades and all the adulation to Him. If the creature and the meal and all the other good things which the creature has received from the Creator are so good, how much more good is the Creator, Him, her, itself, who created and gave them to the creatures? It's a very simple, straightforward, a fortiori argument. But of course, why expect thankfulness from unthankful people? Dora,
I just came back, so I didn't hear what you're saying. So,
no, I just began to address you. So, do you believe pantheism? It sounds like you did.
I don't know what the word pantheism means.
Well, earlier you said, remember?
Yeah, I know what I said. I just don't know what the word means. Does that mean what I...
Yeah. So earlier you said, what if it's not one distinct person that's God and everything else is non-God? What if everything is the God, is God? That's pantheism. Or part of God, you said. That's pantheism or panentheism. So, if you believe that, then the word God, when speaking English, is simply a synonym for the universe.
Yeah,
that's it.
I would agree.
Which begs the question as to what caused the universe to begin existing.
I wouldn't know. Would you know?
Well, you see, if we can't answer this question, then you can't get the rest of your worldview started. This is why origins is so important. If you don't have a foundation, you have nothing to stand on.
I think there's like ground. I think when we come into this existence, we forget who we were. We're like, I imagine when you die, we return back to the ocean, and when we're alive, we're like raindrops in the sky. We think that we're little me with the ego, but when we die, we return back to the soup of consciousness.
In our everyday human experience, when we forget something, we first knew it, we first were aware of it, and then lost awareness of it. But you can't forget that which you were never aware of.
But do you remember what you were doing before you were into this existence?
No.
So
the Bible does say we're sinners.
No, that doesn't mean I forgot. That means I never had awareness in the first place.
What if we were aware, but our Creator did take away our awareness for some sins we have committed in the past, and that's why we are here?
Well, if that was the case, then that would be the case.
It could be something with experience. Just the experience of yourself can be help you learn lessons.
Well, one thing at a time. One thing at a time.
Our Creator.
One thing at a time. What Satoshi just said. If that were the case, then that would be the case. That's my standard response to every time someone says, "What if? What if? What if?" Because if it was the case, then it would be the case. You say?
I'm not claiming that I know. I wasn't like claiming.
But in that case, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Sure. So then, for that question to be objectively true, that line of reasoning may be valid.
But
now,
proving it
if it is
be hard.
to be
Gregory, do you know what happens when we die?
Wait, why? Hang on. So it's Satoshi. That's a valid line of reasoning, but it's merely valid. The only way it could be sound. But I'm not done.
I'm sorry.
It's a valid line of reasoning, but if it is to be demonstrated to be sound, one must demonstrate the truthfulness of the first premise in the first instance. If they don't, then it's not known. That's not true.
The existence of God?
No, the first premise and what you just said. Anytime someone begins an argument, a syllogism with the word if, that first premise that began with if must be demonstrated to be true in order for the conclusion to follow in a sound argument. If you don't demonstrate the premises to be true, then you just have a valid argument, but it isn't known to be true.
Okay.
Beard,
you know
Beard,
why I know
Dora?
God's a male?
Yo.
Like how?
Because he made females and they look good.
You know what? That's a pretty good answer. Dora?
So, I was going to ask you, I obviously know the answer, but I'm going to ask you, do you know what happens when you die?
Given that God's revelation, when you die, you are no longer alive. Well, that sounds tautological, Gregory. Yes, I know people don't really appreciate the doctrine from the Bible. The Bible actually teaches that the dead are dead. They're not alive when they're dead. So they're not conscious. They're not sentient. They're not intelligent. They don't have volition. They're dead. And they await to be resurrected.
Oh.
So, just like with everything else, I never thought it made any sense for people to insist that theological doctrines, metaphysical doctrines, just religious doctrines, they just can't be known. That never made sense to me. The same objectivity people insist with mathematics and physics and all the rest, it applies just as much to the so-called formal sciences, the social sciences, even logic itself. Because when people insist about math and physics, the necessary prerequisites to math and physics is logic and ontology. And if you don't have objective ontic properties, then you can't have anything. Because there is no real thing to even talk about, let alone to know. And if, of course, you don't have logic, then you don't have any rules. You don't have any regulations to thought. Neither do you have any rules to appeal to detect violations of such sound rules of thinking. This is why. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I can only know what I know and what I'm comfortable accepting upon the preponderance of information that I receive through whichever vessels that I receive them through. I am not comfortable accepting somebody's word that I can't verify.
Gregory.
I'm not accepting. Go on.
I got a question. So imagine that you never existed. How would you know that what existence is if you never existed?
Of course I wouldn't.
Okay, so then you can't say the same thing about death then, because you wouldn't know what non-existence would be.
I didn't appeal. I didn't appeal to given that I was dead, therefore I knew this when I was dead. I didn't appeal to given that I didn't exist at this time, therefore I know. That's not what I did. How did I argue?
Okay, maybe I framed you.
How did I argue?
Throwing it out there.
I mean, I'm asking you, how did I argue?
You didn't argue. I just wanted to see like what you thought about.
Well, I hope you. I hope that's a Freudian slip of the tongue, because I did argue.
Oh, you said the part with resurrection. You wait to be resurrected.
Right? How did I argue that?
No, you just said what's in the Bible, in the book.
Well, though that is an argument. See, people insist that appealing to the Bible is not an argument, but it is an argument. You don't accept that because you don't have that worldview. You don't share that worldview. But either way, the argument is, given the revelation from the God who has never died and can't die and is eternal and knows all things, that's a pretty good citation as to an authority figure who would know what happens when people die. Especially given that he's the very person that instituted the penalty of death.
Yeah, but how do you know God contacted these prophets, or God was these prophets, and then had those prophets write these books?
Okay, so how do I know? Let's go through this. So either I was there and saw it, or someone else was there and saw it and told me, or that person told another person and then told me, or whatever X amount of numbers of intermediaries.
So
or, hang on. Or I could deductively reason to that conclusion. The process of elimination of all premises until I get to the premise or premises that are true and logically cohere, which necessitate the conclusion. Or I could give an inductive argument that would strongly indicate that conclusion. There's many ways anyone can argue. As it concerns this question, you have the God's revelation. You have its manifest coherency within itself. You have its manifest empirical adequacy and corroboration from other texts. You have the philosophical arguments that can defend any kind of argument that can defend any of the doctrines therein. And you have all the other scrutinizing questions and arguments that are levied against it, which are then adequately answered in refutation of them, or an answer to the questions, which demonstrates that it is tenable. Falsehood isn't tenable. I could also expose the absurdity of the contrary, which is deductive. I could also argue that, I'm sorry, just last sentence. I could also argue that this is a necessary precondition for knowledge, the God's revelation.
So, are you aware that in your own, do you think the Bible is literary or is it allegory?
I mean, I'm going to define those terms. Literary literally means just the literature.
Okay.
So people say, oh, you shouldn't interpret the text literally. Well, that's very foolish, because if you are literate, then your literacy should be manifest when you interpret the literature, which would be literally. These are words all coherent.
Do you think that there was some guy that was the only son of God named Jesus?
Yes.
Okay. I got my answer.
So, how do I know? The way I know is by the revelation from the God, which includes the text and the coherency of the message and the empirical adequacy of the message, the manifest elapsing of the events that were prophetically foretold, and all the absurd, and exposing the absurdity of the critiques against them.
Yeah, the critiques would be astrology, wouldn't it? Jesus in astrology would be the sun in the sky.
No, that is a pun that is only possible in English. That is not even possible in Greek or Hebrew. It's very silly argumentation when people say
You
this.
should really look into astrology and how it's riddled in the Bible.
Well, it's not. It's explicitly forbidden. Now, people may fallaciously ascribe various things in the text to the stars, to the constellations. It doesn't therefore mean that their ascriptions are justified. Especially when the text itself that they are trying to insist is just a literary correlation to the constellations explicitly forbids such divination.
Yeah, it could have said that in a certain section of the Bible. Yeah, I'm not doubting that.
It is a fallen secret of heaven, as mentioned in the books of Enoch in the first chapter. That astrology and studying of the weather and all these different things, root cuttings, are fallen secrets that were taught to the women of the earth before the Nephilim were born.
So to really emphasize this conclusion, it cannot be logically sustained. It cannot be justified that the Bible is teaching the very doctrine it very explicitly forbids and abhors. That is not sound. You would not want to be treated that way.
To the Bible before.
Let
me please.
Okay, you want to insist what you want to say, but
please,
you would not want to be treated that way. Very simple point. You would not want to be treated that way. You don't have the right to do that to other people, including the authors of the Bible.
Okay. You don't know if that piece where it condemns astrology was part of the original texts.
Okay, so an appeal to an hypothetical.
Okay,
you have to justify that.
Sure. Okay. Just hear me out. There is a lot of ties with astrology and the zodiac with texts in the Bible. And wasn't the Bible transcribed from the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Sure.
There's astrology. It's like a tale. It's a story. It's like Little Red Riding Hood. That's another classic astrology or astrotheology tale.
And the justification for this conclusion is the objective, specific premises which support this conclusion are.
Yeah, I can send you some videos.
Why don't you just say what the videos say now?
Well, it's a lot to get into.
Why don't you just say them now? If you don't say them, then you fail to justify the conclusion.
Okay, I can say just the classic, the 12 apostles. That would be the 12 constellations, the 12 signs.
What is the justification for saying that?
I'm saying it's all allegory in your Bible. What
is the justification for saying that?
What do you mean?
What is the justification for saying that it's all allegory?
Because it's in the Bible. It literally says it's allegory.
Where?
Okay, let me find it.
So just to be clear here, we're doubting the whether or not the Son of Jesus is S-O-N, or sorry, the Son of God is S-O-N versus S-U-N. Is this correct?
Effectively.
Because you can ascribe characteristics to what you don't know.
Well, no, I mean, I do.
Max, repeatedly asserting that we don't know is no argument.
Gregory, please, if I may, we do have a piece of cloth that seems to have an X-rayed body on it that showed a man that was 6'1" with perfect human dimensions, i.e., the Vitruvian man. So my question to you is, if you're going to doubt a cloth and the fact that it has the imprint of his body on it, what else are you going to doubt?
I don't doubt that Jesus existed.
Okay, so just like the globalist, when they repeatedly assert that they don't believe flat Earth, they don't believe flat Earth, they don't believe flat Earth, the same is invalid and unsound when anyone else does it about any other conclusion. Repeatedly asserting that you don't believe the conclusion that the opponent believes, and that you don't believe that we can know the conclusion we assert to know, does not refute anything.
Oh, I mean, I don't believe that evidence has been brought forth. If people want to take their conclusions, that's fine with me. In my opinion, no evidence has been brought forward to say that you can ascribe some sort of characteristics, to say that God spoke to certain individuals and give them the words only and not to everyone. That's if you want to take that, then take that. I'm not taking it. And
okay, so how about this question?
All sorts of how many fallacious arguments you want. I don't give a shit.
Okay, so how about this question?
My purview.
Okay, just continue to multiply words. Instead of moving forward.
Go on.
How about this question? What makes knowledge possible?
I imagine you already know the answer. So how about
why do you refuse to answer my questions?
Because I'm not going to dance around it to your satisfaction as to what makes knowledge possible. How about you just tell me what makes knowledge possible? I don't want you to dance.
I want you to tell me the truth.
How about you just tell me? Because
okay, so how about we pay attention that the man is dodging the question?
Possible? What makes
petulantly?
I'm asking you the question.
He won't let me answer. He won't let me talk. He still won't let me talk.
Why don't we make the difference that this man won't answer the question?
He still won't let me talk.
To him.
Say, just answer a question with a question instead of honestly answer the question.
I did.
No, you didn't. You threw my question back at me.
I don't propose to make up stuff.
You said I don't want to dance to your question.
Right, because we're always going to go back
so continue
to the
to talk through me and continue to
You're asking
interrupt me
questions while you're speaking, and I'm trying to answer and have an ongoing, active conversation.
So, are you done?
I mean, do you need to have the floor when you ask me a question?
Are you done talking through me?
You just asked me a question. I'm answering your question.
Right, and your answer was, I don't want to dance to your blah, 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 blah.
That wasn't my answer. My answer was, I'm not talking through you. I'm having an active conversation.
Let's try this again. Let's try this again. See if you can give an honest answer to a question.
Let's try it again.
What makes knowledge possible?
What gives man knowledge? Yeah, what makes knowledge possible? You tell me, Gregory. I'm sure you know.
He's more than 40 years old, and he can't give me an honest answer to a question.
I just did. If I'm telling you that,
he blurted my question back at me, talking through me.
Because you already know.
Do you hear me doing that to him?
Do you know the answer? Gregory,
do you hear me doing that to him, audience?
Does he answer any questions, audience? Do you
see how he's going tit for tat with me? Why can't he just answer the question honestly? Why is he talking through me, repeating my questions back at me, pretending like he asked me the question in the first place?
Moderator?
Guys,
because I'm telling you I don't know. You tell me.
This is not productive.
It really isn't, Andy. It really isn't.
What I'm saying. It's not productive. You know, you mad because I don't accept your purview of God? Get the fuck out of here. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, you blurted past the question, what makes knowledge possible? You're exposing that you can't answer the question.
Gregory,
you sound crazy, Gregory, what you're doing.
The answer to that question, the motive behind the question.
The motive behind the question is everyone is disagreeing about what is known. Now, someone's arguing from a worldview, I've said this before, where knowledge isn't even possible. They can't justify any claim to knowledge whatsoever. They can't justify any of the beliefs that they have. So if there is a worldview out there, and it's the only worldview where knowledge is possible, defying that worldview is unjustifiable and is no good whatsoever. You see? So rather than blurting my question back at me and talking through me and getting petulant and childish and all this other garbage here, which you want to ridicule the globalists for doing, how about we just give an honest answer to the question, whether you know or don't know. If you believe you know, argue. If you believe you don't know, then just be honest and admit that. But all this other stuff is just worse than that. And is no good. The blatant hypocrisy in the service sometimes.
And you just want to go ahead and just, you know, be on your high horse. But I'm trying to have a conversation. And I admit when I don't know things. And then if you're not answering the shit that I'm asking you, then it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? If I ask you a question because I don't know the fucking answer, when I say, Greg, when you say, what makes man know knowledge? I don't know. Fuck, you tell me. I said, I'm sure you know. Tell me. And then you say, oh, you see how he's dodging the question? Nobody's dodging it. I'm telling you, I'm ignorant to that answer. I don't know what makes man know shit. You tell me. You're going to tell me it comes from the creator and that I should accept these other attributes that you ascribe to him, which I don't accept. Fuck that. I'm still not accepting them.
Gregory, I do have I have the chapter.
Before you say that, very bad timing. So you heard what we all heard Max just say, right? So he knows the transcendental argument, which is an objective, specified argument with specific premises. I can demonstrate the truthfulness. I can demonstrate the coherency thereof. He knows I'm going to give that argument, and he has carte blanche, publicly declared, on record, he will not accept it. Fuck that argument. Do you hear that?
That's right.
Does that sound like argumentation? Does it sound like rational argumentation? Does it sound like critical consideration, audience?
I'm supposed to accept.
As he continues to talk to me, right? As he continues to talk to me when I said that. As he continues to do it.
The prophet's word.
As he continues to do it.
The words of the prophet.
As he continues to do it.
I don't accept the Bible.
As he continues to do it.
Not saying that there aren't good things in there. I don't accept it, and I'm not going to be berated
spiraling out of control, just like the globalists. But it's not okay for the globalists to do that.
You present arguments like the globalists. See, I'm not trying
continuing
to hit you
do it.
I'm not trying
continuing
to call
talk
you
to
names. You're the one who's trying to berate
Let this
people
all
and
get on
lower
record,
them and
Max.
all of that.
Let this
You're
all
not
get on
trying
record. Continue to talk to me.
Constructive conversation.
Continue
You're not
to talk
trying to
to me
have
still.
constructive conversation.
The audience is still going.
You're talking through me at this point.
He's still doing it.
At this point, it sounds like you're talking through me. Right?
Losing all control.
You're still doing it. You're still doing it.
Spiraling down the drain into insanity.
Calm down, guys. Please. Okay, Gregory, I have the chapter. It's in Galatians chapter 4, verse 24. If you have a Bible, or what Bible do you got? Is it King James Version?
What translation are you using? Hello?
The one that's claiming that's an allegory is in. I don't know if it's a different verse in different Bibles, but on King James it's Galatians chapter 4, verse 24.
Verse 24.
It talks about how Abraham and his wife had a kid, Ishmael, and then after end of it, it says, for things that are an allegory.
Okay. So, are you familiar with the term exegesis?
I didn't hear you.
Are you familiar with the term exegesis?
Exit Jesus?
No. Exegesis. It's Greek. We're coming from the Greek.
No.
It means to extract or grasp the meaning from the text. Okay. It means to grasp what the author meant to express out of the text.
Yeah.
The opposite of that is called eisegesis, which means to superimpose or shove into a meaning that the author did not express, and is even especially contrary to what the author meant to express, which is manifest, which is evident in the text. Okay.
What does it say on? What does it say on this 22nd verse of Galatians chapter 4? It says we're at the start of it. What does it say? The first three words.
Let me look. For it is written, or for it is.
That's it. Yep. It doesn't say it's true. It just says it's written. It's just written down.
Dora,
it's true.
Dora. I literally went through talking the difference. I literally went through explaining the difference between eisegesis and exegesis.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is where I get.
You see, you can clearly see I wasn't done.
It says,
why do people keep doing this to me? You can clearly see I wasn't done. You hear me? Why do people treat me this way? Okay, you asked me the question. Why aren't you being patient and trying to listen as long as possible? Because obviously you're trying to shove your interpretation into the text instead of letting the author say what they want to say.
But that's what they wrote.
Okay, yes, they wrote these words. Do you know how to interpret text? Do you read any book and just read 2, 3, 4 words and think that you understood what they said, especially when that's not even an intelligible, complete sentence? Is that how you read?
Do you know what was going on in the author's
Is that
mind?
how you read?
What do you know?
Okay, so if you don't read any other text that way, so if you look, you still insisted on talking.
Gregory, so what I was trying to say is, you don't know what the author meant by that. It just has the word allegory or for it is written. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. The reason why this is just a thing as to why I think that astrology holds true to the Bible. It has symbolism to astrology in the Bible, and it says allegory. So if it's a story, it could be talking about the story of the heavens, which there are a lot of similarities to astrology and the Bible. Same with all other religions. So that's what I was just trying to get my point across.
Who muted me? Who muted me? Hello?
Well, I got my point across. I said my piece, and that's it. So I'm gonna mute you. I'm not a mod.
I don't like it either. Not there. I mute Gregory.
You muted me, Mike Power Swan? No.
No,
not a
no,
mod.
I'm for you. No, it wasn't me. And they did it again. And you might as well mute me too. Fuckers.
Oh, I guess no speculation Sunday. It's getting hot in here.
Yeah, you guys are getting heated.
Man, I don't know where we ended up and how we got there, but listen, whatever.
I mean,
whatever,
I don't mind listening to this, but one person at a time, please. I mean, like everybody jumping in, and I don't know what's going on. Like it's weird.
Hey, I understand.
Like I said, I don't mind, but one at a time, it's more pleasant to listen to as well. But yeah.
On a side note, on something good that just happened, Texas just passed a law where the 10 Commandments have to be put in school.
That's interesting. You know, that's going to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
I like George Carlin's. He knocks down the 10 Commandments.
One more thing I saw.
Comedy bit.
That happened.
George Carlin has a very different perspective, and he's hilarious when he talks about religion.
He basically says that the 10 Commandments were it was over they had to make it 10 to make it sound official, but he basically knocked them down to like certain ones and grouped them all together. So like thou shalt be unfaithful, and then thou shalt not steal, and then he would group that up to be like thou shalt not be dishonest or whatnot. Like,
How do you guys feel about that? In elementary classes, they have to put it up on the wall, the 10 Commandments.
I don't understand why Gregory's muted though. So Gregory, I don't really understand why he's muted.
Yeah, that's weird. That's like some fucking.
I don't know why anyone would be muted, and if you're muting people, why you wouldn't say and have that discussion as well. You know, it don't make sense being a coward.
It's all happening in the back chats next, so thank you very much. And so
I don't know how to work none of that.
We're not a bunch of Globers in here. If you get muted, check the chat and understand why. And complaining why you were muted is something Globers do. So let's not do that.
Yeah, but not every instance of moderation is justified.
Okay, so let's not do it again, or you can just go back on mute.
How about we just not unjustifiably mute people? So if we could continue.
Dude, you're the only one yelling right now, Greg. So calm down, buddy.
Yeah, the problem I think
unjustifiably muting people is not good. So if we could get back on topic.
Excuse me.
When multiple people.
Excuse me. Hi. Hello. I think the problem is that the reason for muting someone is very subjective, right? What one person might feel is appropriate for a mute, another person might be like, "Oh, well, why did you mute me? That wasn't justified." Yeah, so it's very.
But it was clearly obvious I was the one being interrupted.
Oh, I don't even know. I just got here, right? Because some pink moderator said shit's getting out of hand. So let's everyone calm down. For the moment, you're the one raising your voice, so maybe take a break. You know.
I'm fine. So, Dora, if we could get back on topic without unnecessarily interrupting things, because we're a bunch of grown adults in here, right? You eisegeted the text.
I didn't want you to get muted. You sent me what?
So you eisegeted the text. Now, you can clearly hear me trying to exegete the text to try and extract what the author meant by what they wrote, given the text that is present, but you wouldn't let me.
I would say, how would you know what the author meant?
By reading it.
Yeah, you read it. The words mean things.
Right. So can we get back on topic? So you reading 3 or 4 words out of entire sentences is not at all rational interpretation. You don't treat any other text that way. Why do you treat the Bible that way? Because of course, the authors of the Bible can't use more than 4 or 3 words to get across a message, because that's not possible, right?
Well, if the was it Abraham in that text had it basically mean it would just confound the whole thing, collapse it on itself to being like a literal, like it.
Have you
like there was
considered
a
this?
literal Abraham.
Have you considered this? Right? That Paul is referring to the history recorded in Genesis, and the history that was recorded in Genesis was deliberately contrived by the God to represent a general point. Have you considered that?
I don't really understand what you're saying. Like, how is this? You're just saying like this sounds generalized.
Please listen to my words. You can clearly hear me talking slowly and cogently. What if, have you considered that Paul is referring to the history in Genesis, which is indicative or representative of a general point? He's not insinuating that the text in Genesis is writing something that didn't happen. He's referring to historical texts that record what did happen, and what happened in the text that explained what happened is representative of a general point in Galatians, the Epistle to Galatians.
Do you know what the word allegory means?
Yes, I do. Have you considered what I just said?
It just does. It's like it sounds like you're just what was it? You said exegesis or what
exegesis.
Was it? Exegesis and in what was the other one?
Eisegesis.
Like you're using those at your own will to interpret what you think it means.
Okay, you're projecting your error onto me, because I can exegete the passage in the Epistle to the Galatians. I can exegete the passage in context, the entire epistle. I read the epistles, I read the scrolls out loud to audiences. I read the entire epistle without even getting a drink of water. Praise the Lord. Okay, so I'm not afraid at all to read more of the text.
Cool.
So I'm not doing your error. So if you really want to consider what the passage really means, given the text that is there, then we can do that. We can hop down to another voice channel and we can discuss that. But if you don't, then I'm not going to waste my time any longer. Very simple.
Cool. All right. I just want to throw out the astrotheology. If I can open your mind into seeing the similarities, that's all right. Because the reason why I brought it up with allegory in there, allegory is a story or a poem or picture that can be interpreted to reveal hidden meaning.
Sure, you can insist that all you want to, right? Your attempt to justify that hermeneutic, I'm sure you're not familiar with that term, but that's what you're doing. You're arguing for an alternative hermeneutic, an allegorical interpretation that it doesn't really mean what it says. It says one thing and it presents itself as history, but it really isn't. And it says something entirely different. It means something entirely different. Okay, this is not new. This is ancient. People insist that the God in the God-breathed scriptures is not saying what he means, and that he can't ever tell us what really happened in history. No, that can't be the case with the Bible. No, that's just not even allowed.
That's why there's different religions, of course.
Right, because people insist on not accepting what the God has actually said and insist on what they want to believe.
That's the thing. Like, there's religions all saying, like, I got the truth, and then the other religions say, oh, I got the real truth. Those guys are down the road. They don't have the truth. They're telling it wrong.
Right, and that happens because people are not actually trying to scrutinize themselves and critically consider what the opponent is saying and critically consider what the supposed God is saying. People are just insisting what they want. That's why it happens.
Yeah, so there's this supposed God is coming from people from like he said, she said stories. Like I feel like we could all draw a bigger picture, and if you syncretized a lot of religions and see the similarities.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to interject here for a second because, like, Gregory just made the suggestion that if you wanted to continue this conversation, to head into one of the rooms that is specifically designed for this kind of discussion, right, about religious topics and interpretations of religious texts, and that's all fine. If you guys want to have that conversation, by all means, do so. But we have a couple of new people in the live stream who are probably here to listen to the topic about flat Earth. So if you could get back to that general direction anytime soon, things don't have to get like unpleasant for people, right?
Now, let me justify why we even got here, so we can move on.
I don't care why. Let's just move on, right?
Yeah, you don't have to do that, Greg. Thanks, though. Appreciate it.
Well.
Yeah, you're not gonna. If you're trying to change my mind or position,
either you're going to accept, are you going to consider or not? This is very.
Testing. Oh.
Yeah, we got you, Craig. Go ahead, buddy.
Oh, I was wondering, like, else on the audio cut out. I'm like, crap. Am I, I got a new one for you. War story or not?
Go for it.
Okay. So apparently, if somebody asks an if question, someone else has to present the if for them. If the Earth is a globe, mind you. So if I said, sure, let me follow that logic, I go, if there's unicorns, then NASA doesn't need rockets. Now show me show me the unicorn. And they're like, oh, you don't like that analogy now, right? So you can tell me if the Earth is flat, and then come up with some random bullshit, but never show me your if, so I can troubleshoot what's wrong with your thinking. You just randomly apply the if to me, and then whatever answer I give you is not an answer and also the wrong answer. But if I do the same thing back to you, then also now you're triggered. And the globes are like, yeah, that's the way it works, I'm like, all right, well, have fun with that, because your worldview is severely broken. Because even if you twist your ideas, your method of interrogating the truth to your ideas, it doesn't work, because now you don't have your unicorn to explain why NASA needs another rocket to fly to the moon. Another one on the globe side, apparently, like, you can DM somebody to tell them not to DM you. That makes sense if the Earth is a globe. Because then if they respond to your DM, they didn't honor your request to not DM them. So if someone DMs you, say, hey, can you please not DM me? They're like, sure, no problem. Oh, they DM'd me after I told them not to DM me in a DM.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's somehow violating terms of service, mind you. And they could report you to the police.
Who?
I posted some of the screenshots in Golden Globians.
Who can do this?
If the Earth is a globe, this is what you would do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if the Earth is a globe, mind you, you DM somebody to tell them not to DM you. Then when they respond to you and say, okay, sure, I won't DM you, then you report them to the police for harassment. Because there's a violation of Discord's terms of service. And the police enforce that for some reason.
All right, that would make no sense.
If I could figure out, I'm just being able to figure out what the globalists do. Like, today is Earth Day. Can you at least talk about the Earth on Earth Day? No, you can't. Why not? Oh, because the Earth is flat. Because someone out there thinks the Earth is flat. You can't talk about Earth at all. You can only talk about people who think the Earth is flat, but not the Earth itself. Even on Earth Day. And they're like, yeah.
I believe it.
Oh, that one news day where that flaming crap shoots across the sky. And apparently it was the ISS doing some sort of garbage dump or something. And I'm like, how would you know? How would you know that it's flaming crap from the ISS? And they said they know it because of me. I'm like, me? Well, how would you know that's the ISS? Because I don't think the ISS is up there. So that's how they know it's up there. Because I'm always wrong. I said, okay, well, there's flaming crap in the sky over California. Is that wrong now? Because if that's wrong, then that throws away your ISS. And they're like, wait, what? I go, exactly. You didn't even see, like, you stepped in your own crap and you're wondering what happened. Apparently, the Mercator projection or the Gleason's projection is a broken map. It doesn't work. And you tell them, okay, well, that is a globe projection using math. Which one is wrong? Math or the globe? The flat earth is wrong. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying, right? You're telling me the flat earth is wrong. Why is the flat earth wrong? Because a globe projection using math is wrong. Okay, gotcha. So which one do you see as the flat earth in that equation? The globe or math? Wait, what?
I think you're missing the point, dude. The fact that they can't prove the globe is a sphere means it's not flat. Didn't you understand?
Or how about this one? If they block your content and then they show the message and get triggered by it anyway, somehow that's your fault still.
Everything's your fault, dude.
Yeah, I'd say after you've blocked me, everything after that is all you. You factored me out of the equation. The only thing you're seeing on your screen now is a blocked message with an option to show message. If you then click the show message and then get triggered again, it proved you were triggered the whole time. I had nothing to do with it. You can see nothing and still get triggered. Oh, here's a good one. They'll tell you to change your name. So if the Earth is a globe, they tell you to change your username, but they'll give you a role on the server that doesn't give you the perms to change your username, and then wonder why you're not complying with changing your username. See, Discord to them is just too difficult. So they don't know how to use. I go, how do you expect to master things like rocket engineering if you can't even master Discord?
No, I think they just like to pound into you and abuse power, dude. Some people just love pounding in that power.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'll say that they're Karens, right? They want to control things. The Discord mod effect. They don't care what the Earth is. What they care about, they actually caring about, is what you think the Earth is. They want to control what you think. It's about thought control, thought crimes. Here we go. Here's another one. If the Earth is a globe, they don't understand that NASA is part of the executive branch of government. It's not even government at all. It's only funded by the government. I mean, how in 2023 can they still be having this conversation that they don't even know that NASA is an executive branch agency? They would fail 5th grade civics. They need to go back to school. Here's one for you. Okay, so the flat Earth is all about entertainment. And if they ask you what is the globe Earth about, and you tell them all about entertainment, then you don't want to learn. I go, well, sure, I want to learn through humor. And they're like, you can't learn. Why? Why can't I learn? Because flat Earth is entertaining. I go, okay, well, so is the globe. So why are you here in this conversation? Certainly, they tell you, I'm here for entertainment. I go, have you learned anything? They're like, yes. Yikes, dude. Yikes. Oh, here's Newton. Okay, the guy tells me that he knows the Earth is a globe because of Newton. And I go, what about Newton? Well, Newtonian physics. Okay, well, Newtonian physics said that he knows that's why there's a God. And the guy's like, well, that was just his belief. Well, yeah, exactly. He said based on his knowledge of physics, he knows there's a God. His belief and his knowledge of physics caused him to know there's a God. And the guy's like, yeah, Newton's wrong. Okay, welcome to Flat Earth. Oh, here's a good one. So if someone calls you a retard, that's okay if the Earth is a globe. But if you tell them, okay, sure, but at least I'm not you. Now that's an insult, and you must be muted for that.
Dude, I've been muted for so many ridiculous things on a Discord before.
Bad mods.
Yeah, like somehow that is that's beyond the pale. You know, if you tell someone, you know what, thank God I'm not you. You know, I may be a lot of things. I'm not perfect. You know, I'm retarded. I'm whatever, right? Whatever you want to come up with. Whatever version of me you want to make up in your head, at the end of the day, even if all that's true, I thank God I'm not you.
Because deep down they know they're disgusting, and when you say that, they get mad.
Yeah, because they have such a low value, a low opinion. Oh, here's one. Another one. So why is Flat Earth important to them, right? Why do they care about Flat Earth? Because Flat Earthers are ruining his country. His country is literally being ruined by Flat Earthers. And you're like, how? How is Flat Earth ruining your country? Doesn't know why. Can't figure out what Flat Earthers have done. I go, are they in office? Is there any Flat Earther in office advocating for some sort of policy that is harming your country? Like, are Flat Earthers in Florida and there's a governor who's like wanting to go after Disney or something like that? You know, what exactly have the Flat Earther done that's caused any change in your country?
Flat Earthers are ballers. They're rich as hell. Don't you know? We got an organization called FLASA, Flat Earth, whatever. We observe the firmament. We fly up, blow things up into the firmament. We tax people. It's outrageous. Outrageous is where our money goes to. Not only to this NASA, to other shit, trivial shit that needs to get fixed.
Here's one. Atheists never doubted the Apollo program. Article, Neil deGrasse Tyson on the Friendly Atheists. Atheists need to shut the fuck up about the Apollo program. They were all worked up because the astronauts kept thanking God and taking communion and reading from the Bible. Yeah, hear this. Okay. So you message somebody, or someone messages you, says, don't message me. Don't send me any messages. I'm like, okay, that works, right? I will not message you. They respond back, okay, you have now forced me to block you since you can't abide by my wishes.
That's funny. At first, I thought you were talking about me, Crip, because I did say that too earlier today.
Yeah, but
so that's a weird coincidence.
Yeah, but why would they even respond to you? Why not just block you right off the start?
Right.
Because they wanted this victim status. Like somehow flat earthers are harming people. Like if you DM them after even like if you DM them at all. So I would say from the macro to the micro. If they can talk to you about you right in front of your face like you're not there on the server, why can't they talk smaller, like one-on-one? But they don't want to do that. What they want to do is they want to make fun of people, they want to mock people, and they want to hide at the same time. When it's in DMs, they can't hide. You're on equal footing. It's just the two of you. And no one's got mod perms. No one can delete, no one can mute or anything.
It's an ego trip.
So they want to block you, but they want to blame you for why they're blocking you. Because if they just randomly block me and tell me so, I post a meme that says, I don't block trolls. Trolls block me. So in their brain, if the Earth is a globe, what they'll do is find a reason for why they blocked that was my fault, not their fault. Which is, they'll send you a DM, and then you respond to the DM. They say, oh, well, since you responded, now I get to block you because I asked you not to respond. I said, well, if you don't want DMs, don't DM somebody, right?
They're pussies. It's like someone that gets hit or like hits a person, but doesn't expect the other person to hit back.
Yeah, it's not even, but that makes sense in a self-defense sort of thing. But this is just DMs. I mean, there's no violence or nothing here. It's just functional communication at the lowest possible level.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever blocked anyone in my life on Discord.
I blocked one person, and all it did was it just kept making more and more accounts to keep, I guess, trolling, quote unquote. And it finally went away. I said, what do you want from me? What do you want? And the guy said, I want you to say the Earth is a globe. I go, fine, the Earth is a globe. Will you leave me alone? And then he didn't. I'm like, look, there's nothing you want. Like you're not going to ever leave me alone. So what's the point? Like have fun.
Psycho.
Yeah, I go, have fun. Just you can make as many accounts as you want. Do whatever you want. I don't care. I'm just going to ignore you. And eventually he got bored after he figured it there was no effect. But I kept it the main account. So on my block list, there's only one person, like his main account. Here's
it's
one.
A special kind of person to do that type of shit.
Here's what. Oh, go ahead.
No, go.
Yeah, I'll just tell another funny story. But if you got something, add onto it.
Who takes time out of their day to do that?
If globe, right? On the globe, mind you. An atheist globalist, and they know they live only once, is all the time they have on Earth. So they're going to find somebody who said something they didn't like and just hound them with sock accounts until they say something that they do like. And then when you do say it, you finally give in and say, sure.
What a fucking waste of life.
Yeah.
What a fucking waste. They think, you only live once, and you gotta live it to the fullest. And meanwhile, they're fucking trolling, following people on Discord that they don't know in real life.
They'll never meet, they'll never talk to them. It's just like this is their life on Discord. And it probably is pretty close to their life in real life. Like all those Karens, all those people you see wanting to talk to the manager, they're all globalists. It's small and sad people doing small and sad things for small and sad reasons, while thinking they shouldn't be small and sad. Here's one here. So apparently, if the Earth is a globe, I'm the most racist Microsoft software written ever. And so what did I say that was racist? I made fun of them because they were going to call the cops. for DMing because I DM'd them back.
Oh, that's racist.
That's racist. Yeah, that's extremely racist.
As I've come into the flat Earth community, I've noticed that there's a lot of similarities between flat Earth and globalists and politics, the right and the left. Like, I don't know. That's just my observation.
Personally, I don't follow politics. I don't vote.
It's very similar. I've noticed that.
So here's one. So you can mention somebody, in a channel, right, in a text channel. Then when you respond to the mention, they ask you, well, why did you come to the text chat? Because you mentioned me.
They're not expecting a confrontation. Oh, you showed up. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Huh. Well, the surprise. That's what's really good about that meme with Beetlejuice, where it's like when they mention you, it's like, oh, it's party time, Okay, so here's one. So the globalists post a picture of themselves, and there's a dog in kind of like off in the corner a little bit. The dog's got its head down. I'm like, dude, your dog looks like, like it's embarrassed to be in that photo, And that's doxing. If the globe, that's doxing someone. Because apparently, if they post a photo and then delete it, then no one else can post it because they deleted it. Their own time they posted it. And I didn't even post a full photo. All I did was zoom in on their dog, like in the bottom corner of the photo. Here's one. The guy says, if the Earth is a globe, he loves science but hates flat Earth. And I'm like, okay, well, sure. So why do you hate flat Earth? Because they're wrong. I go, is science ever wrong?
Depends what you call science.
Yeah.
Not wrong, just inaccurate. It's been inaccurate at times.
Yeah, you get the duality there. Like, how do you get to science without using Earth as flat and stationary?
Unicorns are real. Science.
Yeah.
Just put the word science in front of anything. Boom, you got it. What can be repeated? What is the scientific method? Can it be replicated? Can we replicate pressure without a container? No? All right.
Of course, not everything in science can be repeated.
Well, I'd have to have a whole nother planet. I'd have to have my claim poofed into existence for me to prove it. So, I mean, sorry.
And you're asking for something that's impossible.
Yeah. You just have to believe it. I mean, and clearly we have pictures from space that show that there's no container, so why would we need to prove it anyway?
Yeah.
You can look up and see there's no container there, so...
Well, they deny that. They say that picture is CGI.
What if I put unicorns in space? Is that real?
At nighttime, you can look up and clearly see there's nothing blocking your view of the stars, so how could there be a container? Obviously, there's no container there.
They say the container is clear. Flat earthers do. It's a clear container, so you wouldn't see it. That's what they say.
So when rockets have scraped the firmament, is it like almost like a water effect when they've done that?
Sir, that's just rockets fuel spraying. You're a conspiracy theorist if you think it's actually bouncing off of anything. So
they misinterpret certain things as that.
Is that why the sky's blue? Because water above.
That's due to the daytime and the Earth rotating. If the Earth didn't rotate, we wouldn't have daytime.
Is the sky blue at night?
No.
Okay, well,
it's only due to light.
Yeah.
Light or the sun? That's two different things.
The sun has light. Yeah. Nothing is that as bright as sun.
But the sun isn't light.
It isn't?
The sun itself, yeah. The sun itself is ionized gas called plasma.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Clearly, science.
How do you confer to that?
It's not giving off light, though?
That.
I think it is.
Yeah, flat earthers
It's giving off light. It's not light, though. The sun itself is not light, but it gives off light.
Let me ask you something. Is a bulb light?
So plants don't take in light? Or what is photosynthesis?
Is a light bulb a light?
When it's off?
Apparently not.
No.
Or no.
No, it's like glass. It's like glass and some other shit, right?
Yep. What's their claim that they say that they know what the sun's made out of? How would they know?
We send probes into it.
It gives off.
Oh, it's all NASA buffoonery.
They send probes into it.
We probe it.
That they instantly melt.
Oh, okay.
That's the slogan. If you want to know it, you probe it. It's the slogan, guys.
That's what they say in the rainbow flag too. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'll pass. I'll pass on the probing. It's on some NASA pedophile, homosexual shit. You gotta probe it.
You guys really don't like homosexuality, do you?
Well, flat earthers say space is gay, and it's true. And I don't know why people don't, that's highly offensive, because that's a good thing. Space is very proud, gay. We have Uranus. We probed it. So it is what it is.
We probe Mars. We probe Venus.
We probe the sun. We got Voyager probing out there. Voyager 2 probing. We got probes everywhere.
They want to drill.
It's a good old probathon.
We got rockets that look coincidentally like penises when we launch them in the air.
Yeah.
We're gonna probe outer space.
So rockets aren't built for aerodynamics.
Penis dynamics.
Oh my!
That's like Jordan Peterson. Wash your penis.
And rules for life. Wash your penis.
That shill. Jordan Peterson, the guy that's philosophy, talks philosophy and stuff.
I mean, I like some of the things he says.
Clean up your room.
Yeah.
He's slowly becoming religious.
Oh, he's definitely a fucking Freemason.
Well, he started off as a big atheist thinker, and then over time, like just interacting with religious people has really made him think about his positions and the way atheists act.
Have fish. Think again, sunshine. You don't understand it. You don't understand it. And you're not that good.
You basically saying
It sounds like he's gonna cry every time he talks.
He does cry a lot.
Yeah, it's fun. He's a caricature.
You could say he's very passionate.
You guys should listen to this because I know what I'm talking about.
Here's one for you. So globals will jump mid-conversation and just start triggering. So I was talking to Soda. I'm not sure you guys remember who Soda is.
Soda Poppin'?
Yeah. And I told her, okay, even if you disagree with the content of the class, right, just go through the motions, get the grade, and get out. And basically I said after going back and forth for a couple minutes, I said, that's my advice. That's it, right? You can argue with the professor if you want to, but just get the grade and then worry about it later. So if the Earth is a globe, it's really bad to take Crit's advice. And I'm like, okay, my advice was get a good grade. And that really explains how you ended up as a Discord mod. Your highest calling in life, you just did you hated Crit so much. You're like, well, Crit's telling me to get a good grade. I'm gonna get the lowest possible grade I can.
Yep, this goes into that everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome that a lot of them have.
So then, once they realized their mistake, okay, they said Crit's only here to laugh at people, right? To point and laugh at them. I'm like, dude, what would you do if you told someone to get a good grade and they decide to get a bad grade just because you told them? What would you do? And they were like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, I would point and laugh at them. So we're both going to do the same thing, right? And then the other dude, the mod, said, yeah, you can't knock Crit for pointing and laughing. He's an internet champ. See, they don't track the conversation long enough to realize what is even being talked about.
Bro,
they
the rules,
only see
the rules that apply to you don't apply to them.
Well, they only see the flat earther talking, and then they just want to say the opposite. Whatever you say is the opposite.
Shut up, stupid flat earther. You think the Earth is stationary? It's flat or level?
I don't think it, bro. I know it.
How do you know? I saw a picture.
Because the human body has sensors designed in your ears to detect rotation. So if I'm not rotating, I'll sense it. If I'm rotating, I'll sense it.
And I can sense it, bro.
Okay, how fast are you going right now? Tell me, with your senses, exactly how fast you're going, rotating.
I'd say about 1,000 miles an hour, what NASA says. I feel it in my ears.
So you feel what NASA tells you?
Yes.
He's been probed.
Congratulations,
He's
bro.
been probed.
He has been probed, yeah. Straight from the UFO.
Is sarcasm detection being turned off today or something?
Here's one.
You not only have your vestibular system, if you wet your finger and put it in the air, that's the most accurate way to detect earthquakes.
I would say wetting your finger then sticking it in your butthole is more accurate than that. That's the definition of probing.
Oh my.
I think I told you about this one.
This combo has fucking devolved, man.
It's degeneracy, bro.
Crit, save us.
Yeah, I think I'm all caught up with the war stories. I think I told you about this one last time I was here. That the lady said that aircraft carriers are not flat. They match the curve of the Earth. Because the picture was showing the top of the aircraft deck that was equal to the horizon. And aircraft carriers are curved. They call it a flat top or flat deck just because.
They're definitely flat.
But it's curved.
The older ones used to have like a curved up ramp to help the aircraft take off. That has to be the stupidest thing I've heard lately.
Yeah, you could tell that the Earth is curved by how curved an aircraft carrier deck is.
Why do these rockets look like dildos?
Oh my.
What's going on in here?
Penises. Dildos.
What curve would they be matching at the size of an aircraft carrier? Like nothing.
The horizon.
Per mile squared.
Yeah.
Yeah, but an aircraft. I don't know the size of an aircraft. It's small overall.
Yeah, but you have to be accurate. What are you going to?
It's not a mile, so it's not an inch.
If you made it flat, you'd be building a conspiracy theory. So you might as well make it as accurate as possible. You build it with the curve of the Earth. You want to be extremely accurate. I mean, this is the military we're talking about here. I think they're going to make it flat.
Like, they made a movie called Gravity and Interstellar. Like, be real, flat earthers. Earth's the globe.
Those were obviously filmed in real time.
In space.
In reality.
In real space,
there's no other way to fake that. There's no.
They went out to the ISS and filmed all that shit in space.
You mean the green screen in fucking New Jersey?
Oh, what?
No, dude, they can't fake that. It's too difficult. It's much easier to just go there than actually fake it.
I just felt the earth
George
spinning right now.
really died.
And it's definitely a lot easier to send corruptible people instead of a general population.
Yeah, the general
Government
population would just kind of point out, hey, we're not actually going anywhere.
Let's send up a guy named Don Petit. He's our man.
Oh yeah, best of the best.
Well, he's like our Homelander, you know. Like he is the best of the best. There really isn't anyone that can compete with.
Maybe Chris Hadfield. Maybe Chris Hadfield.
Well, you see, the mustache game, but he just doesn't. His coffee game isn't as strong, and yeah, so.
Yeah, of all the stuff Chris go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Of all the stuff Chris Hatfield has eaten on the space station, he'll never beat Don Patet's poop coffee.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
That's your piss? Drink your own piss, mate.
Shit.
Yeah,
Drink your own shit, mate.
He qualified it too. He wanted to make sure that you are not confused. That is exactly what you're thinking it is. Make no mistake, okay?
Chugga chugga chugga. Boom! You got coffee.
You gotta recycle all that shit somehow.
No, we don't let anything go to waste in space. That's another slogan. Haven't you heard?
Think of the environment, man.
But here, fuck it. we'll build we'll be as inefficient as possible. We won't use those machines here.
Well, there's nowhere to throw your trash, so we got to recycle everything, even if it's our own poop coffee. So.
I kind of miss the old days when you'd have to argue with a globalist, like, is a pigeon an animal or not?
Is what an animal?
A pigeon. Like, if the Earth is a globe, it's possible that pigeons aren't animals. Do you remember that one, CB?
No. I mean, it just makes me think of like the pigeon chess. I'm like, is that where that came from? The damn pigeon chess?
No.
What?
So here we go. This is a story. So me, Jeremy. This is a couple years ago, mind you. me, Jeremy, and Chemo were kind of talking about, is Starman an experiment? Okay, so Chemo was saying no, it's not an experiment. If globe, mind you, we're working inside the globe paradigm. Okay, could a flat earther consider this, if globe, to be an experiment? So Chemo said no, it's not an experiment. It's man-caused. They shot up in the air. Whatever it does, and they did it, so it can never be an experiment. Jeremy said yes, it could be an experiment if you observe something first. So you observe it, and then you try to repeat it. Then it could be an experiment. So what did they observe that did that? What took off from Earth and went around Mars and back around Earth, whatever? And I said, yes, it's an experiment if you can predict its path. Like I had said, that Monty Python skit, just fart in the general direction, and I'll believe that you've done this. Which direction is Starman? Right now. Show me your math. Where would it be if the Earth is a globe? Because none of them have any clue where it's at. They just know it's somewhere in space doing something.
It all depends if it's an African globe.
Yeah, so why we're talking about this, the globalists are in the back making noises, animal sounds. So finally I just said, can someone just mute the guy who's making a bunch of animal sounds? So what happened was, as soon as I said that, a whole zoo erupted. Okay, it was all kinds of animals. Like it was monkeys and gorillas and penguins and everything. Any animal you could think of, somebody was making that sound. So the mute me. And I'm like, why am I muted, right? Because I said someone was making animal sounds. So that's why the people are making animal sounds. I said somebody's making animal sounds.
Yeah.
And then they said, well, the person originally was just making pigeon sounds. And since pigeon isn't an animal, I shouldn't have said that they were making animal sounds.
What?
If the Earth is a globe, mind you.
I've never seen intelligence used that well.
Yeah, I know they're glorious, man. I mean, some of these globalist spaces, you think they're joking. At first, you go in there and you think it's just like a comedy skit, just people all kind of just being goofy and having fun. But they are as serious as a heart attack. If the Earth is a globe, a pigeon is not an animal, and if somebody else says it is an animal, you should start making animal sounds to show them that a pigeon is not an animal. Then to fix it, you mute the guy who asked people to stop making animal sounds.
Makes sense.
Did they ever define what a pigeon was?
No. It's just not an animal. They know what it's not. They know it's not an animal on the globe. On the globe, it's not an animal. It's something else. It's like, I don't know. Is it like a spy?
Is it extra interdimensional?
Remember that conspiracy theory about the pigeons are CIA cameras or something?
It's because pigeons should be flying off into space. That's why.
Space pigeons.
Space pigeons.
They got little astronaut suits, little headgear. Those are the head people that control our world. The pigeons are the Illuminati.
Disney is listening right now. Now they're gonna make a fucking Disney movie about pigeons going to space.
Well, they should. They'd make $1 million or more. They'd make billions. You could have Mike Tyson's. Actually, no, he's dead.
Mike? No, he's not.
No, Mike Tyson.
No, I'm talking about Mike Tyson. No. What's his name? That comedian. What's it called? Mike Tyson's Mysteries, or it was like a cartoon show, like is animated, kind of like Scooby Doo, like art. And they have a character called Pigeon. What's that voice? I forget the voice actor's name, but he's dead now.
Oh, okay.
You talking about like Fat Albert? Is that?
No. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I did know all the characters on that. I thought. Oh, that reminds me. So if the Earth is a globe, Stanley Kubrick is still alive. And the globalist knows this because he's talked to him on Twitter. And then he asked him if he helped fake the Apollo program. And Stanley Kubrick told him no, he didn't do that.
It's Norm Macdonald. That's that voice actor that's dead.
Oh, I didn't know Norm Macdonald died.
I think he died. I'm pretty sure he's dead now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he just died. Yeah, he was a kind of a funny guy. That was like the second high watermark of Saturday Night Live.
He's a dead comedian on the Mike Tyson comedy show. For some reason, I was thinking the Patrice O'Neill. You know, I didn't know Norm Macdonald did pigeon.
Pigeon.
How about, should we go on the zany space news?
The Zanny Space News?
Yeah.
What's that?
All right, so apparently the Lucy spacecraft has photographed Trojan asteroids headed towards Earth.
Oh my god. Why is it called Lucy?
I'm not sure.
Is it because our ancestor Lucy, the one that we evolved from?
Yeah, so the reason why it's a Trojan asteroid is because it'll photograph one asteroid coming towards Earth, but it's close to you. It's closer to the camera. And there's an even bigger asteroid behind it that's far enough away that you don't the spacecraft can't see it.
Oh.
So it's a
They
Trojan.
know it's there.
Yeah, they know it's there somehow.
From the displacement of the gravity.
Here's another asteroid news. Asteroid news did not trigger a nuclear winter after all. Global temperatures did not increase or decrease after asteroid impact that caused the demise of the dinosaurs.
Sounds like a lot of fear-mongering and empty threats, or actually like threats. Hey, bitch, there's going to be an asteroid coming soon to a place near you. Be prepared. Or actually, just like expect to die, and just roll over and keel over. Why don't you?
Dead NASA satellite going to crash to Earth. Most likely will land in water. Crashes in the desert, Sierra Desert.
Since you're gonna die any minute, what sense does it make to do anything? Don't care about anything except yourself.
Yeah, you're gonna die someday. We'll do it right. We'll do it today. We'll get it out of the way for you. You'll make your bucket list shorter. We'll make your checklist. You won't finish it, but that doesn't matter because you won't be alive
immediately.
They had to come up with another way for people to be scared of asteroids because apparently people think now that NASA's defending Earth from asteroids because of DART.
They are.
And they'll detect the asteroid and deflect it before it gets to Earth. There's no fear of asteroids anymore. It'd be like, oh, okay, well, sure, let's defund NASA now. And they're like, wait, what? You forgot about Trojan. You forgot about, it's still fund NASA because of Trojan asteroids. The Trojan asteroid is still a threat. So without NASA, you won't be able to detect them. Okay, sure, NASA. Why do you call the Trojan asteroid? Oh, because you can't detect it. Okay, so you can't detect the Trojan asteroid. You can detect the asteroid, but the Trojan asteroid is undetectable and it will destroy the Earth. So what does more funding do for you?
They should defend us by having me not pay taxes for them. Letting out my taxes. That'll help defend my resources that I want to acquire.
Hey, we just send Ben Willis and Bruce Affleck up there and straighten it out.
Yeah, they'll figure it out. They'll bring a machine gun and a bunch of deep oil diggers, and
you know what? I like the part where Don Petit says, "Oh, but like we could go to the moon, but we can't go to the moon because we destroyed that technology." It's kind of like a big fuck you to the American people that paid taxes for that said technology for them to build, but then like, nah, we destroyed it. All those films that we had. We destroyed them too.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
And we accidentally erased the tapes. The tapes of the most important event of mankind, the thing that we hang our hats on. Yeah, no, we erased those.
How many tapes were there? Like thousands, apparently.
Yeah,
extra cutted scenes that they had made in Hollywood. And action.
We got the original copies of 1921 Walt Disney movies.
Most famous accomplishment of mankind, of humans, the landing on the moon. NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
Straight from a NASA astronaut.
Yeah. I really want to, I'm surprised taxpayers aren't pissed at this. People that, Globers, that really, think about funding NASA.
Right. We've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
Apollo computer had 32K of fixed memory and 2K of erasable. That was it. No screen, no sound, no icons, no nothing. And the keyboard just had it had 0 through 10, read, clear, and enter.
Is that someone from NASA?
10. This nigga said 0 through 10.
Oh God.
My God. But anyway,
read, clear, or enter.
Yeah, there's a little bit more of this. Yeah, from NASA.
That's from NASA?
Yeah.
On its best days, it couldn't get to 1 megahertz. So it was slow and weak, but it got us there.
I like how the audience is are clapping and applauding like a fucking show seal or dolphin that's been trained. Oh yeah, we went to the moon.
Dramatic reading, right? But it got us there.
Yeah, just a calculator. We made it. 0 through 10, he says. What the hell?
A keyboard.
That's great.
Yeah, I have a number 10 on my keyboard. Yep. Oh my God.
That's the kind of engineering we hire at NASA. We got keyboards that have the number 10 on them.
That's actually hella funny. Oh, NASA keyboards have the number 10 on it. Yeah. That's a new meme. I'll post the video in the chat so you guys can expand on this if you want. Yeah, this is from a video Mountain Bear made. It's a bunch of South Park clips with NASA voices. They merge them together.
Wait, like people that work in NASA are voice acting for South Park?
No. They're basically just merged together. So someone got NASA interviews where they were like, "Well, sorry, I can't tell you where the telemetry data is," like I just played. And they basically just put those interviews over South Park footage. So it looks,
I'm watching it.
It looks really good. Yeah, it looks really good.
They're in the retirement home. I remember this episode.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them are like, this is back when Owen Benjamin was heavily making fun of like boomers and like, we went to the moon, god damn it, and stuff like that. So a lot of it was using these clips of South Park.
It got it there. Did he say got it or got us?
That was my biggest.
He said got it's there.
It's so funny too because that was my biggest hang up on Flat Earth. You know, like, god damn it, America's great. You know, like jingoism, like America's flag's on the moon. You fucking commies. What the fuck wrong with you? You know, like
American excellence at its best.
Yeah, I was so fucking brainwashed. It's because like I knew it too. I knew the executive branch was full of shit, but for some reason, I just had a lot of pride that America went to the moon. Like, explain that, you fucking European cock, you know? Your country's so great, you didn't have a space program.
I think that was the intent, and I think that's why it was an easy sell.
Yeah, it was like I had this cognitive dissonance. I knew the executive branch was scumbags, just dirtbags. But for some reason, NASA was a shining. It was that, that flower that grew out of a cow pat. Like a turd blossom, whatever you call that.
A lotus flower.
Yeah,
growing out of muck.
Yeah, just you're like, there it is, the shiny pearl, in a vast ocean of shit. And then you realize, well, wait a minute here, they got a SWAT team that like brings about 700 cases to federal court for searching people's cars when they enter. Not like, what the fuck?
What?
Yeah, you're like, why do they have a police force? And you're like, oh yeah, it's just the executive branch after all. They're no different than anything else. They just got good propaganda. It's like the executive branch with a good PR program.
It doesn't take much.
No, especially if you want to believe it. If you really want to believe it.
I mean, all you really gotta do is tell kids when they're young, have the teacher say, hey, this is it. This is the world. Don't question it. Okay.
That is what they do in school. They make you fucking remember a bunch of useless information, or else you don't pass the class.
Yep.
And if you don't pass the class, Timmy? you don't get to work at McDonald's and live paycheck to paycheck, and you don't get to be a good slave.
Yeah, you gotta be a good slave, Timmy.
Well, you have to be a good slave, dude. Don't you want that fiat?
Yeah, the dumbest thing that I ever did was spend a half a semester of worth of money at college. It was like the gen eds. I wasn't planning on, doing anything like go for a certain degree. It's like, oh yeah, I'll do it. Sure. I feel like a lot of educations is just like, especially in college, you're paying for someone just to feed you shit, depending on what your field you're going into. But like the gen eds, when you first go to college, where you gotta get your general education, there's just more bullshit brainwashing to make you a good slave. Oh, flat Earth? Oh, that's preposterous. Germ theory? Well, of course. Of course there's viruses. What was y'all's awakening to or discovering flat Earth? Like what led you down this this realization of it's all horse shit.
It was
Well, for me,
the straw that broke the last, or what do they say? The last straw that broke the camel's back. It kind of worked like that for me. It was a build up, and less of a one moment that set it off. It was the Tesla car. Y'all remember the Tesla car they quote unquote shot into space or whatever?
Oh,
It's about when they did that. I was like, nah, nope, not buying this.
you can tell it looks so. It looks. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, all that too. But for me, outer space was the last thing to go. But even though I believed in it, I never believed in the moon landing. So when they were like, all right, we're going to do it again. We're going to shoot some car out in space. You could hear the tires screeching. I was like, no.
Let me ask,
not happening.
why didn't you believe in the moon landings? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, because I was heavy into the documentaries. I was watching all the documentaries about space, but it was just like they called the moon. They're going to mean to tell me they made a phone call to the moon.
Oh yeah,
Stuff like that. I'm like, nah, that never happened, dude. Playing golf and rovers and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, what? Nah, I didn't buy that for a second. So it also helped that that was back when Joe Rogan was pretty vocal about that as well. He was like, nah, the moon landing's fake and all this stuff. So
I think he sold his soul
now. I think he recanted on that. Okay.
Oh, definitely. This is before he changes it. This is before then. So,
okay.
But that was a big reason why. But yeah, I never bought the moon landings ever, even though I was heavy into outer space. I was like, nah, we didn't go land and play golf on the moon. That's crazy.
And you're relatively young, right?
Yeah, I'm 29.
Okay, so in school, do you remember if they taught you about the moon landing in high school at all?
No, not really. Not really.
Not really, right? So yeah, that's interesting that they want you to believe something that they don't even teach you. They just tell you, right? And then when you go to look at the evidence, it's like, really? That's what you want me to believe?
We could tell it's real because there's a video.
Still believe it. Yeah. Oh well, dude, it was funny. There was one of these girls I dated. There was a museum. Moon landing museum theme, whatever, at the local museum here. And obviously, the topic of the moon landing and stuff came up. And I ended up showing her this GIF that gets circulated around the server. I don't have the link to it right off the bat, but it's just some crazy looking rover just twisting and spinning in space. It looks super fake. And I showed it to her. She goes, that's not real. And what's funny is they end up showing that exact same clip at the museum later that day. And so it's just funny that even normal people don't buy this stuff when presented. But if it's stamped by, the government, okay, then all right, we're good. There's no way they're not lying. They can't be lying about this. I'll try to find that GIF.
I can.
But you're right. When you present them with the evidence, because, this is why people generally just believe it, because they haven't seen any evidence and they're just going by the authorities that's given them the information. Like people said, you wanted to pass those tests. And they never look back at it because life goes on. But once you do provide them with the evidence, they look at you questionably, like you can't be serious. Like this isn't it. And you try to express to them that, this is basically the extent of their evidence. And they don't believe that. They believe that, no, you must be wrong. There's other evidence that you're just not presenting, and you just have some sort of bias. And it's like, no, this is the evidence, and if you can bring back any additional, I would love to see it, period. But they're just like, this can't be it. This can't be the evidence. No, it's the evidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that goes into that everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome that a lot of them have. If you present something and that same very thing is presented by, say, a government rep, you both present the exact same thing, they'll probably deny it from you, accept it from them, even though it's the same thing. And that's exactly what happened with Shawty in that GIF I showed her. No, that's not real, that's fake, some flat earther must have made that. And then when it's shown at the museum, stamped and approved, yeah, no, that's what they did. It's real.
It's got that stamp, that golden, nice seal. That's got that word approved or real, or right underneath that. Fucking, I could. With that kind of logic, I can make anything real. Unicorns, just get that seal, baby. Get it from the government.
Exactly. Well, then you have certain zealots. Even Matthew Learns admitted that even if the government approved and stamped a flat Earth, they still wouldn't go with it. They're that religious against this thing, this reality that we live in, that doesn't move.
I'll call bullshit on that.
Flat.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a small niche. There's a small niche group of anti-flat haters that probably would do that. But I think majority of people are waiting for Daddy to tell them. But like I said, small group, super religious, very zealot.
Government's in charge of education, so if the government's telling you what it is, you're damn sure the education system will tell you what it is.
There's no way they could lie.
They're gonna want whatever they want the people to know, or brainwash, or to back up as evidence for their claims.
I can't find that GIF. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the lem or whatever the heck. But it's some type of weird looking contraption hovering in space, and it looks terrible. But I don't know how to look for it. I don't know what it's called. Some people post it here from time to time. Pretty funny.
Yesterday, someone posted a map of supposedly the flat Earth, and it's supposed to be something that's going around on TikTok, and people have this expansive map on their wall of what they claim. Yeah, someone posted it. I was not familiar with it at all, and I don't know who came up with it, where it originated from, but I do not subscribe to anything close to that, but supposedly that's being ascribed to Flat Earth. I don't know if that's Flat Earth Society, how you guys think about stuff like that. But that's out there right now.
Is the Flat Earth out in space?
Hell no.
Well, no, I'm asking if that picture.
No, it didn't show the Flat Earth to be out in space. No,
I know they like the straw man. I know what you're talking about.
What was it called again, Max? It had a weird name to it. The null.
I'm not sure. Right, I did not catch the name. Let me see if I can go back.
I saw it yesterday too. It was a big. Here's the one thing I did like about it. And obviously this is speculation, but they made the layout irregular. It wasn't a circle, it wasn't a square. It was very irregular. And I've been kind of preaching that a little bit lately on the live stream. So I can appreciate that they went that route with it, that it was irregular. But I don't necessarily agree with it either. I saw it for the first time too, Max. I was like, what the hell is this? But, it had a weird name, like the null. It had some.
I should have paid attention to the name of the map, but I should have paid attention. It got posted yesterday. Let me see. It was around 10 p.m. ish.
That's funny that you brought that up because I don't remember people discussing it. I saw it was posted. But yeah, I don't know. I get the idea. I get it. But damn, where you guys get all these? Who chose how many of those little area? How did you guys get that idea? They just picked 33 lands.
Worlds.
Boom, done. 33. I mean, where do they? I'll have to count
just
them
like that. Let's see. I went back too far.
I'm curious to see if you can find it. Damn, I can't even. Oh, by the way, I did post a GIF. I did find it.
Oh, you found your original GIF that you were looking at?
That is the GIF, if anyone. But yeah, I'll see if I can find that other one.
Yeah, it's so fake. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude. Well,
the movements are like. That's so real.
Yeah.
Where the hell are they taking these? Like, did you just make like spray paint or do some art like on a little ball and get a camera, a dark room?
I know. Look at that moon moving in the background, dude. It looks so bad, but yeah, she was able to realize that when I presented it to her. It's like, yeah, that's ridiculous. But then when it was shown at the freaking IMAX, movie museum, I can't even imagine what she was thinking. Oh shit, there it is again. But I don't know. She was really kind of normie mindset when it came to stuff like the 7-Eleven being a part-time job and whatnot. It's like, no, that can't be true. It's like, all right, well, we'll just stick to the weather or whatever with you.
Oh, how was the weather? Oh, yeah, it was good yesterday. I was out about it.
Some people don't like to rock the boat. That's what I've come to realize. I mean,
I love rocking the boat, though.
Me too, man. I think that's why a certain amount of people are destined for this information, and some people are not. It's like I've had certain bosses and people that I've worked for before, even though I was just like right below them or whatever. They hated rocking the boat, and I didn't mind if I had to. For example, I mean, y'all saw what happened with the Gregory situation recently. We don't need to put that on the spot, but no, I'm a fan. I always talk about. I'm always complimenting Greg. He sets a certain tone, a vibe. Feels like a freaking jazz club sometimes when we're in here. So I've said that all the time. So I don't mind rocking the boat though if something needs to get done. So yeah, I think that's I don't know if it was you, Dora, who said earlier that there's a certain, maybe it was Kel, but certain political patterns you can notice in certain people. You don't get a whole lot of lefties, flat earthers. At least I don't meet a lot of them.
Yeah,
but yeah, there are certain.
I said that. Yeah.
Yeah, there are trends for sure,
and I kind of felt that. I don't know. The censoring of Greg was a little bit, but yeah, he was a little outspoken. But I think he was just being passionate about what he believed. So I mean, I don't know.
I'll have better days than others.
It wasn't for just, hey, I don't like, we don't like what you're saying. You go on mute. It was just,
it escalated pretty quick.
We were getting messages like, "Hey, the live stream is chaos." So like, so we gotta get the reins on, man. Hold on, let's just clear the air. That's it. So I just wanted to. I only joined in and I heard yelling. So I'm like, all right, let's just put that on mute for a second. Dora finished what he had to say, and then it was like, all right, well, who muted me? If that's not relevant. Who muted you? Clearly, you're a smart guy. You know that whoever muted you had the logistical power to do so, the rank to do so. So who muted you doesn't matter. Now let's move forward. And so he chose war at that point. Okay, so
Yeah.
and, we discussed it in the back chats at that point. So
I just said my piece, and
to be fair, it was pretty wild on both sides. Like,
Yeah, absolutely. You know, to be fair, it got crazy, and he's passionate about the things that he talks about, and I respect that. But I also expect some measure of respect as well, you know. And so,
sure.
at some point, some lines got blurred. However, I did post that map that we were speaking of. It's crazy, yeah. It's bananas.
let's see, the Terra Infinita map. Yeah, that's
178 worlds under the Great Dome.
Oh wow, 178. See, I wonder where they got that number from. And which one's us?
You know, but if you look really closely on the right side, it says ifunny.co in the bottom right-hand corner of that photo. So I don't know who, when they posted this, where they got it from, or anything else, or, if what the guy was saying is authentic. I don't doubt it. But looking at that ifunny, it throws me off now.
Yeah. How did you find it? You were just scrolling?
Yeah, I just scrolled through yesterday's messages, and it was there.
I got you. A little blurry on my computer here, but I guess there's a YouTube. Oh, Nas Confunden. I guess that was the name I was looking at.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
that's...
we need to check. Maybe we need to investigate that person, their YouTube channel, their IG and stuff.
Made by Nas. Yeah, there you go. YouTube Nas Confunden. Okay, confident.
I can't. What does it say outside? Does it say unknown zone? Is that what that says?
Unknown zone. Yeah, outside of the white.
Unknown zone. I like that.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I kind of like. I do like that unknown zone. I've seen other maps that. Let's see. AI said he fixed it. Oh, you fixed the funny thing. Yeah. You need like a high res version of this. Maybe I should look it on my phone. I'm blurry on my computer.
I'm not really sure. I can't make heads or tails of it.
I just want to know who had like the mushroom trip or whatever and came up with this idea. Because I mean, where do you get this idea from? It's not like you.
That ain't no fucking mushroom trip. It's like a fucking doing coke, speed, ketamine, DMT, fucking all the drugs you can do, and then you get that mumbled fucking jizz stain of a map.
Is that ice outside the perimeter or what?
I can't quite make out. It's so blurry. There seems to be red text on the ice, so I can't really make out what it says though. Let me go to their YouTube channel, see if I can find it. Nas Fundin. The Terra Infinita map.
Is that like?
Here's one thing to keep in mind. Go ahead.
Is that thinking like the Terra or the plane is infinite, and these are the known worlds around us?
Interesting. Maybe. I mean, I guess the name Infinite Plane, Terra Infinita, Infinite Plane. So.
I've seen the cosmic egg. From I saw a video on with Martin Kenny and Santos Bonacci talk about the cosmic egg. It's pretty. I like that that video.
I think one thing to be aware of is, looks like this guy has interest in selling this map or blankets or whatever. I don't even know, but that's something to be. What did you put? AI said he put NASA on it, so yeah, now it's official. But just keep an eye out. If somebody's trying to sell you something, that's always just something to be aware of as well. It's not like I'm in here, I don't have anything to sell anybody. I don't have a secret, super chat I want y'all to smash or anything like that. The songs that I've made totally free for the YouTube or for the panel and stuff like that. I said it in one of my songs, we do it for the free. And I would be maybe a little suspicious if someone's trying to sell you something. But doesn't necessarily mean anything, but just something to kind of raise I'll be aware of.
Did you say that religious people all the time?
Did you see the
peddling?
Did you see the Alex Stein Jeranism, I think his name is?
Jeranism. Yeah, I think
Jeranism.
You were trying to bring that up recently.
Yeah. No, I think that was actually pretty bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they tried to make it as a joke, but it just made Flat Earth look like a joke.
What did they do?
Because you have to watch
Stein
it.
Does some goofy stuff every now and again.
Yeah, he made it look like a huge fucking joke. I don't know. I didn't like it. I mean, I understand humor, but it doesn't. I don't know. Somebody looking at it from the outside. Yeah, I didn't like it.
There's different camps, dude. And I was in the Nathan Oakley camp for a while. I sat in the back of the class and took notes. And now I've been in this camp, hanging out here. But some people hang out in the Jiren camp and stuff like the Alex Stein camp. There's a bunch of different camps that you can find yourself in, and they do different things. Dave Weiss has his little app and the videos with the piano playing in the background, and every one of them. And Jiren and Alex, they do funny videos sometimes. We do our thing here. It's a little different than they do, isn't it? We got our 3 points. We're trying to stick to we put all the speculation on one day. We try to be real.
Yeah, I kind of noticed this on, like, when I was talking about the politics thing. I kind of noticed this, that the Flat Earth, like the people in the Flat Earth community, there's a variety. There's like different variations of it, and like there's different people who believe different things, right? And it's very like, it kind of reminds me of like the right wing, like the conservative party. There's different people in the conservative party, but then when you go to like the Globers, right? They all like, it's all fucking just a cult. It's just it's all just a cult. They just believe in one thing, right? And there's no deviation from it. And if there is a deviation from it, they get called out. Like it's very like cultish.
Yeah.
At least that's my observation. I don't know.
I would agree. I feel like Flat Earthers, we really don't know what's beyond. So a lot of us have to like speculate like what is beyond, because clearly there's probably more land beyond, and that they are supposing or having us be indoctrinated to this globe for like a mental barrier. It's like humans are curious, and if we want to stop them from like exploring beyond the so-called fence or the ice wall, then we gotta tell them that we're on the globe.
What brought me over to the flat Earth was I was always a curious kid, and I never subscribed to the Earth's rotation and Earth spinning because, I was always one of these kids who wanted to be a superhero. So I was jumping off everything, and I was always landing in the same spot. And in a kid's logic, that seems to be pretty sound. That no, the Earth is not moving. I threw the ball up, it came back down. I jumped in the same spot. I jumped off of the dresser. I jumped off the monkey bars, and I keep landing in the same spot. There's no way the Earth is moving. How high I got to jump for the Earth to move under my feet? So I never really subscribed to that. As I got older, I was always interested in the stories that they told about who killed Kennedy. Did we go to the moon? Are there aliens? Where is God? All of these sorts of things were out in the zeitgeist when I was a kid. And looking for answers as you got to adult, as you got this internet, we didn't have this sort of thing. Information, you had to read newspapers, go to the library, that sort of stuff. But when the internet came out, now you can try to peruse and look for the information that you were looking for to confirm or find out what really happened with situations. And so in looking at, conspiracy theories, whether it's surrounding 9/11 or anything else, of course, this whole flat Earth topic started coming up in my timelines or whatever. So, I dismissed it. This is early on in like 15. Of course I would dismiss that along with the lizard people. It's not something that I really look into.
Nah, Hillary's a lizard person. I don't know where you're
So I dismissed it. I kept just dismissing it. Then one day I was a little curious because it kept coming up. It was pretty persistent. I guess, I was looking at all of this conspiratorial stuff. So it just kept jumping in my timeline. The algorithms were different back then. I think the first persons I looked at was Eric Dubay. And then possibly a few other of the big names, the guy Skiba, these guys. And of course, I stumbled across Jaron and Nathan Oakley and the original Nathan that I call him, because before I found Nathan Oakley, I found the Nathan that used to hang out with Austin. I can't remember his last name. And so, like Creation Bear was saying, people have different opinions and they take it from different sort of paths and how they want to deliver the information and which parts are important to them and how they're going to frame their arguments. And because of that, everybody has an opportunity to try to find where it fits for them, where it works for them. If you have these sorts of questions, if you take this sort of information and try to validate it, and you find that, hey, I keep coming up like these same guys. There are a whole bunch of different personalities that you can get onto and try and see if it fits for you. But the information is pretty consistent throughout what we do. And that's why we ended up here, because the information does not validate the information that was presented to us.
We're in the dark, so to speak.
You do believe in a creator, though, right?
Yeah, I believe in the Creator. I believe in the Almighty, our Father. Yeah, but maybe not in the same way that everyone else wants to subscribe. And I know that everybody else is not this unilateral sort of thing. It's very much a different, varied thing to different people, and I don't begin to think that I could know what somebody beliefs are, because that's what they are.
Yeah, I didn't want to get too deep into it. I just wanted to ask. I don't want to bring up that whole fucking conversation again.
Absolutely, there's a creator.
That's fine.
It'd be kind of ridiculous to say that there isn't. Like the Big Bang happened.
Hold on, let me ping Greg, get him back in here. It's like...
No, okay, all right.
Martez, right?
Talk openly about this. This is kind of I feel like it ties in with the evolution, thing, the argument.
Wasn't it the priest that comes up with the Big Bang, George Martez?
Wasn't that in the 1600s or 1400s?
Somewhere around there that they decided that the Big Bang.
Which I find it ridiculous. Do you think that this was some magical thought of a quote conversation with a god you thought he had, or do you think this was a plan of some sort?
100% it was a plan.
Well, how would a priest have a conversation with God telling him the Earth is a sphere rotating through space? Why would God say that?
Unless their God is trying to deceive other people so they can exploit them.
Yeah, but that God is Satan.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say Satan is... Yeah.
It could have been Satan, yeah. I mean...
All right.
You know, I see people talking like Hollywood people and like a lot of singers. I notice that they always talk about Satan and they're always like thanking Satan, and I'm like, God damn, what the fuck?
Do you know, Kel? Do you know who Lord Shiva is? It's in Hinduism.
Indian god, yeah, an Indian god, right?
Godhead.
It's the god of destruction. And if you know where the LHC is, there's a giant statue of Lord Shiva right outside the Hadron Collider.
Oh, really? That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, the god of destruction right outside the apparent machine they're using to detect the Higgs boson.
Oh, what is that? What's the Higgs boson? I don't know what that is.
They call it the scientists call it the God. It's a nickname. They call it the God particle. The particle and field that gives entities its mass.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if I subscribe to that sort of science.
That's theoretical physics, but it's nothing based in reality.
Wizardry.
Yeah, exactly.
Words are fucking spells. I don't know if you guys look into that. Words are fucking spells, or at least they can be.
Well, the ability to manipulate somebody's mind, of course, is a spell.
Yeah, for sure.
Divide the languages. Like, isn't that something? What's that? The Tower of Babel. That what was it? That it divided languages. Am I getting this right?
I think so. I mean, I am no Bible scholar, but I believe that's the story, that the Tower of Babel they were trying to build, and and God decided to make them all speak different languages. Don't quote me.
Like, other animals communicate, but they also seem to be like plugged into this sort of like sixth sense of just be able to communicate, like almost. What's it called?
Yeah. I know what you mean.
When they know like a storm is coming, or they know that a tsunami is about to happen.
Without talking, what's that called again? Reading the person's mind. What is that called? It starts with the I. Yeah, or T. Yep, that's it.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, I have a dog, and in my backyard, there's like an infestation. Well, I wouldn't say infestation because I like them too. There's like a bunch of these little lizards they're called curly tail lizards, and so they're all over my backyard. And my dog is like this big ass dog, and these lizards are born, right? They don't communicate with each other, but somehow they know that my dog is not going to hurt them, so they just like stand around my dog, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, how do they know this?
The third eye. I know lizards have like an exposed. Some lizards or snakes have an exposed third eye on the top of their head, on the top, like a flat side of their head, and the top.
No, I'm just saying, like, if I was somebody, like with my intelligence, and I saw like a really big animal, right, that was like huge, I wouldn't stand next to it if I couldn't communicate with it, right?
Yeah, it's body language.
Yeah.
It's just it's like they're plugged into a matrix. We can do that as humans too. It's just, I feel like it's really hard. It's harder for some people because we get indoctrinated into systems and thought patterns,
pass down messages,
not just knowing what we're consuming too as well, like water, fluoride.
It becomes coded in their DNA. And they understand which animals are predators and which animals are not. And it's just the way that their genealogy works. You see it all the time, when you look at the plains of Tanzania, or whatever. You'll see birds standing next to lions, or things like that. Certain situations, certain things land on the lions, monkeys, and all these other things. So, how they know, I can't really say how they know, but they do know which animals are generally
They're
a threat to
communicating.
them.
They're
Yeah,
definitely
they
communicating.
communicate. We know meerkats communicate. I'm not sure if anybody ever saw that they had a whole documentary. It was like a television series on meerkats and the way that they operate. So it's hard for us to detect because we don't understand how they communicate. But all of these animals communicate. It took us years to realize that dolphins communicate, and the level that they communicate on, and the level of intelligence that they claim or appear to have. We've studied apes and monkeys, and we understand that most animals have a way to communicate with one another, and a whole system and a hierarchy set up. So it's not unusual, I don't think.
Have you guys ever heard of the 432 hertz frequency?
I was looking into something like that. It's something about the way the vibrations and the way we receive the music and the vibrations that it's made in. I'm not really sure about it.
Yeah, you pretty much hit on the head. It's like they're able to like also visualize or like see the frequency play out in water or like substances like water.
Are you talking about how like you get different shapes depending on what frequency you like?
Yeah.
You like you hit the water.
Like I know like churches have like their windows kind of like water, like their windows are like how water or type of frequency would be in water and stuff. But there was everyone back then, or like people, I'm pretty sure, I think it was like some Chinese emperor wanted everyone to have their music to play, like be attuned to 432 hertz. But like there was also people that would try to change it to like 440. And the 432 was almost like it vibrated better. Like you could see it vibrate. It was like almost like harmonious when you watch it in water. Where versus the 440, it wasn't really vibrating as well as this. It was a chaos. It wasn't like really unison. So the emperor would try to make it like the people to listen to 432 because he thought that if people listened to like 440 or ones that had more chaos to it, they'd be more agitated. They wouldn't be harmonious or at peace within themselves. And there's yeah, I don't know if you guys ever heard of that.
I've heard of different hertz and how it affects the body, and certain hertz are supposed to be more harmonious, and other hertz, again, like you just said, create more chaos. I was just curious to your story as if, did this emperor actually, have some sort of visual or empirical data to back up the 432 hertz versus the 440, right? Did he, play the music in a room with some people and see the reactions over a period of time?
I'm sure.
I'm not really sure, right? So, but the 432, isn't that like the Fibonacci sort of sequence? I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that vibrations can also be performed in the Fibonacci sequence, and that's supposed to be the best for the body. I mean, I don't dispute it. I know that we are people who resonate, and things resonate within our bodies. I know that vibration can hurt or heal you, those sorts of things. I don't have a whole lot of information on these things, but everyone has stood next to a speaker and felt the vibrations out of it outside of the audio sounds, so.
Oh, yeah. I think like it was Tesla that that coined that. Like what a thing that can like help with healing is frequency and vibration. So like with sound or like music.
I was just curious. I mean, from what I've read about ancient history, most of them use some sort of vibrational musical equipment, whether it's in the form of huge gongs or huge drums or the circular drums, or even just incantations of huge groups of people just chanting or humming, creating this huge vibrational tone. So, I mean, I'm not really sure why they did those sorts of things in their rituals, but they did them for a reason, I'm sure, that they had.
Isn't there some theories that like that's how they built the pyramids? Was it with sound and vibration?
I don't know. I mean, I've always speculated that they've moved those bricks and built the pyramids because they understood magnetism better than we did and was able to create quote unquote anti-gravitational devices to move things with a whole lot more ease. That's just pure speculation, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like I've heard like other ones, like the pyramids were biology. Like it was like a giant mud fossil, and they just took down layers of it, and then like kind of refurbished it. Put maybe what was it on the top? What's the top piece? A quartz. I'm pretty sure it's quartz. I think that they think that was on top of the chief cornerstone piece on the pyramid was quartz.
We're talking about the Great Pyramids of Giza. I'm not 100% sure of the physical makeup outside of the stones.
I think it's limestone. What's
interesting is the pottery. The pottery is what's freaking crazy.
Pottery. Like the art, or just like the pottery, just like the clay, or
no, how they did it, how they made the pottery back then. Like some of that stuff we can't even replicate.
Oh, really? Oh God, that doesn't surprise me that we lost a lot of technologies.
Well, it's a fair question to ask, are we really in the most technologically advanced society, or is that just a pitch that's given to us?
Definitely, I think it's a pitch.
I think we just have different technology. That's my opinion.
I think the technology that we use, so like health, like the hospitals or urgent cares or whatnot, they're more on a basis of treating your disease instead of prevention. So they're in that business. They don't care about the illness that's plaguing a person to like prevent it or to stop it. They're interested in just prescribing treatments to help get it better for a certain period of time until the patient's like, well, I've gone accustomed to this medication, or it's getting worse, and then surgery, and then cut off parts of the body, and not really getting to the root cause of certain disease. And I think the people back then had their shit figured out with like frequency. Like they knew their stuff and how to make the human system like vibrate. And
there's no profit in curing disease. That's what it is.
Oh yeah, easily, yeah.
When you incentivize that particular job, of course, people are just going into it for a living now, not because they have a care to serve the people.
I find it disgusting. The amount of money that they have, the amount of people, the patience they have, is disgusting. the amount of illness that we have is crazy. God, whatever word you want to use, didn't make. We don't have potatoes or fucking lemons for bodies. Like it functions well. We shouldn't be seeing high cases of obesity, cancer, all these diseases in our human family, in man's family.
Well, that happened. That all started when we started industrializing food and making like junk food and like fake food.
Yeah. Get things from the
Processed. Everything is processed. You know, it wasn't this many What's a hot pocket? What is that? I mean, when I was a kid, there weren't even chicken fingers. It's like when I first heard a chicken finger, I'm like, chicken fingers? Chickens don't have fingers.
I've seen how those things are made. It's really disgusting.
Hot dogs, dude. Hot dogs are disgusting. Fucking, you could have pig anus and that. Like, disgusting.
And those are the least of the worst of the foods that, you know, a lot of people consume.
Doesn't Doritos have guamine in it? It's a type of it's batshit, ain't it? Or is that just a different type of guamine or something?
Oh, guano, yeah.
Guano.
I hope Doritos doesn't have that in it.
Dude, we'll eat. Americans, we'll fucking eat anything.
we eat anything. You know, you make it taste a certain way, we good.
Yeah, put some spice on that shit. Some spices, some herbs, some salt, pepper. Okay, we're talking business now. All right, that'll taste better.
You know, when I found out that our food is not allowed in other countries, I was really disappointed. That hurt me.
I'm gonna go check out Earth Awakenings and see if there's any flat Earth debates.
Yeah, online censorship is just going to get worse. Soon enough, we won't even be able to talk about flat Earth. I mean,
And welcome, everybody. Yeah, it's just going to be recording tonight. I'm over here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. There's a couple of people in there right now. We're having a discussion about the shape of the Earth, and I'm going to try to help moderate. And anybody joining me right now, we're just going to jump in right into the conversation. You guys know how we do it. We're in it to win it. But yeah, so I'm just going to help moderate. I'll probably jump in the conversation myself, and you guys are welcome to join me. Gonna go ahead and undeafen and unmute and join in the conversation. Hey guys, let's check it out.
Speculate, you could say the first point may be money. The budgets at these space agencies, not just NASA, but all countries around the world, from the taxpayer, is absolutely huge. And the footage and the things that they're putting out is worse than what we see in Hollywood. Some of these Hollywood movies are more believable than what we're seeing from these space agencies. 2, there is a religious, regardless of whether you believe in God or not, a lot of these people do, and there is a satanic realm behind this. And if there is a space, and it is the way that it's explained, that we're on a spinning ball going around the sun, well, that undermines the first books of the Bible and the creation that is written in the Bible, which basically undermines all of religion. If you undermine the foundation in the first books, well, then the book falls over. Okay, so there's 2 reasons why it may be that. It may be also about control and fear. There may be much more resources on the land, and we're told that we have limited resources. Everything that we're told is fear. We have no. There's no oil, there's no gas, there's no this, there's no precious metals. Everything's getting more expensive due to the fact of the rarities. Then we've got all the fear that we're going to be hit by asteroids, and the sun's going to explode, and the Earth's going to stop spinning, and now the core's going backwards. And it's just a constant fear porn campaign against us to keep us under control. Now, again, I'm speculating. I can't tell you why liars lie, but they may be some points to look at.
All right, I'm jumping in here right now, real quick. Yeah, real quick. 1 second, Paul. Let me jump in here real quick with some moderation. I'm go ahead and I turned on my live stream so you guys can click on that. But I'm going to be live streaming this conversation, so if anybody wants to take part in that, the link is in the live stream voice text. Most of you guys have the Earth determining role. We got quite a bit of globe earthers that want to chime in. So if you guys think that Manava has a point, you can help him out. If not, listen to the flat earthers on the side of the server. You can join Timbo's point, kind of help him out, just like Flying High has been doing. But other than that, I'll just kind of help moderate, and if anybody wants to jump in the conversation and participate, you can do so. We always want to keep it open to everybody, so share that link that I just gave you, because we're always going live when there's a bit of action here. So my previous live streams are always hosting something that's happening in here and interesting conversations. You guys can join in. We're also live streaming on Helio Skeptics live stream as well. So we got 2 live streams going right now, but mine right now is showcasing this specific discussion. So we can continue if you want, Timbo or Flying High, or if anybody else wants to jump in. It's basically just a free-for-all if you want.
Well, if I could, I wanted to touch on the idea of why, and why the answer to that question doesn't matter. Because regardless of the answer of the question why, it doesn't make the lie true. No matter what the answer is, it's still a lie.
Yeah,
so what difference does it make?
Sorry if I can just jump in there. I wasn't looking for like a definitive, this is the reason why. It was more just curious. I think it's just an interesting look into somebody's character and reasonings and how they build out their logic. It's more of a curiosity.
Oh, so you're
not a definitive.
Base a judgment about the person by their answer to that question. I see. Okay, I gotcha.
That's what everybody's doing all the time, right? I think if you ever worked with somebody, you generally want to know, hey, what kind of person is this? Or if you're just sitting next to somebody in a subway, if you're curious about people, you want to hear what they have to say.
I can tell you that those reasons that I gave you, money, religion, these are things that happen every day in life. So this isn't the reason why I came to believe the Earth was flat, and I never really asked the question why. Like I said, I don't believe it's a good question. I can't tell you why a liar lies, and like someone else just said, I think it was Paul V, that regardless of why we know they're lying, it doesn't mean their lie is any truer. So that's not the question that I would ask. I would be more looking into what Timbo's talking about, the actual shape of the Earth. When we go out and we look at it and we can measure it and we know that it's surveyed that way, flat. We know that navigation is done that way, flat. We know our maps are derived from elevation angles to Polaris, flat. These are the things we should be looking at, things directly on the Earth.
Here's a really good why question. Why is it when they show us footage from the ISS, they show they at times will show curvature, but Neil deGrasse Tyson himself has said that you can't see curvature from that distance. You're not far enough away.
It's probably a conspiracy. It's probably because the Earth is flat, and they have to hide it to deny God's
No, I
glory
mean,
or something.
no, honestly, not. I'm not trying to like be funny. I mean,
I don't know, dude. I don't know why Neil deGrasse Tyson says whatever. I don't know the measurements. I don't know if you should, if you shouldn't.
Have you ever actually
Maybe I
watched
should
one of
go
those
study
live
the
streams
globe.
and said the live stream is there for 24 hours, but you ever actually like check that out, whether that's real, or were you just for 5 minutes and then you gave up, like, oh, okay, it checks out. It must be there. It must be there for 24 hours. Have you checked that out? Because I can tell you right now, it doesn't actually run for 24 hours. There's breaks in between, and it's just not a constant live stream.
Listening to Flying High
Isn't there a camera cut like every 45 minutes or so?
pretty eye-opening. Can you guys give me the flat Earth roll, please?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, you're VC verified, but you don't have an Earth determining role. You want to get flat Earther. Also, you're a bit low on your microphone, so I don't know if you need to get closer or something. But
sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. We do get.
One that's still worried.
We do get. Yeah, hang on. Yeah, one second, Paul.
We'll give this guy.
Yeah, one second, brother. So if you do want an Earth determining role, you're gonna have to give it a couple of days because the first time I've seen you in the server. So even if you are flat Earth, you'll probably get it. Just hang around the server, and people get to know you, and because we get a lot of people LARPing for flat Earth, so we can't just give people the tag right away. So it's kind of beneficial for you and for us that if you hang around, and so we can get to see how you are in the discussion. But please participate in the discussion now, and if you think there's points that you want to bring up with the conversation now, please do so.
And what that boils down to too is ask better questions. Next time you come back here, ask us better questions, and you might get that role.
Oh well, we're just having a conversation here about the presumptions as to why they would lie. When Flag High said that they're trying to discredit the Bible, that really resonated with me, for sure. Because I've seen many examples of that throughout Western culture. So it just makes more sense. It really ties in.
Well, I don't think he was given like an all-encompassing list or by weight or anything. He was just given potential things. I was more just curious. It wasn't serious points.
And you got to be careful with that too. That could be a trap. That could be deception too.
One thing I would say, is don't believe us. Anything that we say, go and look for yourself. So if you're interested in what the Bible says about the earth, then you need to go and research those scriptures and see that for yourself. I'm sure that people can give you examples of where they are and what they are, but you need to go and research everything for yourself and satisfy yourself, not just believe somebody in a random chat room.
All right, so did anybody have any points to bring up as far as the Earth, the shape of the Earth? I think, did you guys get to the finishing of that point, Timbo?
No.
Okay.
I don't think he knows that it's pretty much a religion that he believes in. So
Dogma. I wake up every day and NASA, the Jew penguins tell me exactly what to think.
A Jew penguin?
Tells me exactly what to think.
That's a new one on me. But yeah, okay.
Well, we did demonstrate that you can't measure Earth's curvature, so you just have a belief that you live on a ball and you can't 100%. Prove it. So what do you call that?
What do you mean?
What do you call it when you believe something without any proof?
You could call it a lot of things. You could call it, Christianity, Catholicism. Call it.
How did you end up here, Minerva?
I think I was in some random chat Discord for gamers, cool epic gamers like myself, and then somebody linked this, and every once in a while I was bored. I think it was during the pandemic that I originally joined, or like during the lockdowns.
Cool epic gamers like myself.
Yeah, cool epic gamers, dude. Capital G gamers.
Fucking hell.
In the link.
Well, that might be the case. So, but still, we're here because a lot of people don't understand that there is information out there that can really validate what we're saying. So we do want to be here readily available to tell you guys about that, but also be here so that if you want to ask any questions about the flat earth, and also us ask you questions, and if we have an intellectual discussion, just be honest. That's it. That's all we're asking for anybody that comes in here. Don't care how many globe earthers come in here. It doesn't bother me, because we understand if you have evidence, you're going to bring it forward, right? I mean, I would agree. Would you guys agree with that? Being globe earthers, if you guys have evidence, you're going to bring it forward. Why would you then divert and not tell us? I think that would be dishonest. But you guys do have that, so we got nothing to worry about, right?
Yeah. Well, they can't demonstrate Earth curvature, and then he claims rotation of stars prove a globe, but you can't measure Earth's rotation. So we've got two beliefs there.
I'll tell you what, we got Brandon W, Bro One. I'm gonna just start calling them out. Manava, they have the Earth determining role of a globe earther. There's 3. Let's see, who else do we got in here? Looking down the list, that seems to be it. So we got 3 so far. Maybe between the 3, somebody can come up with some good information as to how we can verify the Earth being a globe. I'm just gonna toss it out to the panel. You guys want to ask for that? Because they wouldn't just be here believing the Earth is a globe, or would they?
I'll open it up. I'll open it up.
Go ahead, Manuel.
And no, I'll open it up to any other globe. I feel like I've been talking a lot. You guys have had your fun. I'll join in if it's quiet, but if anybody else wants to go, feel
It's
free.
not about having fun, man. You're mistaking our intentions here.
Oh,
I'm trying to educate you on things, but you're refusing to listen to what we're actually saying.
Did you know that your own physicists, in particular,
My own physicist, mine.
well, the globe physicist George F.R. Ellis actually states that the globe is based on philosophical criteria in choosing a model, not science. He says,
Yeah,
I
I
can
think-
construct for you a spherically systematical universe with the Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring to the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. Physicist George F.R. Ellis, which actually backs up Einstein's quote saying that there's no optical experiment that can prove the rotation of the Earth. However, it is on philosophical criteria. That's why.
I think a lot of believing in flat Earth now, I kind of understand much better that it comes down to just humility, knowing that we don't have all the information we need to make the claim that the Earth is a globe and make that accurately. I did a little bit of research while I was being in. Yep, there really is a
The globe doesn't exist in physical reality, so we'll never have information to prove it.
Yeah, I understand.
And it's not about believing in the flat earth, it's about observing and seeing it in reality. There's no belief there.
We got Donkey Kong who just entered the chat. Donkey Kong, we do have 3 contenders for the globe in here. I don't know, it might feel like you got some arsenal on your side if you want to chime in right now. If you still think the Earth's a globe, now would be a great time. They could probably back you up on your points.
It's not a globe. It's a flat stationary plane.
Oh,
Donkey Kong, you were saying earlier that you had a demonstration of the container and no container.
Yeah, I wanted to show to Jedi, but I was kind of stomped by one of them, but I was like, is it silly? Or this guy's being genuine about it, what I just said.
Hello.
Hey, Ross Kemp, how you doing?
Yo, you said my name like you remember me or something.
No, I'm just addressing you because you said hello. So everybody that comes in brand new, I'm a moderator here, so I have to address everybody that comes in.
It's just the way you said it sounded like you might have heard me come in before or something.
No. I'm a. Somebody recognizes you though. All right. All right. So that being the
case, Panda, is it? It's not Gem Panda, is it?
Gem Panda? Oh, you're way off, bro.
No, it's only because I get mixed up because I've been banned from the £10 server. You know what that is?
Hey, of course I do.
Yeah. All right.
But anyway, you don't have an Earth determining role. You're VC verified, but I mean, where do you sit with the conversation of the shape of the Earth? Are you a globe earther, flat earther, concave? What are you know? Hey, go ahead.
One sec.
Sure.
1 sec. Give me 10 seconds. Hold on.
Take your time. So about that Earth curve.
So
go ahead, Ross.
Basically, right. So now you put it on me because I do love to have a joke and laugh, but now you stuck it on me like I'm gonna have to be serious, right? So, they say about the ice wall, this, that, and the other. People say there could be a curvature underneath the ice wall. Now, I haven't seen really proved myself or looked into it that the Earth's flat around, right? But I will say that if the Earth is as flat as everybody says it is, it just seemed a little bit far-fetched as to how, for example, New York and Los Angeles, for example, not far away from each other, but they have different sunsets at different times from each other. Just one example, I'm coming off the top of my head. You see?
Not far away from each other. Well,
they're really far.
Is it New York and Los Angeles?
You don't think they're far away from each other?
It's like 2,400 miles or something.
Is it New York and Los Angeles? Wait.
Yeah.
Or is it San Francisco and Los Angeles? I could have it wrong.
They're
East and
closer
West Coast of America. That's what you're trying to say, right?
But anyway, like you would think, surely the sunset within a couple hours away from each other, the sunset would be the same time if the Earth was flat.
Well, how do you come to that conclusion, though? Why do you say that? Why do you say that it should be? Where are you getting that from? What are you basing that off of?
Well, because like the sun's meant to go round the Earth. Do you know what I mean? But I've looked at this. These are coming from bearing in mind. Do you know what I mean? I'm not one of them. I haven't looked in. I'm not in a flat Earth server like you guys. I'm 24/7. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't look into it like you lot. Like, do you know what I mean? I'm not mocking you. I'm just saying.
Well, I'll tell you. Okay, so are you saying that because the sun is so large, the sun is so huge? Is that the basis, the start of why you're saying that?
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
Well, okay. Well, who measures the sun?
Let's go with that. Yeah.
Okay, that's the problem.
So you all obviously in here believe the Earth is flat, yeah?
No.
No. Okay, so just the people I'm talking to now, one of the people believes the Earth is flat.
The majority
or what?
in here know the Earth's flat. Yeah.
No, the Earth's flat. Okay, like you sound like Gene CVR1 then a little bit. So you guys, you also know Gene CVR1.
Yeah.
All right. So another one that I've heard, little facts. Well, not facts, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, because I don't actually give a fuck what the shape of the Earth is. All right, but when they say about ships, like when they go further and further away, they seem to sink lower and lower, as if they're going over a curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so Ross, let's go back to your first point with the sun going from coast to coast. And you think hold on, wait a minute. You think because the sun sets at a different time that somehow that equates to it being a globe,
bro, listen,
right?
I'm here to learn.
I'm asking you for clarification of your question. That's all. So you said your premise was because the sun goes from New York to Los Angeles, that somehow in your mind that equates that's evidence of a globe. Is that your premise?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the world was flat and the sun was moving, would that also be true that the sun would set at different times?
Sorry, say it again.
So if the Earth was stationary and the sun was moving from New York to Los Angeles, would that also make it occur that they said at different times? Could that be a possibility? Is what I'm asking you.
This is just this is why
No. Let's just stick to this one point. I'm just trying to clarify. Could that also be a reasonable explanation as to why the sun sets at different times in New York than it does in Los Angeles?
Yeah,
if the sun moves over a stationary plane, could that also solve the question as to why they said at different times?
Well, maybe, yeah.
Listen, I'm not.
Listen, I don't know why you're trying to get aggressive with me. Yet. I'm not trying to like disprove your theory.
I'm not trying to get the best of you. I'm just trying to offer you another perspective, right? Because you are under the perspective that it can only work if it's a globe. And I just offered you a different perspective to look at it from. I'm not arguing with you. Not at all.
I have a question. So the scenario that I'm imagining in my head, and I could be completely wrong, and the flat earthers here can tell me whether I am wrong or not, but if we had a smaller local sun that's moving overhead, that first went over New York, you said, and then slowly moved away towards LA, wouldn't that make sense that the sun would be setting in New York
sort of time
before LA? Whereas if we had a
listen, do you know what it is? I'm not going to beat around the bush, yeah, right? I've asked Jin this, right? Why is the sunset the exact same time in two places at once?
Because the sun sets in exactly the same place. Like, what's that? What's that question? I don't understand that question.
I have a question too.
Hang on, Brandon, you're interrupting him.
Well, you know, it's one of them. That's what I see, and then I said it to Jim.
Yeah, but why does that equate?
Well,
does that equate to a globe?
It's as if that because of the curvature of the Earth, the sunset would be at different times at different places, different locations. Okay, so from two places that are quite far apart, and the sunset being at the exact same place at the same time as these two places that are quite far apart.
Quite far apart. What is the sun?
What is the sun? Okay, so this you do realise, right, that this is not I'm not one of these guys that's trying to debate with you.
I'm just asking you a question.
You can call me as a dummy, whatever, yeah. Right.
No,
so the sun I would say is a fucking ball of hot fire.
Okay, so how have you determined that the sun is a big ball of hot fire?
Okay, so that's just from geographical images and information that you've seen online, etc. Like I said, I haven't looked into it, so don't judge me.
So you're saying that's where it falls apart, because you're saying the sun is doing this. Why is the sun doing this? And then when you say what is the sun, you don't know what the sun is.
Well, I'm saying the sun is a ball of fire with serious fucking heat that goes around the fucking world, and
just clarify something.
Listen, before you go on that, listen, like I just said to you, right?
Don't get offended, mate. Just keep your emotions in your pocket and just chill out. We're not having a go at you.
I'm not. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying you got to realise, like, I'm not like guys. Yeah, how much information? How much time have you spent looking up the information of flat Earth?
Not that hard, mate. I think Max wanted to ask you something anyway. So
go for it. Listen, I'm a dummy right now. Yeah, right. I'm
just chill out, man.
You're not. Listen, nobody's calling you anything. No, trying to make you look anything. Just trying to get some clarity to your question.
I'm asking you to educate me, man. Listen.
Okay, so let me just ask you. You said the sun set at the same time in two separate places. Did you say that?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of that? Or some sort of estimation of distance.
It was something I read before, and I stuck it on a couple of real flat earthers, and they basically they reckon right, but their answer to me was that's a stupid question, and that was it. They weren't nothing. No,
it's not a stupid question. It's not a stupid question. Let me just explain to you that doesn't happen. The sun does not set at the same time in two separate places. Okay, so I'm not really sure where you may have come across that information.
Well,
but even in one town, if you be on one side of town and on the other side of town, one side of town will have sunset before the other side of town, even if it's just by a few moments. And that's just a town, so we're not even talking like, states or cities or anything like that. So
that actually occurs at my property. I've got small hills on my property, and as soon as the sun goes down behind it, half my property is in darkness and the other half is in light.
So, you may have received some bad information, that the sun goes down at the same time in two different places. I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, looking on the internet right now, between New York and LA, there's about 15 to 20 minutes difference just at the moment between sunset and those two locations, which I believe would also probably change throughout the seasons. So no, they don't set at the same time.
Just real quick plug, if you guys haven't subbed to my channel, shoot me a sub real quick. That way we can get the numbers up. Get more people to come and check us out and also listen to the conversations that we have. It's you guys that make up the conversation. So yeah, just I'll put the link up once more.
So, I'm confused about what you're trying to say, Ross Kemp. So what's your... I don't understand.
Bro, you're deep in it. You're deep in it like I'm some sort of visionary coming in here trying to disprove your theory. Like I come in here as an acolyte trying to learn shit from people, yeah. And I said, this is what this.
I'm interested in what you're thinking.
I could even be wrong. I could be wrong, yeah, right. But I heard the fact basically, whether it's New York, San Francisco, or New York, Los Angeles, whatever, yeah, right. And they were pretty close to each other, and at the sunset would if the Earth was flat, then the sunset would be at the same time, but it's at different times. And I already got information about it from the other people in here, so like like your job is done. You don't really need to,
All right. Well, so you're asking because of the sunsets, then the Earth is a sphere. Yeah.
Listen, I beg you, turn me into a flat earther.
I'm not here to do that, mate.
Well,
my role.
Yeah, I know, but you
got to do that. That's your own. That's your own journey, man. You got to do your own research and come to your own conclusions about things. The reason we're here in the first place.
Yeah, but how do you think you're gonna turn everyone into flat earthers with that attitude?
You're not here to do that, mate.
Nobody's here to do that. I'm really confused. With all due respect, sir, you come in here and you ask questions and you want answers. But excuse me. But whenever anybody ever answers any of your questions, you get extremely defensive all of a sudden. And
I'm sorry. Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? I'll tell you right now. Do you know what it is? It's because most of us are English, and most of us are here this time of night, and we're a bit loud. Well, we don't mean the way we come across.
But you don't sound genuine, is my point. You don't sound like a genuine person that's being honest in your conversation, because you're asking questions, and then when somebody tries to talk to you, you just get defensive and you ignore.
No, I was just saying, with that attitude, he's not going to get many people believing in flat Earth, and
I don't need to.
We don't care about that. That's not why we're here.
I know, but in 30 years' time, if you need to convince everyone that the Earth is flat.
You know why I say that?
Because it's going to make a massive difference in the whole world.
everyone has to come to their own conclusions. If you're forced to believe something, like we were with the globe, then it all comes to light. You have to make your own decisions, come to your own conclusions and convince yourself. Then it's true. I'm not here to convince you of anything, mate. I'm here to convince you to think for yourself and do your own research.
I'm not trying to ask you to convince me. I'm just saying, like,
But you did. You're confusing your own words.
I'd like to hear what, like, you know, backstory behind it.
Okay, let's look. Is there
Like,
curvature?
listen. Let me tell you one thing
Mate,
before you carry
you
on.
just
Can
asked
I
me
say,
a question, man. So
yeah.
is
Can
there
I say
curvature?
one thing? Can I say one thing before you start? All right. Bear in mind that I deal with Gin CBR1 on a daily basis.
That's fine, mate. My name's Tim, not Jim CBR. So
yes. So please enlighten me.
We're different. So yeah.
What does that mean? Sorry. What just happened? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Enlighten me. Enlighten me basically means like educate someone. You know what I mean?
Sir, in all due respect, you can't be enlightened right now. But you can't be enlightened by someone else. You have to enlighten yourself. You have to seek and learn knowledge on your own.
So if
can't
you
get it
seek
from somebody just feeding it
enlightenment
to
about
you.
one specific thing, but you know literally nothing about that thing, you know, how can you learn that on your own?
You're not
Open
interested
to
in
receive
being
the
enlightened
information. You have to be
at all.
open to receive the
you have to have
information. You
information,
cannot be combative. You cannot be defensive as you are. So, you know, you come across as disingenuous when you say that you want to receive information when you're so combative and defensive about everything.
No, it is.
When somebody goes to pitch it, you see how you're cutting me off before I even finish? That's a defensive
my bad.
mechanism, all right?
I'm
So
sorry.
I just want to point it out to you. That's all. That's it. I'm done.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
As you're interrupting. Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Yo.
Yeah.
Hey, so as I was going to say, all right, mate. So if you
Hey,
want
guys,
to be convinced,
can we let Tim talk, because I'm listening on the live stream and
Oi, listen, why are you talking over him? He started talking. Why are you talking over him?
Guys, can we talk one at a time, because I'm on the live stream and I can't hear anybody is saying. It is just a massive babble of garbage. Can we just try and go?
There's a delay. There's a delay.
Listen, I'm going to be quiet right now. The stage is all yours. Go on, please.
I'm going to ask you a question, mate. So, if you say you don't, but let's say you're told that we live on a globe, so you should be able to detect physical curvature. I don't need to convince you that the Earth is flat, but if you want to go out and look for yourself, we've got laser tests and everything. We've got a laser test that the military did with the university, over 120 kilometres with 3 different coloured lasers. Now, why they used 3 different coloured lasers was that different coloured lights are supposed to refract at different rates. Now, they left at a certain height. They went 120 kilometres over the Earth's surface, water. They ended up at the same height. Now, if you understand anything about geometry, if the Earth were curved, they would end up higher.
Do you know what, mate? I completely understand what you're saying, but some of these files could have been faked towards the public.
Okay, it's all on video, mate, and we have the data sheets actually as well. So if you're interested in reading 120 pages of data, then I can send it to you if you want.
I'm not trying to disprove your theory. I'm just saying it could be.
Mate, we're just having a conversation. I'm not disproving your theory because you haven't said anything. So
no, that's fine. That's fine, mate. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
I hope you're having a good weekend, mate.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask the gentleman, does it really actually matter to him at all? The shape of the Earth in his life? Yeah, do you really care? I mean, either way, if it's a sphere, if it's flat, are you going to?
Talk to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Would you change anything in your life if you found out today and you knew the Earth was flat? Does it really matter in your day-to-day life?
Me personally, right? I fall in line, man. I'm just a worker bee in it. It's one of them. But so it's not much difference to me, right? But it makes me like, because I've had this out so many times with Jin, right? And I don't even have to say anything. Do you know what I mean? All of you flat earthers know Jin CBR1, right?
Yeah, we know Jin.
Now, basically, I look at it like this, right? Is nothing's gonna fucking change, especially in your lifetime, right?
That's why you've got a bad attitude, mate.
No, what I mean though,
Well,
okay, nothing might
no.
change on a whole on the outside, but I'm talking about you personally in your
Guys,
life, in your experience, and with
was
your
all
family, in
lecturing
your
me
house,
about cutting off people. You was
with
all lecturing me
with
about
what you
cutting
control.
people off a minute ago, and now you're all cutting me off. What is the deal with that? Let's have a little bit of civilization here for a minute, please.
Go ahead, man. Finish
No,
your
no,
deep
no.
thought.
Right. So what I'm saying is, nothing would change, yeah. And you said, "Oh, that's my problem," right?
Yep.
It's not
It
that.
is.
It's not that though, right? Because if everyone did change and
Well, it
everyone
is.
did believe in the flat Earth, right?
It's got nothing.
I will tell you.
What you're saying has nothing to do with the flat Earth. That's
Well,
so. If you
no,
wake up,
I've just said.
if you wake up to a lie, and you
Yeah.
realise that the whole time that you've been lied to, don't you think
Yeah.
the Earth would end up a better place? Because
Right,
we can
yeah.
expose
So
we can
this
expose
is
the
the sort of route
lies,
that
and we
Jin
can
went
expose.
down. This is
So for you to say that nothing would change is very ignorant.
okay. So like you said, yeah, same situation as Jin. You wake up, you realise, blah blah, you've been lied to, blah blah. You rebel, yeah. It becomes a new
No one's saying anything about rebelling.
No. You know how it. Let's face it. You're going the same route down it. You're going down the same route, right? So, what do they call it? Overthrow the government, etc.
No one said that.
What are
No
you
one's saying that.
talking about?
What? So what's your aim then as a flat earther? What's so? It's
To
not the fact.
provide information that we've found out, to share it with everyone else because the truth matters.
Are you a flat earther because the truth matters and people should know the truth, or are you a flat earther because it could change the dynamic of how the world works in some respect?
I'm a flat earther because the Earth is measured and observed to be flat.
Okay. That's just, do you know what I mean?
That's what.
Well, do you know, I can't answer that because I'm not. Do you know what I mean? Like I said to you earlier,
It wasn't a question.
I'm a dummy.
So
I've got
nothing to answer. You asked me the question, I answered.
Well, that's your belief.
And
I
then
mean,
you
you
say that
believe,
you can't answer the question, but you didn't ask a question.
You believe. I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of them. Everyone's told to their beliefs, and you believe that the Earth is flat.
No, it's not a belief. It's an observation.
That's what you believe.
And we wouldn't believe it.
That's what I observe.
Believe it as a belief. We don't go through the ridicule and the crap that we go through just for a belief to try and fit in somewhere. It's if we didn't believe it to be true, we wouldn't be here doing what we're doing.
But do you believe the world would be better if everyone was flat earthers?
Not necessarily flat earthers. You know, like it's not about that. It's if everyone knew the truth, then the world would be a better place.
Well, yeah, if everyone knew the truth. But let's say if everyone knew the truth, the government conspiracies, everything, every little secret. There was no secrets in the world whatsoever, apart from one secret. Yeah, right. And this one single secret was
This is not
the
relevant.
Earth is flat. No. Listen, I'm putting a scenario across, right, and say the Earth is flat, but as far as everyone was concerned, the Earth is round. Apart from that, everything else was right. Would it make a difference?
What do you mean? No, because we observe the Earth to be flat and stationary. So that doesn't change whether the conspiracies come out or not. The conspiracies are the conspiracies. We're talking about the Earth. It's observed to be flat and stationary. So there is no other option.
It's believed to be flat and stationary.
No, I just demonstrated to you with lasers. I can send you the 120-page report if you want. But we have not detected or measured any curvature. They tell us They tell us that the ball that we live on is measured to be 3,959 miles radius. That gives us a circumference. Yeah,
As
25,000
you
miles
know,
thereabouts.
you know me,
So as
I'm a
we can
dummy,
do it,
blah
we
blah
can
blah.
do some maths. Yeah, hang on, this is not all for you. This is for the audience as well. So
All right, sorry, mate.
from that we can work out an equation for drop over distance. Now that equation comes from mathematicians, not flat earthers, because we don't believe the Earth is a sphere. So it's not our equation. So they've given us an equation of Earth curve. We've gone out to test and measure that. We can't find any. So therefore, our conclusion is that the Earth is flat. There's no other, like, if you can show me or get someone to show me that the Earth is curved,
Yeah, but what if it is
evidence,
curved?
I'll
What
be
if it's
happily.
not flat? What if it's not flat, mate?
Well, I want to see some evidence for that, because when I walk outside, the whole point is when I walk
Yeah, but what if
outside,
you get some evidence,
I
mate?
experience.
What if it is flat?
I experience the Earth to be flat and stationary. Now, for them, they tell us to go against our instincts and say that the Earth is a
Yeah, but
ball
what
spinning
if
at
you
1,000 miles
find
per
out from
hour.
a lot
Just
of
let
information
me
that the
finish,
Earth's
man.
not flat, mate?
Then I'll go with it and I'll look at it.
Would you? Would you accept
Of course I would. Of course.
But what would
If
the
someone
difference be?
shows me, we've been
How
waiting
much
here. We've
percent
been
of the
waiting here
world?
for 7 years, waiting
How
for
much?
evidence.
What percent of the whole world do you think, roughly, believe that the Earth is flat?
It doesn't matter.
I
The
know,
numbers don't matter.
Yeah. See, the numbers don't matter. See, you're beating around the bush now. The numbers do matter. Okay.
Why? Tell me why.
Well, because you're trying to persuade people to believe that
No,
Earth
I'm
is
not.
flat.
False.
No, I'm
not.
want. Okay, you're not trying to persuade. Okay, you want.
Did we come to you or did you come to us?
Yeah, but you believe so much that the Earth is flat that you want everybody else to believe, right? And you think everybody else below you.
All right, moderation coming in. Moderation coming in. All right, so Ross, if you're okay, so you're I don't know if you. No, sorry, I'm the moderator here. You will have a seat when I say you will have a seat. Now then, if you don't want to discuss any questions that we have to bring, then you can sit there and put yourself on mute. And I muted you on purpose, so I'm going to unmute you, and you can have a discussion about the shape of the Earth. You're not going to keep pontificating on why is it that people aren't coming to the flat Earth or why they are or anything like that. Please stick to the topic of the shape of the Earth conversation. And if you don't want to do so, just keep yourself locally muted, and you can sit here in silence. It doesn't really matter. But we're not going to continue this conversation about your discussion of this topic that you're on right now. I asked you kindly to please refrain from that, and I'll only say it once, unless you want to sit on mute, but I don't want to keep you on mute. Thank you. All right, let's have a discussion about the shape of the Earth. So anybody can bring up the topic and ask anybody else. It seems like Ross doesn't want to speak on that right now, so maybe we can just shoot out. I think no, sir. We're not going to talk about that. So we can talk about the shape of the Earth. However, Brandon wanted to come in with a question, and Brandon, if you're still he's not here anymore.
Listen, since when was this Nazi Germany, man?
Okay, have a seat.
This is why I love when you're in here, because you really do keep people to. I appreciate you so much.
Yeah, he's maybe he's a few sheets to the wind. That's okay, but still he's not gonna.
Fine, but you gotta if you want to talk, you also have to listen sometimes.
Yeah, he interrupts. All right, you guys can continue with whoever else is in here if they want to talk about the shape of the Earth. Go ahead. He made his choice. Now he's gonna have to sit with it.
Is he gone? Has he?
No, he's sitting there on mute.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about before, guys. I had both streams going at once. I thought I had YouTube muted and I didn't, and it sounded like there was this insane talking over going, and I
because it's delayed.
Yeah.
I told them that.
Delayed, and then I was like, oh man, that's funny. I didn't have it muted. So sorry, guys, for interrupting over the top.
That's hilarious.
You didn't work out that I can't speak over myself?
It sounded insane.
I'm so disappointed. I had some hope for that guy. I really thought that he was going to be able to be honest and have an open discussion and talk about things, but he just didn't want to hear anything. He got so defensive. It's like, dude, what do you? Thought you wanted to learn every time.
Which
If he's been arguing with Jin, then that sort of
Yeah.
says it all, because Jin doesn't give up.
Yeah. Somebody has a
We've
question?
got Bra. We've got Bra in here.
Bra. What's up, Bra?
You want to jump in, mate, and defend your globe? Is my mic better now, or?
It sounds good, yeah. Definitely.
Sounds good to me.
I don't think Bra wants to talk, but
I don't even know if Bro's on his mic. Bro, are you on your mic? Bro one? Suppose he isn't. Maybe he just wants to sit and listen. Just fine. Maybe when somebody else is talking, he usually jumps in when there's another globe earther talking, and he tries to cut in the conversation. He's kind of like Brandon. Only when somebody else is talking, they jump in. They usually get the courage when someone else is talking. They don't want to have the spotlight on them. It don't matter. They can wait. We can wait. We're 24/7, for goodness sakes. Because
Something a little bit off topic here. I'm just curious, like with Donkey Kong, like he's been here about a week now. Seems to be kind of
He's a
getting
flat
a few
earther now.
things now. I just want Donkey Kong, if you want to like speak up, just want to kind of hear how you feeling now compared to like a week ago.
Before I was like, like I said, like wasn't sure what I was gonna walk into, and then at first I was like kind of shocked, like you guys saying that space is not real, and then I was like, like you guys said, you guys call it a cognitive distance, right? So then, like when I spoke to Jedi more, I was like, okay, this makes sense. This makes a lot more sense. I see like. I'm just gonna ignore the live stream. I'm getting distracted. My bad. Okay, so
Yeah, he's on a spiral right now. Definitely suffering cognitive.
that was me in the first day, something like that. Maybe I don't know, but what I started to see is the cracks and the flaws in the globe side. Seeing that the globe side will always assume that there's a ball without any evidence to start off that it is a ball that they claim to be, and go on from there on any topic. It could be gravity, geosity. I saw that in Jesse Gordon live stream video with Indio.
I'm just going to say that's really good you've realized that so quickly, because that is like a really important thing to
I just
figure
think
out.
a lot, dude. I think a lot.
Because that's the
was
crux
like
of the whole globe paradigm. Assume it's a globe, and then go and prove it. So it's good you've already figured that out, because that's one of them kind of like, I don't know, aha moments.
Because they
It's
always
like,
bring
these
out-
guys are just fuck. All they've got is circular reasoning.
Not only that, they always have assumptions too. A lot of assumptions, and I'm like, wait, where do you get this? Because remember, I show you like the text where the guy doofus said this, right? I'm thinking to myself, where did he get this from? I would just kind of like stop because I didn't know how to respond back.
Yeah, trust me. I was listening to you, and even though that you were saying the things that you did, I still understood that it's a normal process everybody goes through. That whole like rejecting phase, but there's a point where the person can't get over it, and it's usually like at that point that they're gonna tip the scale, like where they're just gonna say something that's completely absurd, and it's gonna kick them out of here. But like that's happened to you, but you've come back, and it's like, you know what, like. We still believe in second chances. We still believe that people can be in here and have a discussion. Even though, like, we're like, I don't care if you are with Flat Earth or not, even if you're still a glober, but as long as you're not spiraling every time you're in here, that's all that really matters. Because I don't care if you believe the Earth's a globe. It doesn't matter to me. Go ahead.
Me, like now, I wouldn't say that the Earth is a globe anymore. No. Like I know there's a lot I need to learn off because I've been here only per week, so I can't really say that I'm a flat earther. Makes sense to you because a lot of things I haven't seen yet. You know what I mean?
Well, there's more discussions to be had. Like, there's more things you need. Also, just being someone who listens to the chats that are happening in here, you kind of pick up on like a bit of like why people believe the way they do. But I mean, well, I really want you to make up your own mind when it comes to this. Your own critical thinking. Nobody's going to coerce you into like strong arming you into like the flat earth or anything like that. You have to really look at the information that we're presenting. And basically the things that we present is self-evident. So it's like we can tell you, all you got to go do is go and check it out. So for you to kind of learn about it. I mean, we could say a lot of information, but until you go figure this thing out, it won't make any, like, it'll just sound like people talking on the internet saying things. And then when you go figure it out yourself, you're like, oh, I get it now. You know, it is like what they've been saying. You can't find the curvature no matter what you do.
I do want to read a screenshot, but let me see. There was another one that respond to it. I can't read sarcasm well. I can be really sarcastic to people. Yep. When it comes to people being sarcastic to me, I can't read it. But let me find that screenshot. Take me a moment.
Did you boot that guy? What was his name? Ross? Did you boot him?
No, he's not
or
booted.
Did he just leave?
No. Well, he might have just left. I didn't boot him. But he stayed on mute, and I removed his roles because he started to spam. I mean, really, guys, like, I don't care if the people are in here. Just be respectful. Like, if somebody's trying to talk, don't interrupt them. And, you know, he kept interrupting everybody, and it was a shit show for a while. I just wanted to see if he would actually calm down, you know? Well, I mean, I want to let people kind of like calm down on their own, but if it doesn't, I have to jump in, then it's not good. But
I never know when it's a safe time to jump in and talk, so I end up interrupting people, and I don't mean to. It's I just, you know, it's hard to figure out when to jump in and when not to.
Well, yeah, it can become chaotic, but I would say for those who have the mics that are kind of low, get a better mic, because in this kind of forum, the better mic is the one that gets heard. It's just the way it is, guys. Like, upgrade your mic game, I would say, if you want to be in this discussion. Just saying. Obvious knows what I'm talking about. If you have a weak mic game, you're not going to get heard.
Do I have a weak mic?
No, yours is okay. Yours is okay for me. I'm talking about
has a weak mic.
We has a weak mic. Definitely weak mic.
I don't know. I know a lot of the arguments are repetitive that these folks say, but if we're going to ask them to be respectful, I think, you know, we have some sort of right to be some sort of respectful as well. And, you know, just to a degree to let them finish their thoughts sometimes. That's just my opinion. I'm not white knighting for nobody.
Yeah, that's, I agree, Max.
So, Donkey, are you planning to remain chill and cordial and none of that outburst stuff anymore, right?
I won't do that again.
Well, I don't know, maybe if you want to clean up his roles there. Maybe just give him Globe Skeptic now.
What's he got? Pretender Clown? I'll take that up.
Dude, someone give me that role because I thought it was it's like one of the most funniest role, but like...
Did you want it? Like, I'm taking it off. Like, you wanted it?
What do you think? Like, would that look me like less genuine in the server? Or
yeah, dude. Pretender clown is somebody who's being disingenuous. Like, they're being a pretender clown. Yeah, it's a disingenuous tag.
But fly earthers that don't know you are gonna not do well with that one.
Okay.
I'm not sure space herpes is much better.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna remove that. VC verified. I'll get. What do you want? Globe Skeptic? How about that?
It's a Globe Skeptic.
Somebody who doesn't think that the Earth is a globe, just like on the fence kind of a role. I think we used to have on the fence, but I think it became Globe Skeptic. Well, we have on the fence. You want on the fence? I can give that to you.
What's the difference between the two? Like,
I mean, they're basically the same, but one of them's actually leaning more towards flat Earth because, you know, you're really not thinking that the Earth is a globe with Globe Skeptic. On the fence is kind of like you're indecisive yet. You're still hanging on to globe and some kind of...
Is anyone here?
Well, I'm not hanging on to the globe.
On the fence. On the fence is like cope.
But you can have whatever you want.
Your research.
Do you want on the fence?
I'll go with Globe Skeptic.
Okay. But you choose it. I don't want to... Yeah. Okay. Globe Skeptic. All right. I took VC verified. Now you got Globe Skeptic.
The live stream client.
There you go.
Thank you.
What happened? I was just saying we can hear you, but the
One of the Globers
no one in here can turn the bot off.
I find the second law wrong, and they said the second law dramatic states that the state of entropy of the entire universe as an isolated system will always increase over time.
Oh, I don't have bot control.
What's second law?
Sorry, go ahead. Go on.
Okay, so I define the second law.
Well, I suppose if anyone wants to chat, they can just mute the bot until someone turns the bot off.
Then they told me, where does that say in the second law? Because then they show me a screenshot that's saying the second law of dramatics states that the state of entropy of the entire
Thanks, Timber. Oh, there you go.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
How are you, Gregory?
Yeah, just chit-chatting with folks downstairs in Religion Spirituality VC, because the mods, decided to unjustly censure me for me complaining for being unjustly censured, for me complaining for being unjustly interrupted when I was talking about another subject. But anyway.
So they booted you.
Hypocrisy is unjustifiable, no matter who does it, including flat earthers in a 24/7 flat earth so-called Discord server.
Oh, it was in here in the religion channel, was it?
No, it was in live stream.
Well, on this server?
In this server.
Okay. When did that happen?
It was today.
Oh, that would be last night for us. So, yeah, we would have been asleep.
Within the last 8 hours or so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like an hour or 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, the way it began, and they refused to give me the grace of, or the decency to allow me to justify my position. They just want to unjustly express mod censure, and there's that. But it's not okay for everyone else to be arbitrary. But anyway, the reason I was talking about what I was talking was because, once again, after concluding the discussion with a globalist that was manifestly demonstrating that they are not really critically considerate and self-scrutinizing, don't really want to consider what the arguments that the flat earthers were giving about the true topographical nature of the earth, as usual, as you know. And then once again, you go into that subject where we talk about what caused that to be the case. And I heard some answers, and I'm in a forum, and so I chose to speak out loud and try to discuss it and express my counter arguments. And eventually, as the dialogue develops, you come to a point where people are talking about very profound philosophical topics, and then their emotions start to flare up, and then they start to become less decent in the dialogue, to the point of becoming very indecent in the dialogue. And now people are just determined to say whatever they want to say in defiance against the person saying the things that they don't like them to say. And they're flat earthers.
I think that's the whole point of why they, why most say that, probably religion for the most part should be off topic in the server. Is it because everyone kind of has their own opinion about it, and nothing can be set in concrete about, what the real answer is?
Yeah, religion is complicated.
Well, once again, here we go. I don't agree with that. I don't believe that the question concerning religion is unconclusive. Now, the person who disagrees with me, they will either critically consider my argument or they won't. The same thing. Some person believes that the earth is a sphere. Someone disagrees. Either the person who believes the earth is a sphere will critically consider the argument from the flat earther, or they won't. Someone believes that the question concerning religion and theology is conclusive, that there is an objective truth and anything contrary to it is false. The person who disagrees with that will either critically consider the argument from that person or they won't. You see, it's the same thing. Now, of course, someone who believes the way I do is going to ask the person who believes contrary to me, why do you say that questions concerning religion and theology are not objectively conclusive?
Well, is there? If you brought up one argument, what would it be? And then I don't know. Let's talk about it.
Well, first defining our terms, religion. I simply say that religion is that which is supremely valued, that which is seen as the supreme good, the most important thing. And I have a whole body of text I could post that I've posted before that explicates that. But let's go with that for now. That's what I mean by religion. And of course, theology is the study of God, the truth about the God, especially the truth that God has supposedly given.
Okay, then you get to the question which religion is correct and which sect of the religion is correct.
Well, of course, the second one would be redundant to the first. But one person at a time. So, Timbo?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to... I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not a religious person. I don't know much about it. So, in saying that, I do believe in a creator. I just don't know much about what you guys talk about with the Bible and stuff like that. So, I would say then a person would probably say, is anything that you're saying provable by physical evidence? And then I know you're going to say, why does evidence have to be physical? So, I don't know where to go with that. I'm not going to argue with you about it. You're very knowledgeable about that subject. So,
I mean, it doesn't have to be an argument. We critically consider it a critical consideration of.
You're breaking up a bit, mate.
Whoever's position. Argue. So, I mean, you can do that. There would be no harm in you doing that.
Yeah.
And so
you broke up a bit, mate. I didn't get hardly any of that.
I said either it doesn't have to really be an instance where you are trying to refute me and trying to defend your position. It could just be an instance where you are critically considering whatever and all of what I have to say, which is what I did, which is what folks like me do, which is what many persons have done throughout history. Not everyone, but some. And so you just listen to what has to be said, critically consider it, and genuinely take to heart what is being said. I mean, either you want to critically consider it or you don't. Either you will attempt to do so or you don't. Either you do it well or you won't.
True. I don't have enough information on it to actually have a conversation about it, I think. But I think where I was going with that was everyone has different beliefs, and if your beliefs don't fall in line with their beliefs, then everyone's going to end up in an argument always. You know what I mean?
And so someone believes that debate is inconcludable, or someone believes that debate is concludable. And so, of course, there's that debate. So you see how disagreement necessitates debate. There's no avoiding that debate.
Agreed.
I mean, sooner or later, and in one way or another, the conflict will be had. One is going to defend themselves against the other position and attack the other position. Now, one is going to do that with critical consideration of the opponent's position, or they won't. It would be better to do it with critical consideration, because if we don't, then you just have a bunch of persons that don't want another person's position to be true no matter what, as opposed to letting the other person's position have a chance and considering that person's position while still adequately scrutinizing it, so that they may know that the person's position truly is known.
Saying actually listening and then having a decent response to what was said, instead of just going, nah.
You see? You should wind back the tapes. You should wind back the tape, you should wind back the video and listen to what happened between primarily Max and I.
Oh, okay.
At some other point in time, whether you do that now or later,
Yeah,
at some point in time, it would be very insightful and strongly indicative of the kind of person that both opponents in the engagement are.
Give us a timestamp. You can, if you go to YouTube and do it, you can give a timestamp to people.
I hope I should probably do that sooner rather than later. But what channel is this on?
I'm pretty sure it's on Helioskeptic. Maybe his second channel. It might be back to normal. It might be on his normal channel. Helioskeptic YouTube channel.
Oops, sorry.
$1.08 subscribers, right?
Yeah. Is if you click on videos, then there should be one with a red dot that says live.
The earliest upload was 2 months ago.
Oh, was it? It's on another channel then. I'm not sure how to find it. Let me have a look.
I put a link in the voice stream text.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here if I can find it.
There's some new people here. Oh, not necessarily new. You've got Nick here, who's got no roles, been here since 2022. Are you there, Nick? Do you have a mic?
This is it.
We've also got Greg G,
That's
who's over muted.
That's me.
Actually. Oh, it's you as well.
Mm-hmm.
You've got split personality. You got two people in one. 2 in 1. That was a joke. Yeah.
One person,
Nick,
2 bodies.
Yeah. Nick, do you have a mic? Do you want to chat? Don't have any roles. Oop, who just joined?
Where's Nick?
I would say Gregory. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to listen into it. I'm not sure if airing out the dirty laundry against a mod might not be the most appropriate place to do that in the live stream.
Wasn't a mod though, was it?
Oh, sorry. I thought you said it was a mod. He might be listening to his thing right now, so I'll try and find the thing.
I'm gonna try and unmute Nick. Systems.
Oh, Nick. No, Nick wasn't muted. Sorry, I was Greg L G is the other one.
No, that's Gregory's. I think he may record or something at the same time, or he has a computer and a tablet.
Yeah, I'm using 2 devices, hearing through my laptop, talking to my phone.
No worries. Cool. Yeah, Nick, if you want to have a chat.
Nick, are you there? You have control of your mic.
We've got Wet G Van D or Die, whatever. Are you still a globe skeptic? According to your roles?
Hey guys, I'm a flat earther, not a globe skeptic.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, we need to get those changed.
Yeah, but I can't do that.
You've been here for a while, since 2022, yeah. Do you remember when you got that role originally?
Was it
yeah,
recent?
I think when on the first day I came here, it was on ladies' night. I think it was Kim or so.
Oh, okay. Hmm. Ether in the house. How you doing, Ether? Flat C Klein. How you doing? Haven't heard your voice in a while.
Hey, I was trying to find that clip.
How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you guys? Down there, down under.
Down under. Yeah, good. We got a public holiday tomorrow, so most people take the today off as well, which is Monday. It's Monday for us at the moment. So
Yeah, I've taken today off. I'm just doing some bits and pieces around the house.
my wife's working, so I'm home with kids, ignoring them.
Hey, just give them a ball, mate, and send them outside.
There's wasps outside, unfortunately. My backyard's full of wasps, so they don't like to go out at the moment.
Get them off those computers, mate.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Oh, they're not on at the moment, which is good. They just do some drawing and stuff.
Oh, that's good.
It's technically school holidays, so I don't push them. But
I went out and bought a heap of trivia cards.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so they're playing trivia cards for not money but little tokens, and then the amount of tokens are worth a dollar amount for them to go out and buy something with.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they're saying they've run out of questions now because they're around to the second question. So I'm like, oh my god, how much money am I going to be up for?
Yeah.
I found the area of the live stream, but it's still a live stream. You can't clip it until.
I'm gonna mute myself and just have a quick listen. But to be honest, Gregory, I don't really want to air this out in public if it's pretty bad. But I'll have a listen.
What was that?
Timestamp is around 5:30 ish.
No, 5/17/20.
Oh, you found it. Oh, never mind.
Timbo, did you say something just now?
Oh, sorry. No, I need to put my mic on mute. I was just filling up a bucket of water.
Was that systems?
Yeah, that was systems. He said he was going to go on mute and go and listen to it.
Oh, okay.
Always getting the Aussies mixed up.
I mean, they sound similar, don't they?
I can tell them apart, but
I can tell them apart, but they sound similar.
yeah, the one who I know it was Systems that said my name and said that he hadn't heard my voice in a while. They do sound similar, but I can tell them apart. I've had a many a times on here with Timbo that I can zero in that it's him without looking. And T-Dub and I have had some nice conversations with some new folks that come in here. This is one time in particular I remember. He and I were nice and calm, and there wasn't just like everybody has to get a word in. And just because it's so late, we were able to. Or it was late for me.
It's nice when there's just a few people in, and then one kind of Glover comes in.
Yeah, because I'm not necessarily. I don't know. I've been very confrontational and and passionate in the past. I'm just trying to be a little less passionate about it because I know I've been there and been wrong many times. So I'll take a different.
Hey, I'm a Glover. I'm a Glover, and I want to argue with someone. So if anyone wants to argue with me, that'd be great.
Who's that?
How you doing? How you guys doing? Hey, first off, can I say I'm sorry I kind of entered and you guys were talking. I'm sorry. Actually, that's rude of me to just.
No, you're fine, mate. I've seen you in here before, but
Yeah.
What's your what evidence can you bring that we live on a globe spinning in outer space?
Okay, so if I was to think about the best evidence we have, in my mind, I think it would be, well, wait, there's a lot. Let me see. Well, you know what? Can you give me like a couple seconds to think about it and tell me? No, that's not fair for you because you asked me the question. So, I would have to say that the true the northern and southern celestial spheres, like how they spin, that's hard to get around. Yeah.
Okay, so the north and the south stars in the sky, looking like they're going around in a circle, says that we live on a ball.
Yeah, well, if you logically thought about it, like you would have to live on something that's rotating for that to happen. Like there would have to be like a southern and northern.
Why can't the sky be moving?
Oh, because everything would have to be on the same plane. Like everything from the moon would all have to be on the same plane. Because everything further than the moon would be going slower across our sky as the night went on. It seems like. I think. I don't know. I might be wrong about that, but it seems like it would be.
If the celestial stars prove curvature, then shouldn't we be able to come down to Earth and measure curvature on the ground?
Well, I mean, if they were sentient and they were able to, like, measure curvature, but I don't know what you're saying.
So if the stars prove curvature, like you're saying, the rotation of the stars, so-called rotation, because we don't know if it's a rotation, then shouldn't you be able to go back to Earth, because you're in space at the moment, go back to Earth and measure the ground,
Yeah, but okay, I see what you're saying. It seems like how would you? I think the question really is how would you measure the ground to let you know that it is spinning? And I think that's where there's a disconnect from, because I think I might know how to do it, but I don't know if it's what I'm thinking is proper, or the way to do it.
So tell us how you measure curvature. Has it been done in the past?
I think like when I look in the sky and I see the moon and I see a star behind the moon that's
talking about the Earth, man. You get mixed up. I'm asking about the Earth.
Okay.
The place where we live.
Yes.
Has anyone measured it? Yeah. Has anyone measured it?
Yes.
Measured the curvature.
I mean, and people have said they measured it, but I wasn't there to watch them measure it. So, but there's people
who said they've measured it. Who said they've measured it?
They've said they measured it, but like I said, I don't know because I wasn't there while they were measuring it, so I can't verify that they measured it. But all I can do is I trust that they did do it.
Who?
And trust is a huge thing. Like in this argument.
Who?
What? Can I just give me a second?
Who measured it? Who measured it? Who measured it?
Some dude with a name. Some dude. Not me. Definitely not me. I would love to say that I could find the time in my life where I could measure the Earth, but I can't.
Okay.
So I have to
chill out,
believe that someone else has done it.
Okay, so some dude with a name measured it, and you have to believe.
Right? Hey, that was good though. Some dude with a name, that was good. That was good, right?
Some dude with a name measured it.
Yeah.
And you have to believe them because he's got a name.
No. I don't have to believe anything. I don't have to believe anything unless it's been. you know what? I don't ever think I've ever had to believe in anything. So don't put have in there. But just keep talking. Sorry.
Well, I would keep talking, but you keep on talking over the top of me. So
You said have, and that's not something I do. Like I wouldn't have to do it. Like it's just something that I come to. I don't have to do it. Like I can change my mind.
Okay, so let's talk about it. So what did this guy do?
I guess like shadows were involved and fucking wells were involved, and which is crazy when you think about it. There was a time where wells were a real big thing in our life, which is crazy as fuck. But they also are a way of telling what's going on Earth,
So
but it seems like sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So a guy measured some shadows, and now we live on a ball. Is that right?
But okay. So the argument about the sun being over the well, and that's how he learned what the diameter of the Earth was, whatever, is kind of fucking disturbing because there's only certain parts of the world that there's the equinox, like where the sun is over your head. So it's kind of weird like that. Like I don't. And the argument kind of, it's hard to fucking wrap my head around. If I'm being logical,
so why are you arguing the point then? You're arguing
because I think it happened.
Can you let me finish my sentence?
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. My bad.
So you're arguing a point that some guy with a name measured the Earth. You don't know what he did, and now you're saying that it's logical. So is that logical or not?
No, I didn't say some guy. I said some dude. So dude is a way different word than guy. So, hey, I like to bring comedy in this too. So sorry. And you guys don't laugh at all. My God.
Are you laughing or what?
I think everything's funny. I think life is funny. And the fact that you use guy and I use dude is two different words, but they're kind of the same, I guess. But yes, so there's someone who's measured, and if you think about it, shadows are going to tell you if you're on something that's spherical. It's going to.
What did he measure?
He measured a shadow.
Yeah, exactly. So is that shadow an Earth?
The shadow is the light coming to the Earth.
So he measured a shadow. He didn't measure the Earth.
He measured a shadow coming to the Earth. And
the shadow was from a stick already on the Earth. What are you talking about?
Yeah, wait. What's the argument right now? Like obviously it's on the Earth because we're on the Earth. Like I don't see how if you're on a spherical object, if there's one light source coming at you, the shadows would be a distinct fucking shadow. Like it would come at you at a different, like a certain way. If it's okay, you know what? Let me change it.
I don't even know what you're talking about at this stage, mate.
Okay, that doesn't matter. If you don't understand what I'm saying, that's fine. Okay, how about a sundial? Okay.
What about it?
Sundial for a second.
Go for it.
Okay, so how is it on a flat Earth? Would there ever be a sundial that the shadow would not travel around the sundial? There's a point in time in our Earth where the equinox happens, and it comes from the never eat shredded wheat. God damn it! So the east to the west. Sorry, I didn't say never eat shredded wheat. From the east to the west. So the line on the sundial would be straight all day long. It would never fucking curve. How does that happen?
What are you talking about?
Equinox with a sundial. There's a time where 3 and 9 would be all day long. It would never be 1, 2.
Can you demonstrate
3 and 9?
Can you demonstrate that?
It'd have to be the equinox, and then I could, I guess.
Can I give you a little bit of a thought experiment really quick?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So, say you have the sundial, and you have the notion in your mind that the sun is, let's say, 93 million miles away. And it casts a shadow due to how far away the sun is. so that you can follow the sundial, right?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
So that's due to the sun being as big as it is and as far away as it is, right?
Yes, man.
And yeah, okay. And what about a moon dial?
Oh my God, a moon dial! I've never heard of moon dial. I like the sound of moon dial.
Okay, but
I like that.
a full moon casts the same shadow on the moon dial as the sun does on the sundial.
Is there such thing as a moon?
Hold on. And the moon is, in your notion, that it's not nearly as far away as the sun is. So how would it cast the same shadow?
Oh, okay. Well, when you say that, like, honestly, what you just said was interesting. Like, it made me think. Like, I didn't even know there's a moon shadow or a moon dial, which is pretty cool, I think.
You should look into it, or just think about it for a second.
Yeah, no.
How could the sun be
can I just say thank you for making me think about it? Because now I'm thinking about moon dial. Like, I'm thinking about how the reflection of a sun would bounce off of an object and then react to whatever I'm measuring, So thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm a little like abrasive right now. I don't mean it. You guys are cool as fuck. I love you guys. It's just I want to argue a little bit. So
that's fine. So can you give me a observation, measurement, citation, and demonstration of Earth curvature?
Dude, that's 4 things, man. You just asked me for 4 things, man. I'm in the bathroom right now. God damn. How do I do that? No one laughs in here. God damn. Jesus. Well, maybe I'm just not funny. Fuck.
Maybe if you say something funny, we might laugh.
Yeah, that's good. Hey, that was fun. What you just said was funny. That was good. God damn. I like what I said was the 2 celestial spheres, a southern and northern rotation
on the ground.
I don't see how to get around it. Yeah,
on the ground, man.
No, in the sky.
So why are we looking in the sky?
Because I'm sick of looking at the ground. I don't know. Like, there's stuff to learn from the sky. There's stuff to learn from everywhere I look. I can tell you one thing positive, that no matter where I look in my field of vision, I can learn something from it. So I would never limit myself to not learning something from something I'm looking at. Like, if that makes sense. I'm sorry if it doesn't.
Tony, what did you learn from the ground?
Well, from the ground, it depends on what I'm studying at the time. Like
let's say sea level. How you look on that?
Hey, I'm sorry. Can you say it again? I'm sorry.
How you look on sea level?
Okay, so you're talking about like looking out in the ocean. Well, boats disappearing, but I know you guys' argument, and it's a relevant argument. It's hard to get around. So we both have good. It's hard to argue with. It's hard. It's hard.
You said that both disappearing. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But why they are disappearing?
I think they're disappearing because there's the curvature of the Earth that is blocking it. That's what I think. But I see how you think it's not that. It's the field.
I think they disappear because of angular resolution, nothing else.
Yes, which is logical. Like when I think about it, when you guys argue that point, it is logical. So in reality, it's like, why am I stuck to my point? I don't know. Like, it just seems as logical, but it seems just as logical to you guys. Why you guys think what you think? So I can't. It's like I don't want to disrespect you guys. Like, I don't feel like I want to disrespect you because your thoughts.
It's not only logic. It's a measurement. For example, you said the boat's going over the curvature. That means must be some distance where it's going over.
Yeah, but you can see how, like, the curvature of the Earth, if we thought there was curvature of the Earth, that how it would obstruct it, right? You can see that. Because I can see how you think what you think.
The curvature isn't obstructing the object just because you believe that the Earth is curved.
Well, nothing is what it is if I perceive it to be. No, it's all what that's what you just said was. It's hard. Like what the fuck? Say it again.
It is not hard. It's the ball. That sphere has dimensions, and then that boat what should go over the curvature should be every time on the same place everywhere.
Hey, can I just say your accent is great? I love your accent. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's Eastern.
Hey, we got Wonko in the chat too. Might be interested. He's mentioned something in the live stream voice text. But Wonko, do you have a microphone? Are you able to chat?
I just want to apologize for taking over the conversation or whatever. Like,
no, you're good. You're good. I was just wondering if Wonko wanted to have a chance to talk as well, because he seemed to have some questions about bringing objects back. He said no, thank you. All good.
Wonka, man, tighten up, man. Get in here. Get in this conversation, man. If you can text it, you can talk it.
Tony, this would go a lot smoother if you weren't so angsty. Understand why you're so angsty.
I know, right? Like right now, well, let me tell you right now, I'll be honest with you guys, because I've been here for a while. I'll be honest with everyone in here. do I want to say this? Maybe I don't. Never mind.
Say it.
Okay, I'll say it. Like, I've been addicted to like opiates, and I'm getting off of them now. And the last stage
don't say it.
Of withdrawal is fucking like being introspective and stuff. And I'm way introspective right now.
Stop, or you're gonna get muted.
I'm gonna get muted for what? Explaining how the stages of withdrawal works. Sorry.
Just stop, mate. The server topic is flat Earth, not opiates.
And I'm part of this server. I'm part of the server. You guys have allowed me into this conversation, so whatever I say should be relevant.
I'm saying to you right now that if you keep going on that topic, then you're going to get muted. If you want to bring back the flat Earth,
I'll wait now. Fuck, you guys have the same conversation.
If you want to talk about flat Earth, then you can. Wow, that guy really needs to maybe get back on it.
Needs to be rehabilitated. What he said is true.
Yeah, true. There's a lot of anxiety going on there, wasn't there?
Yeah, so I tried to get Wonko involved. He seemed to have some good questions and stuff, but it's not good.
I don't know how people go through life so stressed out. And act like they're relaxed and, with the point.
Timbo, stay on the topic of the flat Earth, please. Tee.
He was annoying me from the start, so. I'd seen him in here so much, I thought he was actually a flat earther. Just hadn't spoken.
Given what I'm reading from Wonko, Gregory, say the sentence. I think Wonko would like, or at least is warranting the flat Earth world.
Wonko's
such a simple sentence. Why did I struggle? What was that, Systems?
So, sorry to cut you off. Yeah, Wonko's a flat earther.
Why doesn't he have the role?
Yeah, I mean, maybe because he hasn't talked much and he's just sort of hangs out, listens, and chats a bit. Maybe that might be why.
I suppose.
Mm.
I don't know why I started doing this on my day off. Fixing fixing pavers at the front of my house.
Yeah, it's good that, man.
I assume you're on your phone, of course.
Sorry.
Yeah, phone with headphones. I only use Discord on my phone.
Oh. Do I sound like I'm on my phone? Does it sound like phone equipment?
Very clear.
Yeah. When you talk on phone mode, then at least with my phone, it comes through clear like this. Especially when I hold the microphone almost to the verge of eating it.
Yeah, see, my phone is 2 meters away from me, and this is just my headphone speaker picking it up.
Can someone in here explain to me what a geodetic survey is?
I think a geodetic survey is just just like general surveying on a grander scale. Yeah? Like, is it like topography? So mapping heights of hills and mountains and height above sea levels, and I think that's it.
And I assume they do this both on the ground and high altitude with cameras.
I think so. Yeah, on the ground, yes, definitely. Because you actually got to go to these places, stick a stake in the ground and measure the height above sea level. And then, have you ever seen those maps where they got the circles around a hill, and as the circle gets tighter, it means it's a steeper incline? Ever seen those maps?
Oh, I see.
I could be wrong, but that's what comes to mind when I think of geodetic surveying.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure they could get stuff like, you could get an overlay of that from a balloon camera, like.
Do you recognize any globalists appealing to geodetic surveys in argument for the globe?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, I think they talk about dip. That's when they start talking about dip angles, when they're viewing mountains in the distance.
Rather than angular acuity in their perspective.
Angles use straight lines.
This is true. This is true, heretic. You heretic.
Yep. Globe heretic, that's me. Guilty as charged.
What is the best arguments that the globalists have articulated in their appeal to geodetic surveys? Is it just that so far?
I like to ask them what their triangles are when they bring up spherical excess. What are the lines? Are they straight? Usually they'll say,
Must have been interrupted. He's working out the kinks.
Did I cut out there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so when they bring up like their spherical excess, I just like to ask them, okay, what are the lines in your spherical excess triangles? Are they straight lines? Usually they'll say yes. Then you just ask them, okay, 3 straight lines. So where's the more than 180 coming from?
It's a pretty good question. It's a pretty good question. Spherical excess. That's exactly that's a very apropos term in refutation against them. This excess sphericity, this excess convexity, which is nowhere to be found in the triangle, the measuring the angle.
And if you ask them, what are those lines, those three straight lines, which somehow they get more than 180 degrees from, and it turns out that they're just lines of sight from one point to another. So even if they are curved, what are you saying? You've got curvy lines of sight, therefore you're on a ball?
Yeah, because that's metaphysically sensible.
Yeah. I don't even really think it would work on a ball because the lines are just that, lines of sight. It's not like a physical
the very
line.
phrase, that's just an equivocation of the phrase. A line of sight. It isn't as though there really is a line that is manifestly visible from the very center of my eyes to the very specific point of whatever object that my eyes are directed at. No. It's just a figure of speech referring to the direction in which my eyes are pointing in the field of view, which is detectable by my vision.
Right.
I do a quick mic check.
Yeah, I did.
Hello.
It's working.
It's working. It's doing just fine.
Thank you. I was under the impression that geodetic surveying is where you assume you're on a ball, then you go out and make observation, hijack perspective, and then make it match your ball.
Yeah,
pretty much. That's how you do that. That's the proper way to do that.
Yeah, they adjust their measurements for globe latitudes and stuff. That's where where's the more than 180 question comes in. And then a lot of their angle measurements, they won't even sum to more than 180, and some to less. They have to be computated to end up showing that spherical excess.
Do you talk about this geodetic question? Not the geodetic survey, but just the geodesy question in general. Heretic, do you talk about this with other persons in person? More often in person or less often?
Pretty much only on here.
I see.
Even the people I know in person that will talk about this subject don't really know it well enough to go into geodesy.
Does anyone show interest where you are? In your vicinity?
Not overly.
Yeah. How many have you talked to?
I don't know. Good question. Probably just
do you think less than 10?
Maybe about that.
Yeah. Over years or over the whole time you've known the truth?
Yeah. I guess probably over the whole time.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't just go bringing it up randomly, but like I'll bring it up to my wife or whatever. And I mean, she just doesn't even really care. She's like fine with it. She doesn't push back or anything. She's not a globe zealot, but she's like, yeah, okay, flat, that's cool. What's for dinner?
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
It's funny because my husband asked me that question. What's for dinner?
What's for dinner?
Yeah.
He just asked
my
me.
wife's
I was on the phone with him.
My wife's exactly the same. Oh yeah, good on you.
Yeah, exactly. Just like that. So it's not like that I have a lot of zealots pushing back on me. It's just a lot of the time it's just not even an interest of the person's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same here. My husband's not super interested in the whole topic. He would rather me find other ways of discussing it like I do on here.
Latsy, did you ever, when you first, I know your husband's not really that interested, but when you first got into it, did you keep it from him for a while, or was like straight away you're like, hey, that's flat?
Oh no! I did not keep it from him. He had to endure my entire journey of truth, and when it came to flat Earth, I was like, I remember I was reading through the timeline and the operations of the government through that timeline there, and I remember reading through the Operation Dominic fishbowl and I immediately looked up and looked at him and I was like, I'm a flat earther.
That moment
Yeah,
when you say that subconsciously and comfortably in your mind, I am a flat earther.
yeah, I remember. I either said I think I'm a flat earther, or I said I am a flat earther. It was along those lines, and I remember his response. It was, "Oh yeah,"
Oh yeah.
but like a question, like, "Oh yeah."
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was his response. It's funny.
One thing I'll say, it was kind of good to like be able to sort of hone my arguments with this topic before bringing it up to people, because now when it does come up, like, well, I have the confidence to show them the stuff, and it's a lot more compelling than it would have been if I had just like started trying to put it out there like right away.
Yeah, minimizing the likelihood of stuttering and stammering and making it seem that you're a mumbling fool, and then minimizing the sting and the irritation of their mockery.
Yeah.
Well, I did it all wrong.
It's more
a bumbling idiot.
Yeah, it happens. But I mean, once you know it, like to this level, it's a lot easier to be persuasive and to just leave the information there. I find that I have pretty good results with it usually, actually. Like a lot of the times, it's just like, like, yeah, that body of water, that lake, that ocean, whatever, that's not curved. That isn't fitting the geometry. That gets them thinking. Whereas if I'd started, go ahead.
At the very least, the benefit that will happen when mastering knowledge and understanding of any subject, including this one, you minimize the likelihood of the opponent having any justification for their contempt.
That's right. And if they're thinking rationally, they'll have to, take in what you're saying to them.
Because if I do know, and I demonstrate optimally do know, then there is no justification to ridicule me.
That's right. Or they can, but then that's just going to be them going spastic.
Yeah, they'll do the act, and the act will be unjust, yeah.
Yeah. And at that point, it's like, all right, well, do what you need to do over this information, but it's on you.
Mr. Shea, thank you for the compliment. Thank you.
Heretic, have you ever found in particular, like, your argument's too good, shuts them up too quick, and then they just don't want to engage?
I don't think so.
Oh, you must be good at it then. You must be good at reading the room.
Yeah. I mean, I don't just go putting it out there willy-nilly in any old situation. That's not going to fly. It has to be
pauses are so precious because you say the argument, you optimally say the argument, everything that needs to be said. You hear that? Exactly.
Yeah.
The pauses are strongly indicative of progress.
Or they're trying to figure out a way to get the fuck out of the situation. And
which is progress because it exposes.
Maybe it's because I know better than to even try with the really zealoty types, so I just don't end up in that situation where they're either shutting down or pushing back. But I find that I have a lot of conversations where people are actually just kind of like considerate of the information and are just kind of like, could be, never really thought about that,
At best, the opponent transforms from an opponent to a friend, and they critically consider it and then come to believe and know what you have demonstrated that you know, or at the very least, you've eliminated all counter arguments, and you've eliminated all confusion also. That is so awesome looking at that cat do that at the bottom of text chat.
I don't know if it was a mutual thing, but since all of this, most of my friends don't even have like give me the time of day. But also, I don't necessarily want to partake in what my friends do when they do hang out. So
Don't really sound like friends, Flatsy.
say that again.
I said, it doesn't really sound like friends, Flatsy.
Precisely. That's why it's not something that I'm just gonna fixate over.
Precisely.
I have a group of friends where I have never even mentioned it. They got no idea, and I have no interest in really bringing it up unless they do. I don't see them that often. Then I've got another group of friends, which I call my truther friends, and we don't talk about it because everyone doesn't care in a sense that they already know it's flat, so it doesn't really come up.
Yeah, it's old hat by now.
Yeah, it's old hat. So like, yeah, and I prefer to hang out with them, obviously, but still have a group of still have a group of friends that I've never even mentioned it once too. You know, they're I call them pre-COVID friends because they've been long-term friends, whereas the newer friends we came together because of the craziness, having mutual respect for each other.
Yeah.
Just how it is, I guess. But don't take it too bad, Blatty. You know, I mean, there's still value in friends, like, you know, even if they don't necessarily agree with everything you say. But
and that's just as it is now. You know, what does the future hold? Only the Lord knows.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily. I mean, I have hung out with them, you know, because we are still acquaintances and friends in a sense. Like I've grown throughout like my 20s with these people, but they're still stuck in their 20s, even though we're in our 30s now.
Oh. Mm-hmm. It is so weird that my voice sounds different outside of me on record than it does inside my head.
That's everybody. I cringe when I hear myself sing. Although folks really like it.
Right, even though we can really carry a tune. Why does it sound like that outside of me? That's not what I did, self. What are you doing?
Have you ever heard any of the stuff that I do, Gregory?
No, I haven't.
I'm gonna post it, man. And if you ever want to, at your leisure, listen to. I'll post the song that I wrote last year.
And you're a writer. Very good. What? How many photographs are supposed by the government, by NASA, by any of these agencies to be authentic photographs? How many are supposed as such? To my memory, I believe it was one.
As far as I know, it's only the Apollo one from 1972. I could be wrong.
Wasn't
Yeah,
wasn't that six?
It's the same one, isn't it? That they got caught on putting the cardboard in the window. It's the same photo.
Is year 69, 1969? Is that right?
I think so. Yeah. So that's been, if that video that we've seen, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon is real, then that debunks that again.
Oh, that was a crazy video.
So we're going to go with 0?
No, he's saying claimed to be a photograph rather than.
Yeah, I'm asking what has been supposed. How many have been supposed? Yeah.
1, the original blue marble. I'm pretty sure.
What year was the Blue Marble? Just want to check.
I don't know if you guys know how grateful I am to you, but when I'm here at home, just kind of taking care of things, cooking dinner, I'm able to listen and kind of talk. Really appreciate it, guys.
My complete pleasure. Oh, first photograph of Earth says space.com in December 7, 2022. The first and the last photo. Space.com.
It's such bullshit. Like, surely I know they have excuses for why there's no stars in the background, but you would think at least one or two would bleed through a tiny bit. If you play around with the way the light works in the program, like Photoshop, for example, or something like that, you'd think something would bleed through.
Need a long exposure.
Apollo 17, this 1972, supposedly. Supposed photo.
72. That's the original Blue Marble, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Marble in 1972.
Yep.
First photograph.
I mean, because of course, we think about this. It's the strongest argument they can make, that anyone can make, about any empirical fact. Well, I empirically detected it, and I have this record, especially a photographic record, or especially even a photo footage record, of what I empirically detected anecdotally. Okay. So then you scrutinize that. Is it authentic? And what is their excuse? Systems, Timbo? I forget. Y'all, bear with me. I'm sorry.
What's their excuse for what, sorry?
For the stars not appearing.
It's
exposure. So how it picks up light.
Yeah.
So the camera just wasn't powerful enough to pick up the light?
More like, I think it's more like the brightest object in front sort of drowns out the background objects if they're not bright enough to hit through. Something to do with that.
It's to do with exposure. So when you're doing star photography, you put it on a low so that you let the minimum amount of light in, and you put it on a long exposure, and then it brings the dim lights into focus. But it's over a time, like a 15-second or a 10-second exposure. But so they're saying they would just point and shoot. So therefore it just picks up the brightest object and leaves all the light in the background unresolvable.
They're saying you have that device.
It actually does make sense, but
yeah, it does make sense. But you'd think one or two or little tiny bits of it would bleed through, especially when you change like what's the technical term? When you change like the hue and all that stuff.
Yeah.
In the photo, you would see tiny bits of it bleed through.
Do we have the device they took the supposed photo with?
The Hasselblad?
Is that what it's called?
Do we still have it? I'm sorry, hold on. Wait, what?
Yeah, the Hasselblad. It's a collector's item now.
The kind of model or the one individual device?
I don't know if you'd get the individual device, but the model, yeah.
I see. They don't manufacture them no more, though, of course, right?
I wouldn't say it. All the technology's out of date. It's just a film camera.
Because when they give that ad hoc appeal, you can, empirically detect that. So you get the same device, or at least the same kind of device, and then you try to replicate the supposed instance in which they took the photo and see if it really is the case that the other things on the left or the right, above or below the object you're focusing on would appear or not. Oh, no, it wouldn't appear. Well, is that true?
Yeah, well, I think the hard thing is how do you, because these photos are claimed to have been taken in space.
Yeah, I mean, there's the presupposition of the cosmic paradigm in which it was taken,
Yeah. So unfalsifiable, which all of their stuff is.
And they can't backpedal because they've already established the precedented doctrine that they've known this cosmic paradigm before the Apollo missions. It wasn't as though people were in doubt. Exactly. It wasn't as though people were generally asking the question, do we live in a cosmic vacuum? No, they first presupposed that they live in a cosmic vacuum and then contrived the Enterprise.
Well, they even gave us pictures of it before they went up there to actually establish what the pictures were, whether the pictures were correct or not. So, and then they came back and the pictures were exactly the same as what they gave us in the Universal Studios logo, or the maps that they came up with. That itself just says, what the fuck?
When did we begin to believe, as though we're a foregone concluded empirical fact, that we live in a vacuum, on a ball in a vacuum?
I don't know. Was it those Greek astronomers, or was it before that? Or did
I
they
suppose because they... Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, I suppose because I have read a little bit about quote-unquote cosmic pluralism. I'll post the link again on Wikipedia. Cosmic pluralism. And so the idea generally was we live on, be it a sphere or whatever other object, or whatever the kind of geometric shape, and there are other humongous objects that are whole entire worlds elsewhere in space. And so then the conception eventually develops, because that would seem to logically imply that there's this grand amount of occupiable space in which all these humongous objects, including the Earth we walk upon, are existing and or moving within, moving through. But of course, no one went up there. So, it's just cosmic speculation while our feet are standing on the ground.
Like, when in the history of Earth has anyone came up with a theory of what something looks like, and then it actually be true that thing that they're going to investigate actually looks exactly the same way as what they predicted it would look? Like, everything they do seems to be correct. You know what I mean? They're never wrong about anything.
But at the same time, they're always wrong and always improving, quote unquote.
Are there like ancient maps that accurately depict like the continents that we live in right now? At least maps before we. What's that?
What's accurate? Like, first we have to know that what the maps we've got now are correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, what specifically are you trying to accurately capture or represent? Are you trying to accurately represent the size?
I'm still kind of on the mindset of like that what we have now is accurate. So sorry, that's a bad question.
No, it's not a bad question. It's a valid question.
No. But the
you're trying to.
I think the shape of the continents are good, yeah, because you can actually go on the ground and go around the outside, and you're only restricted by a compass, and then you can map the outside of land. But in between the continents, we've got how do you measure distance over water?
Yeah, the size of the continents, the relative. The shape of the continents, the relative size of the continents. Is this continent bigger than that one or smaller than that one?
Yeah.
The elevation, the various kinds of climates in this area as opposed to that area that are depicted on the map. Where is what?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Because if you go by compasses are never correct. So, they're more correct in the north. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Just sorry to butt in, guys. Just wanted to let you know that I've just verified Pound Cake Chopper. He has a flat Earth friend that he's spoken about it with before, but he's not happy with some of the answers. He's got more questions. So just thought I'd let you guys know.
Yeah, I have some questions.
Hello.
Yeah. How do you guys explain tidal waves?
Tidal waves? They're created by most of the time earthquakes and displacement of land. I don't see what that's got to do with the subject, but
yeah, well, how are earthquakes created inside the flat Earth?
No, they're created.
You shake the earth, something shakes the earth.
For what would shake the earth? What shakes the earth?
Well, okay, because I can already detect that usually when folks ask this question, and this is the common habit of the average person, is that whatever is causing any motion, it must be some impersonal, non-sentient, non-living object or force. You see? So your question eventually, just to cut to the chase, your question eventually gets to, what is the first cause of any motion?
It could be both, though, right?
Yeah, both happen.
First, can you explain to us what happens, how are earthquakes created on a globe?
Yeah, I wouldn't know, but
isn't it like? Don't they say it's the tectonic plates?
Yeah,
you said what?
That's what they say, right? The tectonic plates moving.
Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah, they say that sometimes.
But I'm pretty sure. Well, my question was like tidal waves are moved from like the gravity of the moon and like the gravity of the sun, and like.
You're thinking of tides.
Yeah, I said tidal wave. Yeah.
No, but tidal wave is different to a tide.
Wait, why would that be?
Well, a tidal wave
is categorically different. Yeah, it's a big wave as opposed to a tide being the elevation of the water relative to the edge of the land.
A tidal wave is a shallow water wave caused by the gravitational interactions between the sun, moon, and the earth.
Is that what the definition is?
Yeah.
Right. You just talked about a tidal wave as opposed to the tide.
Yeah, I said tidal wave. That was my question.
Okay, so which one are you talking about? Are you talking about a wave or are you talking about the tide?
A tidal wave.
So the wave, not the tide.
Yeah, I don't know where you're trying to get at with this. This is just like the definition. I meant the name of it.
They're categorically distinct.
He's
you have to make sense of what you're saying.
Tide, clearly,
and you have to attempt to interpret things. So
yeah, why is it that only like saltwater bodies of water move around and have like waves, while like huge lakes will just be like flat?
it's a good question. So, I mean, to try and answer your question, you have to make an attempt to interpret what's being said, make an attempt to interpret what you're reading, and try to bear with us that there is a distinction between a wave of water versus just the idle resting height of the water relative to the edge of the land. It's two different phenomenon.
Yeah, I see. Oh wait,
So
what do you guys think about like?
What's this got to do with flat Earth?
Well, I was just thinking like, how would it even be possible on like a flat system, on like a flat Earth system?
Well, we have tides. Yeah. So, would anything be different whether the Earth is flat or round, or a globe?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, more specifically, for instance, the causation of event that you're asking about. Why can't it be the case that the same entity and forces at play that manifest that event happen in the same world where the Earth is flat?
Yeah, that's better.
Well, what do you guys think about like the moon landing and stuff, like where we could clearly see like the Earth and stuff?
No,
Clear.
don't change the subject. What do you think?
Well, no,
Well, he didn't change the subject. I mean, we answered that question. He's asking another question.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
obviously you guys
Okay,
won the
okay.
point. I have no point of being ignorant, but you guys won that point. Obviously, I'm not.
No,
that
you're right,
knowledgeable
man.
on that. But
You're okay.
what do you guys think about like the moon landing and stuff like that?
What do you think about
Well,
the moon landing?
did we land on the moon?
Yeah, I think we landed on the moon. There's like
Why is that?
There's empirical proof of it.
Is there?
Is there?
There is, yeah.
Where?
I'd like you to argue for it.
Yeah, well, there's videos of it.
Okay, a video.
Are they videos?
Show us some.
Well, are they videos?
Yeah, they are videos. Why wouldn't they be?
Well, that's begging the question. How do you know that they're authentic footage?
Okay, well, there's no basis of your skepticism to be like they're like why wouldn't?
Oh, no. You're using the word skepticism now, so I know you're intelligent. Okay, so what is the argument in defense of your belief that they're authentic photographic footage?
Okay, well, you have no reasoning to like. Okay. I guess I'll word this way.
Before you say that, just hang on. Before you say that, let me just say this. That last retort is the too cool clay fallacy.
The too cold clay fallacy?
Yes, it means literally in Latin, this for that. So you answered criticism with criticism instead of giving an argument in defense of your position against the criticism. You just wanted to switch to criticizing my position.
We asked you, is there any proof? And you said, well, there's no proof for there not being.
There's no justification for your skepticism. Yeah.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Okay, so you're basically asking me to prove the why.
Yep, you're making the claim, mate. So.
Yeah, the author.
Yeah, I'm asking you to argue in defense of your conclusion that the footage that is supposed as being authentic photographic footage really is. I'm asking you to argue for that.
I mean, like, I guess there's no way for me to like authenticate it.
Okay, so then the conclusion is unjustifiable. So appealing to that is unsuccessful.
Hold on. Okay, I'll give you guys that point too, but I wouldn't be.
You don't need to give it to us, mate. We just took it off you.
Reasonable doubt, man.
Wait, what about like other planets? Like we could see the curvature of other planets.
Well, let me ask you this question. You're standing on the floor, right?
Yeah.
So the light bulb is spherical, roughly, right? The light bulb somewhere in the room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does the sphericity of the light bulb necessitate that the ground you're standing on be convex or concave?
What do you mean?
So the fact that you have a spherical entity above the ground, does that necessarily indicate that the ground you're standing on is also convex?
Well, this would be applied for like the ground. I mean, it wouldn't be applied for like planets, right?
Well, you're
You're missing
claiming
the
that
point.
you're claiming that Earth is a planet.
You're missing the point. The
Yeah,
fact that you see.
You have to get a bit more redundant with some people, so it's hard. I know where he's coming from. So, Gregory, you're like 5 levels above this guy, so he's not really grasping. I understand what you're saying, but he's really having a hard time following.
Well, he's actually not struggling that hard because he just used the word skepticism. So I know he has some degree of intelligence.
Why would me saying the word skepticism indicate that I'm smart?
Because you have some sense, so it's not that difficult for you to grasp what I'm saying.
Yeah, but basically this guy. So you're asking a bunch of questions, right? And you're asking us about planets and that. But these are stories that you've heard, correct?
Yeah,
somebody's told you about somebody's told you about these planets. But as far as you verifying what they are, at what point are you going to say, okay, they told me what they are, now let me check to see if that's not true? Like, how could you verify that information they told you is true or not? How could you do that?
Yeah, well, this is how I'm verifying right now, wouldn't it?
Asking
so
us?
Mayhem, that's why I'm going to continue my particular line of questioning, because I'm just following his line of reasoning and showing him where it actually leads. So given you raised this point, here's the third point in the list of points you've raised so far. So what about the planets, you asked? Well, you have the post right there at the bottom of the live stream voice text. I hope you can see it. Where Miguel Sosa, he posted a screenshot of an etymology entry in the Etym Online dictionary, where planet comes from the Latin word planetes or planetae, meaning wandering stars. There's that. But you have this concept that the wandering stars, the celestial bodies up there, are humongous solid, liquid, or gas balls flying around in a vacuum with a diameter and a circumference of several thousand and above miles. That's your conception of the celestial bodies, but you have not directly, empirically detected that. Not you yourself anecdotally, personally. And you believe that there's an institution of personnel, of persons that have the equipment to see that more clearly.
Is that making sense so far?
Yeah, it should be.
Pancake? Okay.
Okay, but the line of reasoning that I was following you on was, well, what about these supposed, humongous balls of solid, liquid, or gas in the vacuum? Well, even if that was the case, I'm granting you that, even though you have yet to substantiate that one, but I'm granting you that one. If I do grant you that one, even if that is the case, does it necessarily indicate that what we're standing on is a convex surface? Or can it be that I'm standing on a flat surface with spherical bodies up there?
Right. Make it not a non sequitur.
Do you see the line of reasoning?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
So, therefore, that appeal is just a non sequitur. It just doesn't follow. There are spheres above me, therefore the ground I'm standing on is convex.
And to your point, there's nobody that can actually verify that information is what they say that it is. There's a story behind it. Like if you've ever read a fantasy story like Lord of the Rings or Narnia, any one of those like fantasies, there's a whole bunch of lore that goes along with it. So along with the globe Earth, there comes the heliocentric, ever-expanding cosmology. It's the lore of this universe, right? This galaxy, this quasars, and you got black holes, dark matter, all kinds of stuff, right? So all of this stuff is considered lore. It's like a fantasy novel that you read. So all these things they fill your head with until you exist. When we tell you in this chat, how is it possible that you can verify any of that stuff? What can you tell us? Well, I can't. Is the honest answer, right? Unless you're able to physically identify that what they told you is true. Other than that, you're going to appeal to an authority figure like, well, I'm not a scientist, they are, and so on. And then we're going to be like, okay, bring the scientist in, we'll ask him. And we've done it before, and we have asked those guys who consider themselves astrophysicists or cosmologists. They come in here and they say, well, this is our best guess.
Oh,
and that's what you guys are resting your knowledge on those guys whom claim that. So right. So do you guys do you understand what we're talking about in here so far? Like, I mean, how can you verify these things?
Yeah.
Right. And so to Gregory's point, even if like he granted you that was the case, right? Let's say that they were flying around in the vacuum of space, balls of gas and of matter. How do you know that just because you see that up there, that's what the Earth is? Because what if the Earth is something different? But back again, like you'd have to verify that the Earth is. But we're always going to in this chat. How is it possible for whatever you say that's going to come up? The next question that you have, how did you verify that? Because we're getting people to engage with their critical thinking, right? That's what we want you to do for anyone that comes in here. We don't want to convert anybody to the flat Earth. It's not our objective. Our objective is you to start using the mind that you have to understand the world around you. Ask some questions.
Well, usually, like from like a rounder's point of view, we verify these questions by empirical evidence and just by our sight, like just by looking at things. Like, we look up in the sky. I mean, I know you guys said like it wouldn't really matter even if it like were to be around, but
what does empirical?
Well, empirical detection isn't distinctive of people who believe the Earth to be a globe. In fact, people did empirical inquiry long before people believed the Earth to be a globe.
Let's be specific. Bring up one piece of empirical evidence that demonstrates that you live on a globe, please.
Well, let's understand his definition of empirical first.
Yeah, I'm with that guy. Whoever is that, T-Dub? Yeah, or somebody.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
It just.
What does empirical mean to you? Can you define empirical evidence? Is there any way you can define that?
That's evidence collected by experiments and observations.
Okay, can you look up the definition and then come back to us? It'll take a few seconds on Google. Empirical evidence. Look it up real quick and then tell us what you just told us right now, if it matches the definition.
Okay. Based on, concerned with, or verifiable by observations or experience rather than theory or pure logic.
Verifiable.
Correct. Verifiable. That's the key word there. That's the key word, bro. Verifiable.
Empirically verifiable as it concerns empirical knowledge claims.
Right. It's got to be something that you can test, repeat the test, and also falsify. If you can't do any of that with the thing you're talking about, whatever it is, then it's not empirical. It has to. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I got something. All right. What about?
Go for it.
Okay. Yeah. What about a boat sailing across the ocean and we see it like go past like the horizon or like our?
Sure. Who wants
pick me?
Point on this. Greg, you want to take point? Yeah, Greg, you take point, bro.
Chopper, you stand on the beach, you look ahead, you see the boat sailing away from you. Now you see the boat disappearing.
Wait, repeat that again? I wasn't catching. What did you say?
Yeah. You're standing on the beach, you're looking away to the horizon. You're watching the boat sail away. As the boat sails away, it becomes apparently smaller, and it becomes apparently obscured from the bottom up.
I have a question.
Before you say that.
So you have to know what's going on with your eyes with what you're describing. You have to know how perspective works, correct?
Yes, but why interrupt me with this?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a panel? People only they're allowed to talk, just so I know what's going on.
No, he's on a line of he's actually on a line of logic, taking him to a line of logic, Jenny. It's not that you couldn't interrupt. It's just he's on a line of logic with this young man. But you can also tell him about perspective after like he gets done with this one point. That's no problem.
All right. Thanks, Miggy.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead, Greg.
So, start again real quick. Standing on the beach, you're looking ahead, looking at the horizon, watching the boat sail away from you. You see the boat becoming apparently smaller and being obscured or obstructed from the bottom up. It sails away farther and farther away. Eventually, it becomes imperceivable or imperceptible, however you want to say that term.
Yeah.
Now, theory A, account A, description A says the sphericity of the Earth is obscuring the boat. Perspective B, I should reverse it, but perspective B says the angle of acuity in the perspective of our eye is failing to resolve it as it goes further away and as the angle from the floor or the whatever non-transparent object on the bottom of your perspective is obscuring the object standing upon it. You see, either it's being obscured by Earth curvature, or it's just going too far away for your eyes to be able to see it.
Okay.
Real quick. Real quick. Real quick, Pound. Did you understand what he said? Like, I just wanted some clarification if you understood.
Okay. All he did was just give like a equal interpretation. He didn't really give like why his interpretation would be.
Yeah. He's gonna lead you so he wants you to think about the there's a dichotomy I guess you can build up in your mind, which is this or that, right? It could be the fact that the Earth is curving, or it could be just the simple fact that that's how your eyes see with perspective, like Jenny was coming in to say. Now I'm trying to tie this in so that you can come in, Jenny. Like, I'm trying to segue so you can say your piece. That way you can help him along. Okay, so it's a dichotomy right now, Pound. So I'm gonna let Jenny come in and tell you a little bit about perspective, and then I guess Greg can tie up the point.
Well,
you don't mind, Jenny?
I really was trying to ask a question, and it's on behalf of my brother-in-law, who I'm going to go visit in Arizona here in a couple days, because he's going to be celebrating his 10-year anniversary with my sister. So he seems to think he seems to think option 2. I know you were not going on like he thinks he sees curvature from his boat.
Right.
And he goes, he's not a beginner on his boat. I mean, he goes to Florida, I think, every year. And then, I got to think of things to say to brother-in-law is kind of why I jumped in. So that would be option B. That would be option B with what, yes, sir.
I think we ran him. Oh no, sorry, that's right. I think we ran your brother through that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I gotta. Hopefully, I'll be able to get his ass in here. I'm hoping to be there a week, so it'll be pretty cool.
All right. Right. Hey, I want to. Okay, so let's just tie up the point with Pound. Pound, did you understand anything what we said? The dichotomy right now that people are thinking. Okay, so now it could either be Earth curve or it's your vision.
He's
right?
different.
And it's really uncomfortable, to think that they see that human beings walking on the flat plane, in their head, something happens and they think they see a physical geometrical horizon. Did I say that right? Physical horizon.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
We actually had a conversation with a gentleman this morning who had the same kind of cognitive dissonance.
Nice.
But it takes, it just takes.
That sounds good. Sorry.
It takes a little bit of like finesse and time, and just be here for the person, because what it is just they don't understand. And like this guy right here.
Okay, so they think that people can see the ISS with the naked eye. That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a big problem. So nobody's ever envisioned that to scale. And India did a video on that, I do believe, right? Or
I'm not sure. I think he has a video on it. You might look at his channel. He might. But perspective is something. Okay, so it's a big topic, right? But perspective is one of the things that, like your brother or brother-in-law. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You can just say brother. That's fine. It's
okay. So your brother is kind of in the mind of. He's got a bit of cognitive dissonance. It's not like he can't hear you out, but it's still along the lines of what we're talking to Pound about. The same thing. So.
Well, the only thing I have to cling on is he didn't do any medical procedures, quote unquote, during the 3-year period. So that's promising. That's where I kind of shine my light of hope on. I just know it's going to be a longer process for him. That's all. So the more I know, the better seed I can plant.
Well, we'd also like him to come back in here and talk to us because I think he was having a conversation with us. But yeah.
Can I just add something on perspective and why we think we see in a curve? There's like a few reasons here. You know, like so you see, and then things start getting smaller. Yeah, we all know that they look like they're getting smaller, but then you've got the thickness of the air, and then compression as well. So as the air, as you have to look through more air, you get magnification, and then that actually compresses
even more, right?
It compresses what we're seeing and makes it look like a curve further away. You know what I mean? Because as it increases, so it increases the speed of perspective. So instead of seeing
illusion of
line, instead of seeing in a linear line, it's getting closer to you because it's magnifying as you look further. So it acts, and in doing that, it goes down quicker, which makes it look like it's curved.
Yeah, Gregory, do you have a point?
That's crazy.
So to tie it all together, especially with that little chair on top that Timbo gave us, is that given that we don't empirically detect any convexity of the surface of the water, therefore necessarily indicating empirically that it is level, flat. So that being said, that means that the water is traversing the water. The boat is traversing upon a level surface of the body of water, and what is interpreted to be the obstruction of the boat because of earth curve is actually just the eye's failure to see the object at that distance, and the optical illusion caused by the air dynamics, the gaseous dynamics between us and the object we're trying to look at.
Indeed, it's a big misunderstanding on the side of the globe, but and that's what we're here to do. We're here to, and pun intended, we're here to clear the air. You like what I did there?
Or wash away the confusion.
Yeah, that works.
Dude, you might be able to quit your day job. I'm not being a bitch. I'm really being sincere. That was good.
I hope so, man. Have you seen my channel? I got like 108 subscribers already, so I'm working my way. I'm really wanting to. This is my passion, man. I love doing this. I mean, if this could be my job and being on YouTube and just being with you guys.
You got to get some people on to interview Miggy. Get some people in for interviews, yeah.
There should be more comedy. There should be more comedy in Flat Earth about now. It's getting a little ridiculous. Everybody can't catch up. We're going to have to open fire on your stupidity.
I like the way you're thinking, Jenny. Like, for some reason, you've always had this like humorous side that I'm like, what's up, Satoshi? Yeah, like that's really cool, man. So yeah, I do. You know me, I keep it humorous sometimes.
There's just so many coincidences. You can't sweep them all away under the rug. It's just too weird. I mean, we got to start calling these things out. We've been ridiculed for like more than a decade now. We've been fair, trying to be academic and shit. However you want to say.
Somebody told me. Who was it? Elijah came into the chat. He's like, so guys, what are we here to do? Like, and I just said like, well, I'm here to tar and feather these guys, the really staunch and dug in guys, the ones who were dug in. That's what I'm here to do. Like the ones like this guy in here, just those are regular people. But the really anti-flat Earth people, yeah.
You mean the highly indoctrinated people? The highly indoctrinated. Yes.
Yes, it's open season on those guys.
Some of them aren't even indoctrinated. Some of them just hate flat Earth. Like, they just hate it.
You know who Nathan, I think, has mentioned more than 2 or 3 times. I think her name is Saban or something. She's some European lady or something.
Anti-flat earther?
Well, I don't know if she's responded to anything that Nathan has done, but he was being hypercritical of the way she interprets math. Let me see if I can find her.
While you do that, big up on the new subscribers, M Squared. That's like 96 subscribers in one day. Last I checked, you had like 6 subscribers. Congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, I would like to see some globe comedy, like making fun of globalists. That'd be funny.
Oh, dude, I was thinking about doing a little skit, or not skit, but like a little clip on my show called Zany Space News, and just, I mean, pick your poison, man. Anything, just open up the internet and just go anywhere and say, okay, let's look at the latest space news, and right there, it's comedy. You know, let's say anything. You know, they tried to land a satellite on an asteroid traveling at like 70,000 miles per hour, you know, like hurling around the, you know, close to the Earth. It's about to hit the Earth, and they're deploying these satellites that got boosters on them, and once it lands on it, it's going to divert that asteroid to another direction.
Hey, you could title your show, "That's Amazing." Dumb globe. Steve, and then we say, "That's amazing." You know, like gravity makes all this water stick to a ball. That's amazing.
You have to have an exclamation mark after what amazing, though. Like a big exclamation mark, like a big one, like that's all like highlighted and stuff.
Show that Asian guy saying, "That's the rocket we're going to Mars with." The Elon Musk rocket. That's so funny.
Oh my god, it's getting too much.
Go to Mars?
Sabine,
we can't even exit.
Do you think we can leave our you mean our atmosphere? Do you think we can leave our atmosphere even?
Yeah, man.
You asking that question too? Everybody.
Yeah,
maybe through astral projection or something like that.
Yeah,
I think we have like bases on the moon. Like I think that we have a base on the moon. Like it's already been established.
Yeah. Tony, welcome back. Have you calmed down a bit now?
Sorry.
Is that Tony V?
Hey, what's up, man?
Tony. Hey, Tony V.
Hey, what's up, man?
Is you at the Globe?
You broke off after the Globe.
The hell.
That was the end of the sentence.
Oh yeah, I think you asked, is the world a globe? Yeah.
Are there dinosaurs on the moon too?
I have no clue. I've never been to the moon. I could never tell you what's on the moon.
So how do you know that we've even been there?
Huh?
How do you know that we've even been there if you haven't been there?
Oh, I never would ever claim that we have been there. I would never do that because I wasn't there to witness it.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I think civilization has come to the point where we can establish bases on other planets. Maybe, and that'd be cool as fuck. I hope so. But I think that we have used the moon as a military fucking way to conquer the universe. Whatever. I think that, you know what I think is that politicians are pieces of shit. That's what I think. I'm done talking.
but otherwise,
Pretty sure everybody thinks that.
Yeah, and I can't trust any politician. Like, and you know what I can trust is that the worst thing I can think of, someone has thought of and done. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah. And
We've never been to the moon. You don't know what it is. How can you know that people could go to it someday? Is that even possible? How do you postulate that?
That's a good question. You're right. I mean, like, I can't counter you with that because you're right. Because I haven't been able to witness that or think about it.
He's just in love with NASA. That's what's going on right now.
I love your accent. Your accent's so good. Where are you from?
No, I was being funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, your funny accent was really good.
You don't have any proof, but you just like the story. You know, like people going to the moon and all those cool astronaut spacesuits that were supposed to work in a vacuum.
Okay, I see what you're coming at. Like, no, I don't think it's cool. I think it's fucking bullshit. That I think that we've established a base on there to conquer other people's fucking,
because we can land on it.
Yeah, I don't think we're on the moon to fucking make us better. Maybe the people that have funded that mission, but no, I don't. I think politicians and I think anyone. I don't know, man. I just don't trust people.
You remember saying that you thought it was cool that they landed on the moon?
I think it's right there. It seems like it's feasible. It's right there. So I can't really deny that we did do it, but I don't know. I think we did, and I think we have a base there, and I think the Nazis live there, and they're having a chalupa fucking stands. I don't know.
Are you trying to make sense out of what you're saying?
Do you believe in aliens? Do you believe in aliens? Aliens.
Oh, wait, I got a different follow-up question. Wait, before we go there. So if I were to say that the government, or if the government told you that they went into my closet and went into Narnia, and that they built a military base in Narnia, what would you receive that information? Like, what would you think if someone told you?
I would think, like, how the fuck did this group of people come up with an idea that is Narnia, and to establish it in my fucking closet, and how would they enter it through my closet? Like, I'd think about break it down like that, if that makes sense.
So yeah, like how would they establish it to you, right? How would they prove it to you that Narnia is a real place? Is that what you mean to ask?
Well, yeah, I guess they could just tell me what they think, but I don't know if I could believe it. I wouldn't believe it because I've never been through my closet and gone through another dimension.
The point I'm trying to make is if someone were to state that statement to you, that the United States federal government went through my closet into Narnia and built a military base in Narnia for our national security.
Yeah.
Would you think that individual is speaking nonsense, or would you think they're speaking the truth?
First off, I'd sue them for fucking invading my fucking space, and then I would think they're bullshit.
Wow.
Man, hey, so you just said that you don't believe what the government says, but we definitely went to the moon. How do you?
No, I never said definitely. We definitely went to the moon. I never once.
You said there were bases. You said there were bases there.
Yeah, exactly.
I said I think there's bases there. I never said there's definitely bases there. I think that. We have bases there. I don't know.
You're not bases there. That would mean that we went there.
None of us can know because we've never been on the moon. So who the fuck?
Well, he's saying that he believes that there are bases there. He's not saying that he knows that there are bases there.
Yeah, I believe that our technology has brought us to the point where we could have bases on the moon. And that it'd be logical for whatever power is in charge of the world at that time to have a base on the moon.
So the only way for that to have been possible is to have the technology to do that, and we didn't.
Exactly. Then that's the conundrum. That's the problem.
Wait, hold on. Unless it's not a place you can go to, then no amount of technology can do that.
That's true. I like when you say that logically, I can't deny what you just said. Like
I'm glad you said that.
Can't deny what I said. Like if I'm going to be honest with you guys, like I can't see like what you said makes sense. Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, I'm a logical person. Like for real. Like I just love thoughts that are outside of the fucking box. That's all I look for are things that are going to make my brain.
You sound like you're tweaking right now, dude.
Yeah.
I think you have to be in the box, though.
Yes.
I suppose that's why you're in the server, correct?
When you're in the box, do you even know the box is there, though?
Well, if you're aware and alive and have sense, yeah.
Oh, if you bring logic into the argument, then yeah, you're right. But I'm not bringing logic into it.
Oh, well,
that was a joke. That was a joke. People are supposed to laugh. That was a joke. Of course you want.
I got the joke. I got the joke.
So what's logical about there being bases on the moon.
What's illogical about not thinking that you can perceive bases on the moon?
Have we ever perceived bases on the moon?
We're talking about it, so obviously we perceived it. Yes, we're talking about the fact that there could be bases on the moon. So
did you see that sentence you just said?
I can perceive that the Narnia exists.
What did you see that sentence you just said, Tony?
I saw it in a movie.
It's hard to see a sentence, though.
Yeah,
I love
to see. So just because you're talking about it doesn't mean you saw it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I like how you just stimulated my brain, seeing the sentence I just said. I like it.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. Like you're gonna get nothing but real from me, like because I don't give a fuck. So
whoever said this guy's
I'll fight that to be the case.
Spot on.
Yeah,
well, the man himself said that about himself. So, yeah.
First off, like, can I apologize? I might interrupt and stuff, but it's been a crazy. Like, it's been okay. Anyone, can I just be real with you guys for a second?
For once, yeah, you can.
Well, I'm real all the time, but there's a point of life where there's certain crossroads that come to, and it's not like you always think there's crossroads. There's certain choices you make, but there's real choices you have to make. Though I'm at one of those again. It's like a fourth time in my life where like there's a crossroad where if I make the wrong decision, I'm fucked,
Distinctly highly impactful choices,
Yeah, the last week, this is what I'm dealing with. So I've been really introspective, and I've been really like dissecting all my thoughts properly. So what I think is properly. I can't say it's properly, but I apologize if I interrupt anyone or if I'm talking stupid and no one understands what I'm saying. But that's what I'm going through right now. I just want to let everyone know.
Well, at least I appreciate you saying that. And of course, anyone who's expressing themselves like you are, you're not living a boring life.
Tony, are you going to the flat Earth?
What was that? Say it again. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Are you going to defect to the flat Earth?
Yeah, no, I'm logical. Of course, I'm a glober. I love you guys, though. Hey, I love you guys, though. I do love the argument. And
he's logical, therefore he's a glober.
I know. You like how I said that? I did preface it with logic. That's
called a sound syllogism, Satoshi.
Yes.
Notice that all that rhymed at the beginning.
I like this guy.
That's 4 syllables. That's a great fucking Scrabble word. Syllogism. If I hit syllogism on Scrabble, I would fucking destroy the table. Oh my god, that's a good word. Anyway, sorry.
So what is your argument for believing that we live on the globe?
That. Oh my god, you know what? Give me a second.
Hey, go ahead, take all the seconds you need.
It's gonna take another line.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
For real, man. Like I took a line like half an hour ago. It's all good. No, I didn't. What the fuck would you say that for? That's rude. Somewhat relevant, but rude.
Okay, point taken.
So I'm right and I'm wrong. Okay.
Cal.
Well, I mean, like when you're having an argument with someone, like you hope you bring right and wrong into the situation, because you're not going to. If you don't bring a little bit of fucking wrong into an argument, you're never going to grow and to know what's really going on.
Well, actually, that's actually antithetical to growth if you bring some wrong fallacy into the argument.
Yeah, but how are you going to grow unless you're wrong about something? Then you can analyze what you were wrong about and then grow upon that. That's what I'm thinking.
Why not just refrain from being wrong?
Well, who the fuck is fucking like that? Who you have to be God. You have to be someone who's always right. And who's to tell you that you're always right? Like, that's a hard thing to do. There's not a person out there that can say you're right. Whatever you're saying, everything you say is right.
Well, being wrong isn't going to help you be right.
Acknowledge what you know and what you don't know, and simply not speculate. Not claim anything that you don't know, then you'll never be wrong.
Okay, I get that, but I think that knowledge is the fact that you've accumulated all these facts in your life, and you've assimilated which ones are right and which ones are wrong. But in the argument, how do you know which one's right or wrong? Like, it's fucking hard. It's hard.
If they are facts and you do know them, then they're not false facts.
I think it's all about.
You know them.
Yeah, I think it's all about being true to your ego. Your ego is always going to propel you to want to be better than you
unless
really
your ego is corrupt and has an internal tendency to do wrong.
True. That's true. Yeah. It's realizing when the fact that your ego is taking control of the situation. If that makes sense, that doesn't make sense. God damn it.
Well, the ego is behaving in a way that is not conducive to refraining from doing anything wrong, both in argumentation and behavior.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. Say it again. I like the way it sounded really good. I liked it.
If the self is having an internal tendency to do that which is wrong and antithetical to doing that which is right, both in argumentation and behavior.
So we have a tendency to want to. Oh my God, I like that. I'm sorry, man. I like that what you just said. It makes me think like there's a tendency for us to break ourselves down to become right. It's weird. I don't know if that came out right.
Well, I wouldn't say that we're being wrong so that we may be right, because that is self-defeating.
Self-defeat. Okay, okay. When you say self-defeating, it's like I'm purposely trying to break myself down, right? Is that what you're
deliberately
saying?
Or indeliberately? Doing wrong is not going to help you do right.
Yes, and the fact that there's sometimes where we don't see that difference is fucked up. You know, like. Yeah. I like. Hey, who are you? I like the words you're saying. Is all I want to say. So.
Well, thank you. I'd rather you like them.
Yeah. No. You got me thinking about shit. I'm like, you know what? Like, we have a tendency to break ourselves down to make ourselves better. It seems like sometimes. Or if we were meant to make ourselves better, I don't know, but. There's a tendency where I will break myself down to the point where I get better because I dissect everything that I just went through and analyze it and grow from it. So,
but notice right here, this is exemplary of my point. I mean, you've for the third or fourth time erroneously reiterated my point, which is a point that I didn't really articulate, but I can't repeat this point over and over and over and over again.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, whatever. I mean, the one problem I have with these servers are people that need to outdo someone. They can't just realize, like, you know what? I don't know fucking what I'm talking about. You know?
Hey, Tony,
you came in doing the same thing. No one knows what the fuck they're talking about. No one's been to the moon or nothing. Like, no one's been through it. Never mind, whatever.
Did the space Nazis use Russian rockets, or did they build their own?
No, they used fucking Egyptian rockets, and they're made of fucking helium.
Never heard that sentence before in my life.
Life sometimes, man. Life is like this last week. Like life is just like I've been analyzing life, and I got a daughter and everything. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
That's how you feel when you think the Earth is round. For sure.
So anyway,
more specifically, when you think the Earth is a sphere.
Sorry, Gregory. We got a new guy in Scooty. He thinks the Earth's a globe. Sorry to interrupt the space Nazis, but Scooty, if you'd like to tell us why the Earth's a globe, that'd be great. Maybe you got some evidence as well.
I think he was pretty keen on just listening at the moment. But,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, unmuted, so I think it's about to attempt to talk. You can talk if you want to, Scooty. I'm Gregory, by the way. It's the equivalent of talking to a wall right now, but I hope, the wall turns into a man.
Sorry about that. I said I'm alright.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Scooty actually sounds alright. Like
I got my wish. There you go. Mayhem, are you being tranquil?
I'm on the move, but I'm listening to you guys right now. Kind of talking with, hey, Tony, forget about it.
So you're in flux right now.
Sort of. Yeah, it's a bit malleable.
In half a mile, keep left at the fork. Follow signs for I
heard that.
Oh, we know where you are, mate.
Yeah.
And I will find you. And I will tranquilize you.
South Expressway Street.
Yeah, I'm far from here, but close to there. So that's exactly where I'm at.
I don't need any more specificity than that. I'm on my way. T minus X amount of time.
Watch out, Miggy. The Globers with the darts full of Glober serum that might come for you.
Yeah,
look at that cat's face. Looking at water like that.
They're probably like being wherever I'm at, like those lurkers that go follow him everywhere he goes. You know, like the anti-flat earthers. They get snoggered and get the liquid courage in them and try to go and see if they can take Witsit on, but they epically fail when they do.
I had to give myself pause there for a moment. It's snoggered. What is that word? Stop using your thesaurus.
No, I'm picking it up from you, man. You're the one that I'm getting it from.
You ain't picking up nothing from me. I had never said that word in my life. It's the first time I've ever heard it. You got that all by yourself. You pulled that right out of the vacuum.
Out of the ether?
Nope, out of the cosmic vacuum. You know that the humongous solid, liquid, and gas balls are flying around in?
All right, I'll run with that for now.
I'm sorry, I got that wrong. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. You pulled it out of space-time.
Yeah, the fabric of space-time.
The fabric of space-time. You pulled a thread out of the fabric of space-time.
That one single thread that unraveled the entire sweater of the fabric of space-time.
You know, the one that's thicker than the rest? So that you actually grab it?
I'll tell you one thing, though. If we really wanted to be a sophist, we'd be the damn best sophist you could probably ever come across.
What do you mean by sophist?
Well, I'm just saying, if we really wanted to be somebody who was disingenuous, we could probably do it best.
What do you mean by saying?
Oh, did you say saying? I got it, man.
What do you mean by mean?
How do you define funny?
Define.
The worst thing is that's what people are like. Define evidence.
Yeah, I do like this. In the definition of miracle is the word experience. I like that.
Did you say?
In the definition of empirical is experience.
Ah.
Well, yeah, I was hoping Scooty'd bring this globe proof or somebody. Because it doesn't seem to be manifesting. I don't know.
Well, they shouldn't include the word being senseless. I know that.
Scooty, can you see the live stream voice text?
What? Yeah, I can. Huh?
You can see it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to post your picture. Just have a look at this picture because I think it's quite funny.
What, my profile picture?
No.
So blue.
Just take a look at this picture and tell me what you think.
Let me see. All right.
That's funny.
That is that real? Like,
no, of course not. It's obviously.
I mean, like, where do you find that? Sorry.
Well, I pinched it off somebody called Flat Earth Data because I just thought it was hilarious.
Can you imagine how big those towers are in principle?
I don't think they'd be like visible from that. I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, they're humongous towers, humongous architecture, or a very small planet.
Yeah, well, look, I know they'll say it's all relative, but just think about it. How absurd it seems that Timbo now is upside down to us, right? I know they'll say it's all relative. Don't worry.
Yeah, of course, it's all relative. Everything has a relation between one another. That begs the question.
They're not really upside down. These people aren't really living at 45 degrees. It's a joke.
that really is just a gross misnomer and abuse of the word. They say it's relative. Well, of course it is. It has relation to other things, as do everything in reality.
Yeah, everything's relative to everything.
It's just a truism.
Yeah, it reminds me when they say everything's nominal.
Everything has a name.
See what I'm saying? It's so easy. This is easy, right? It's hilarious. You guys are funny.
These pitiful, just truisms. Might as well post a.
Hey, I'm back. I'm sorry. Did I leave here in a bad way? I'm sorry if I did.
No, Tony.
Why would you even be concerned?
You know what? You know what? Who just asked that? Who was that asked that?
My name is Gregory.
That's a great question. That's a really good question. Like, why would I be concerned?
Next time you decide to leave, you need to tell us that you're leaving.
You're right. Wait, if I left, then you know I left, though. You know? That was good, though. That was good.
Oh,
you know what I think is cool about this server? This server, there's actually women in this server, which is great. I think we need both sides. Like, it's just like all the other servers. There's just dudes all over. Like, it's not a sexual thing at all. It's just like I want to hear the other side. You know, like I want to hear different aspects of thinking.
Bring in the women. Hello.
Why would it be any different? I don't get it. Why would that matter?
It would matter because you have a penis and they have a vagina, and it makes your hormones.
No, I wasn't going to specify that difference. It'd just be nice to have more.
No, I'm just saying the truth is the truth, right? Doesn't matter who says it.
Everything in life is tied together with a little bit of sexual tension.
No,
let's not bicker. Let's not bicker about non sequiturs, please.
Oh, I don't know. Does not have to do with Bud Light. By the way, does anybody want a Bud Light? I'm just curious.
Oh, I'm drinking Bud Light right now. Thank you.
I don't drink that gay beer.
It's not gay. It's heterosexual beer.
Sorry to be so loud, you guys. So sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If I said anything stupid, I'm sorry. No, actually, I'm not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
I'm sorry, but not sorry.
If it was a gay beer, I think if it was a gay beer, the people that drink it would be happier, right?
Well, it depends on if you're like 1920 or 1930. You know, like, yeah, if you're in 1920s, then yes, gay is happy, but
yeah, that's what I meant. Happy there.
I like that. That's a good one because
exactly
I use that joke a lot too. Yeah, I like that because I've used that joke before. That's really good that you thought. That's good shit. I like it.
So yeah, why would real men of genius be concerned if a different section of people on the earth are drinking a particular beer? It's like, get the fuck out of here, man. Get out.
Do you mean real men of genius? That one?
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
Real men of genius, yes.
And all of a sudden, at the drop of a pin, you know,
only during the football season. Only during the football season, you got the real men of genius.
Okay, this is what I think.
Tell you like knowledge, you throw knowledge at you.
Guys, okay, so this is my crackpot conspiracy theory. They're trying to restructure companies or something because this one person who took the fall, this VP of marketing or whatever her name is, I don't know, she's probably living her best life right now, whatever she's doing, and then, I don't know. It just seems odd to me that this whole Bud Light thing is happening. This is a very established company.
You're talking about the trans thing. You're talking about the trans,
distraction. That's a distraction. I really don't think that this is just something that just happened, but because of this person they're throwing under the bus on the media.
No, it's strategic for sure. Like there was a reason why they have put this out into the public. Because they're either diverting our attention from something else that they're doing, or yeah, I don't know. Like that's good. That's good. You brought that up though, because it makes it logical. Yeah,
you're making me. They expect people to believe that a company that's been around for how many years is Bud?
A long time, a long fucking time. They've been around. Like people have been drinking beer since mead. You know.
Well, you're right. So anyway, they're not going to do something like this and take it lightly without.
Yes, I see what you're saying. They're not going to do something that haven't strategically thought out to see what the end conclusion would be. Yes, I like what you're saying. Yes, for real. Yeah.
There's all kinds of people that have to sign off on this, so they can't say that one person is the fall guy. It's like, I don't know if you got, okay, so this is really controversial. Another controversial stunt similar to this, in my opinion, but may not be financially based. I think it's politically based.
So far, I like your opinions. I just want to say that for so far. Opinions.
Okay, the name of the company.
Interrupt to say that.
It's a fashion company called Balenciaga. And they did a very controversial shoot with children. We cannot talk about it any further, or we'll get a strike. But they do that to divert our attention, and that's or it's a good old problem, reaction, solution type of.
Yes, that's crazy or it's just a way for a fucking company to take the easy way out to get
exactly
publicity, to get publicity because all publicity is good. It doesn't matter if it's bad or good.
It's some financial banking move or something. They're like somebody did a merger or something, and who the fuck knows? But
could it just be that this person was just a bad person to put on their ad and on their.
But you don't realize the number of people that have to be involved in signing off on projects.
Yeah, there's so many people. There's a line of people that they had. Okay, I got to sign off for this to happen. Okay, someone came up with the idea and gave it to the next person up in line, and that person said, "That's a great idea. Let's take it to the next person." And it goes all the way up until it becomes.
Usually, at some point in the final stages, the top dog is there. So get the fuck out of here. I don't know, man.
I like you. You're good.
I don't know. That's just my crazy conspiracy theory.
No, it's not crazy at all. It's logical. It really is logical. It's a way, if you were to dissect a problem or something that's in front of you.
Okay, but you know what? Yeah. If my brother-in-law was in here right now, what he would say is not why would they lie, but how can they make the lie happen and deceive so many people?
See, that's how progress happens. Someone.
Well, what do you think the deception? What do you think they're trying to lie about? What is the end goal? I don't know. That's what I'm truly.
I don't think it has to do with what they're trying to lie about. I think it has to do.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking her.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, who do you think makes the decision on what's put on the mainstream news? Do you think it's the individuals that are talking behind the desk? Are you that naive? Really? That's scary, man.
You're right, for real. I like you a lot. My God.
Wait, Jenny. If it's not them, then who is it?
Yeah, you didn't tell me.
Well, I mean, the people who make the decisions on what is put on the teleprompter. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes. That's what I think we're talking about is the people that have allowed whatever comes out to us to be out to us. Who the fuck is allowed whatever knowledge they've got or whatever they want, whatever story they wanted portrayed to us. Who the fuck is the one that allowed that to come to us?
And it's really weird and awkward that they all the different stations and platforms. They seem to all talk about the same things. I mean, I know human beings are.
So, Tony, you really hate what they did, right?
Wait, Jenny, who? If you told us who they're not, you said that they are not the people reading the teleprompter.
Yeah.
Who are they?
Well, I could never tell you who they are because I've never met them.
Wait.
I know that there is someone who does that though. I know that there's someone who. I'm sorry.
You just answered my question. That's great, but I was just asking Jimmy.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Sorry, bro. You're going to have to do that again, man. Sorry.
Well, so you said that they are not the people reading the teleprompter.
Right.
But you didn't say who they are.
Well, I don't know the titles and such of what goes on behind the scenes in the newsroom, and I'm sure there's office politics involved, and I don't know. I mean,
all I know is that there is a they. There is a they. That's it. That's all I can say.
You do know that this is not. This is
Maybe
not
you should
the
say
first
there
company.
seems to be. Maybe it's best to say it seems to be that there's a they.
This is not the first company that does this. It's just.
Of course not. Yeah. No.
The first company that does it with a person that's like. That person is a Twitch streamer for little kids. And that's why people were upset. At least that's what I heard. And that's what I've seen.
Can we change the topic?
oh, was he mentioning the Balenciaga thing? Yeah, we can't elaborate on that.
I wasn't mentioning.
Oh.
It ends with a vowel too. Like any word that ends with a vowel is suspect. You know, I'm Italian, so I know if it ends with a vowel, you got a problem.
Well, if you don't want to stick to the rules, you can piss off if you want, but you know.
So to the two new guys that are here.
Whoa, what did I just say would make you come at me like that? I didn't
because I came in saying, "Can we please change the subject?" And you're making fun of that, saying anyone with a vowel, any word with a vowel is off topic. So the topic is flat Earth. We're trying to keep our server. So if you don't want to abide by those rules, I said you can piss off. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, and you'll probably be muted right away if you continue. So.
I know. I mean, you just get to the point where, like, wow, am I in a group of people that actually want to fucking talk about shit and expand upon a thought, or do you want to just?
Wait, hold on. Let me explain this guy a different way. You can hear me, right, buddy? Right. Well, here, let me just tell you this a different way. If this server is going to be censored in any way, shape, or form, we want it to be for flat Earth and that only, not some other topic that we don't give a damn about. Now, do you understand?
Which means we're way in the weeds.
Oh, good.
So, anyways,
to the two new guys, I got a question for either one of you that can answer first. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
That's an interesting way to put that. You may have said it before. I don't remember you saying it before. Why do I get?
He says it every day.
I'm just getting my spidey senses are telling me we're going to get some politician type answer on that one. Might have to rephrase that question.
Television.
Mm-hmm.
Television is a reason. Only.
That's the best one I've heard so far. Television.
Yeah.
I just think it's incredible how we've, for so long, have just stood by and watched time and time again with different politicians where whenever they don't want to answer a question, they just like answer their own question. They ignore the question that was asked and they just put out some weird, unrelated answer.
Someone asked them a question and then they ask themselves a question and answer it.
But they don't say their question, they just answer it. But isn't that weird? How many decades has that been going on? It's just so odd, and we don't let people do that shit in here. Why? You know what I mean? Why does the mainstream? Oh. I wish we could go back to the times where we could voice our opinions or our discord in the town or in person.
I think I think if in school they taught kids more specifically how the Earth moves and revolves around the sun and does all these crazy like aerial fucking aerobatics and shit. I think kids would probably like question it a little bit more, because if you notice, they only teach you like the most basic of basic stuff in school.
Yeah, don't you usually watch a movie or something in school? I don't remember what we did in that topic.
All I remember is just getting a book on the solar system, and the sun stayed at the center of it, and all the planets went around, and then that was the end of it. And then you learn what the planets were called.
Right.
And that gravity makes everything work this way.
Well,
and that was it.
The distance away from us, or from the sun, all the planets, I mean, maybe that was a test question or something.
Yeah.
The last comment earlier that Jenny said.
What?
That last comment earlier that Jenny said about, discussing things in public. Well, there was always a time in every generation where some subject or some kind of person was stigmatized and almost absolutely forbidden to be considered or accepted.
Right. No doubt. Absolutely. Yeah, that could get us into the weeds real quick, huh?
Either people want to critically consider it and discuss it, or they don't.
Like in school, they don't. It's not even like a discussion. It's like kind of like, oh, it is like this, and that's it, and you have to believe it. That's it. There's no arguing that the Earth is a globe when you're in school. They just tell you it is, and that's it.
Well, of course, it has to be expected. The younger the student is, the less resistance the student will have, the less skepticism the student will have. But of course, as the student grows older and grows wiser and more inquisitive and starts to systematize their thoughts more, then they're going to develop opinions, and the opinions will strengthen or weaken, and then they'll form more sophisticated and delineated and poignant questions.
Yeah.
Or arguments, as well as questions. Wonder what happened to Chopper. Probably late to reacting that he left. Somebody eating some Cheerios?
I'm peeling masking tape off the stairs. Me feeling some stone. I want to get it on the wall.
Is Cloud a flat earther?
Probably not.
So you believe the Earth is a globe?
No.
Clouds are so good.
True that.
How the fuck do clouds even work? Can anyone explain?
It's a magnificent mystery to me.
Can you tell you what mainstream science do?
What does mainstream science tell us clouds are?
Water vapor.
Water vapor?
Does it actually?
Mm-hmm.
Seems silly.
It's a good question.
Water evaporates, goes up into the sky as water vapor. As it gets to a certain density, it can't hold it, it can't stay up anymore, and that falls to the ground as rain.
So, Claude, you're probably not a flat earther, and you don't believe the Earth is a ball. What is the geometric surface of the Earth?
I don't know. I'm not being disingenuous, by the way. I genuinely don't know.
Hey,
it's a good answer.
You didn't demonstrate any dishonesty to me.
Why do you have the 3 points participant tag if you don't know? Hasn't somebody told you that before? You haven't retained that information.
Oh well, no. From what I remember, because that was like a year and a half ago. From what I remember,
telling the story.
The 3 points were just like questioning whether or not the Earth was a globe, which I conceded it wasn't, and like at least what mainstream science suggests it is kind of ridiculous. So
Curvature, rotation, gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Concerning the surface of the Earth, don't we have 3 logical options? Either the surface is flat, or it's convex, or it's concave.
all 3 of which make sense.
What do you mean it makes sense?
Like when you say it like that, I'm just like, okay, that.
Oh, that trichotomy. Yeah, the trichotomy makes sense.
Yeah.
So when we go out and detect the Earth and see what is the surface of the Earth geometrically,